Morning, councillors. Please be upstanding to receive your chair and vice chair.
Please be seated. Good morning. Before the meeting starts, I'd like to remind all members that it is important to stay in your allocated seats for the recording and the videoing of today's meeting. We're going to move now on to agenda item 1, which is apologies and declarations of interest. Do we have any apologies?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we have apologies from Councillor Turner and Councillor Morris.
Thank you. And are there any other apologies?
Councillor Alcott away.
Thank you. And I'm now going to ask for declarations of interest. And it's just really a reminder that it is only if it's something that's pertinent to today's agenda item. Martin Allen.
Yes, good morning, Chair. Good morning, Council. I'm a veteran, so I declare an interest on item 11, the first motion, which I am proposing. And I would suggest if there are any other veterans in the room, councillors, they may want to declare an interest as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh?
Thank you. Good morning. I declare an interest on item number 12 on the work programme, as I do at Environment Scrutiny when we talk about the work programme. I work for National Highways, and as National Highways are mentioned in the work programme, I won't be here for that part of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Creswell?
Good morning, Chair. Yeah, I've got to declare that I'm an ex-service member, so motion 1 I can't vote on.
Thank you.
Point of order, Chairman. He can vote upon it. He just has to declare an interest.
Okay.
So just to come in on that, yeah, so now I'm hoping fireworks night was last night. I'm not going to have any more fireworks in the chamber today. So if a quick way to deal with this would be if anyone is a veteran or their partner is a veteran, put your hand up. We will take a note of your names and you can contribute in the debate and vote on it.
Thank you. Councillor Tudge?
Yeah, he's the veteran one.
Oh, yeah. Councillor Creswell again, sorry. Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was just raising my hand there, sorry.
We're putting our hands up. Yes.
Fine. Okay. Fine. Are there any other declarations of interest? No? Thank you very much. Okay. I'd just like to say a few words before we start today's meeting. Again, I'd like to remind you to remain seated when you're speaking. And that today's debate, obviously we expect robust debate, but I think what we need to do is to be respectful to each other and have a civilised discussion and debate today. And this is very much about perhaps playing the ball rather than the person on the pitch. It is disrespectful to speak when other people are speaking. When they have the floor, give them that time and respect. So I'm going to ask that no unnecessary talking is going on while other people are speaking. Please remember to turn your microphone on when you're speaking and obviously turn it off. It's very easy to forget to do that. And when you wish to speak, please raise your hand with your yellow card so we can clearly see that you would like to speak and you'll be on a list. Reminder that you'll get 30 seconds before the end of your allotted time. Today could be a long day. I'm not sure what time we will be breaking for lunch, but we'll be approximately 1 o'clock, maybe a bit before or a bit earlier than that. I'm going to remind everybody to set your telephones to off or to silent, please. And lastly, a point about the points of order. If you wish to raise a point of order, then you must say what the reason is for the point of order. We will not have a whole lot of spurious points of order to get extra time. If you wish to speak on an item, time your intervention towards the end so you can counter any other bits rather than using points of order to make your points. Thank you. We're now moving on to agenda item 2, which is public participation, and we have 2 requests to speak. The first is Carl Taylor Hall, who is presenting a petition regarding the speed limit on Buckbury. Mr. Taylor Hall, you have 3 minutes to make your comment. Over to you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, councillors. Thank you for the time and the opportunity. I'm a resident of Buckbury, which is a small hamlet in the parish of Longdon, Queen Hill and Holdfast in the very south of our county. As the Chair has suggested, I'm requesting a reduction in the speed limit through Buckbury from 50 miles an hour to 40 miles an hour. The layout of Buckbury accords with the DFT guidance on setting speed limits, where a 30 mile an hour limit would be an option, but we quite rightly feel that a 40 mile an hour limit would be more appropriate and standardise the speed limits through the area. Buckbury has 23 homes and a lively pub and some other businesses, and is fronted by a large number of farms, public footpaths and other rights of way. There's considerable local support for a lower speed limit, with recent parish council meetings being very well attended by parishioners. A lower speed limit is also endorsed by our county councillor, Tom Wells. Following a requested road survey back in March of this year, the County Highways Liaison Officer returned with a rejection based on advice from the Police Traffic Management Advisor that the current 50 mile an hour limit was correct, with a justification that simply lowering the posted speed limit will not automatically lead to a drop in these figures. It's important to note that the mean figures presented also include the very large number of agricultural vehicles using the B4211, which will artificially lower the averages reported. With a 40 mile an hour limit, the community can make use of the vehicle activated sign limits, which are not permitted in a 50 mile an hour limit. We can also extend our speed monitoring, community speed monitoring, which again is not permitted in a 40 mile an hour limit. To support this application, we feel it important that we invite the Chair and the Cabinet Member with responsibilities for highways and transport to attend a site meeting in Buckbury, because I would not expect you to know the area as well as I do. It is a straight road with many bends and changes in direction and a lot of road frontage. To support this request, I've already passed to the clerk, Mr. Chairman, a petition for the reduction in speed limit, which covers 20 of the 23 properties within Buckbury and also other affected road users. There are over 80 signatures on this petition reflecting the strength of feeling for this. I would like to thank you for your time. 30 seconds. Thank you for your time. There is a lot of strong community support for this, and I would urge the County Council to consider this seriously, where the local community are more than happy to support West Mercia Police in self-governing this speed limit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Carl. You will receive a written response from the relevant Cabinet Member in due course. Thank you very much. Okay, right, moving on to the second speaker, which is Mark Googe, who's asking a question regarding bollards on Bridge Street, Evesham. Mr. Googe, you have 3 minutes to ask your question, and a reminder that you will get a beep 30 seconds before the end of your due time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. As you say, I'm here to talk bollards, specifically rising bollards. The rising bollards protecting the pedestrian areas of Bridge Street and Market Street in Evesham have been out of action for a considerable period of time. Earlier this year, I was informed by the Highways Liaison Officer that replacement bollards had been obtained and were in storage waiting for the appointment of contractors to install them. In June this year, the local member stated on social media that work was about to start. However, it's now November, nothing has happened. The work has not taken place, and the work still does not appear in the county's advanced list of roadworks. I did check that this morning, it's still not there. I would like to ask the Cabinet member with responsibility for highways if he can provide me with a date for when work is scheduled to start on installing the bollards, and if he can give me his personal assurance that the installation will be completed without any further delay.
Thank you very much. Well within time. You will receive a written response in due course from the Cabinet member. Thank you. Okay, we're now moving on to agenda item 3, which is the approval of the minutes. Does anybody have any objections if we approve those minutes? No? Okay, thank you. We'll do that. Thank you. Thank you. We're now on to agenda item 4, which is Chair's announcements. You've already received an email with previous things I've attended over the last few weeks and months. I'm just going to draw your attention to we are having a short service on Remembrance Day at Wildwood at 10:45 next week. So if anybody would like to come along to that, you're more than welcome. And while I've got the floor, I'm just going to give a very quick welcome and congratulations to our newest member who's been elected here today, Sam and Mark. Well done, and yeah, welcome to the council. Thank you. Right, so we're now going to move on to agenda item 5, which is the interim external auditor's annual report. If you could turn to page 60 of your agenda, I'm shortly going to ask Councillor Rob Wharton to move the recommendations, and I believe that will be seconded by the leader of the council. Following that, Phil Rook will then go through the items, the technical items on the report. So over to you, Rob Wharton.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I move the recommendations 1A to C in the report.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I second that motion of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Phil Rook, where are you?
He's down.
There, great.
Morning, Council. I'm taking you through, and I've got colleagues from Grant Thornton, our external auditors this morning, our interim external audit report for 24-25. I circulated this report to all members before this meeting on the 9th of October, and the report that's contained does do a good fair reflection of the Council's activity for 24-25. In terms of the report, the auditors are required to reach a formal conclusion on the use of, and the Council's put in proper place, arrangements to secure economy, efficiency and effectiveness in its use of resources, and they cover 3 areas in terms of financial sustainability, governance, and improving economy, efficiency and effectiveness, and that's in the report, and colleagues from Brantford will go through in a bit more detail in terms of that. I do want to say there's a lot of detail in the report, and there are some positives in there around the report, we've managed to increase going from red to amber in terms of our governance arrangements. We had significant weaknesses in our internal audit provision last year, and now they've been addressed, and now we're fully compliant with the new global internal audit standards. Areas on the pension fund are completely green, and there's some issues around, and then we've fixed that, and progress is continuing to continue. However, we've been issued a statutory recommendation in relation to our financial sustainability, particularly our dedicated schools grant, and we all know that that is a national issue, but the auditors have raised, and I'll pass over to Pete in a moment around that. And some of that is not fully in the council's control. We know how high needs deficit up and down the country are in a significant issue, and it's quite disappointing that the government haven't. They were going to announce a paper on around the future of DSG, and that's going to be deferred till the new year. However, the auditors have put a statutory recommendation in place, so we have to do as full council have to consider that today. So I'll hand over to Pete Barber, and he'll take you through some of the report.
Thank you, Phil. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for the invitation to full council. Just by way of introduction, my name is Pete Barber, and I'm a director with Grant Thornton, and I am the appointed auditor here at Worcestershire County Council for 24-25. I'm joined by a couple of colleagues behind me, Guy Clifton, who is our National Head of Value for Money and a contributor to this report that you have in front of you today. I'm also joined by my colleague Jane Kennedy, who is one of our VFM specialists and the main author for this report. So, as Phil said, this is our interim auditor's annual report for 24-25. I think it would probably be helpful for me to explain the role of the external auditor. So I have two roles. Firstly, an opinion on your financial statements, and that work is progressing at the moment in relation to 24-25. I also have a separate responsibility, which is to assess every year whether, in my view, you have effective arrangements in place for ensuring value for money. And this is the purpose of this report that you have in front of you today. Now, value for money means lots of things to lots of people, but for us it's based on the criteria set out by the National Audit Office. So as Phil said briefly, we're required to look at three areas. The first area we look at is financial sustainability, and this is all to do with budget setting, monitoring, reporting, medium-term financial planning, planning ahead into the medium term to ensure that you can deliver the quality services to your stakeholders whilst maintaining a financial stable position with adequate reserves and balancing the budget every year. The second area that we look at is governance, and this is all to do with decision making by this council and whether you're taking decisions in the best interest of your stakeholders, and it includes things like risk management, etc., in terms of how you manage that process. And the third area we look at is a broad area of the three E's: economy, efficiency and effectiveness, and this is all to do with the way that you provide your services. Now, the work is complete for 24-25, and when we do identify concerns or weaknesses in arrangements, we issue recommendations. And there are different levels of recommendations that we can issue. I think on page 55 of your pack, so right at the end of this report in Appendix B, we set out the different types of recommendation we can issue. The first type of recommendation that we can issue, which is the most serious and concerning level of recommendation, is what we call a statutory recommendation. These are rare, but they are becoming more common across the public sector given austerity. In the main, these statutory recommendations tend to be in the area of financial sustainability, but we also find an awful lot of statutory recommendations being issued in relation to governance and decision-making in particular. Now, the reason why this report is coming to this forum, full council, rather than the normal route for all our reports, which is through audit committee, is because of the statutory recommendation. So what we have in this report, and it's summarised on page 12 of your pack in the pictorial. Apologies if you don't have that in colour, but I have given a key there for the main summaries. But page 12, the pictorial summarises the main findings, and what you'll see there is that we've issued one statutory recommendation for financial sustainability, and I'll talk in more detail to that shortly. And we've issued two key recommendations as well. And similarly, on improving economy efficiency and effectiveness, there are two key recommendations there as well. So I will focus on those 5 areas. As I said, there are statutory recommendations, which are the most serious. Key recommendations are the next level down. They still mean that, in our view, on balance, we think that arrangements are not effective, so then they are still nonetheless serious. And then the lowest level of recommendation is what we call an improvement recommendation, which is more to do with refining existing arrangements. So let me take you through the statutory recommendation. And the main detail in relation to the statutory recommendation commences on page 25 of your papers. And you'll see within page 25 that we provide a little table, and I suspect most of you are very familiar with these numbers. And as Phil said, absolutely, we recognise that for all upper tiers to varying degrees, this is a concerning area. The provision of special education needs and disabilities within the high needs block is very challenging in terms of the funding available and the costs of delivering that, both in terms of numbers and in terms of unit costs. But the chart aims to draw everybody's attention to the direction of the deficit in relation to the DSG deficit, which I commented on this time last year in the equivalent report from the prior year, where I was raising concerns that at the end of that year, the deficit stood at just over 44 million. as at the end of March 25, so 6 months ago, it was up to 98 million, and I think the projections move, but there is a figure that's been bandied around, I think, at Cabinet back in September of 184 million projected at the end of March 26. So the speed of that deficit increase is very concerning. The level of deficit at the moment is more than all your reserves and balances on your balance sheet. There is absolutely a statutory override that exists that avoids the need to offset this deficit against those balances, but we are very concerned, and it is a very serious issue, about the speed of the increase. And we've made a statutory recommendation on that part. And in particular, the need for a more proactive, focused effort on the part of the council to minimise, and we're not expecting that in the next few years you're going to be able to fundamentally reduce it to zero. We're realistic, but we observe the need for a really robust, detailed deficit management plan. There needs to be proactive action and monitoring within that to minimise any increase and ensure that it's properly monitored and controlled, and that you are doing everything you can proactively to manage and mitigate any risk of further increases. So on page 26, you have the statutory recommendation. The council should urgently address its increasing DSG deficit and work at pace with its partners to develop and agree a deficit management plan to begin to reduce the deficit over time. Progress against the key actions and the plan should be reported frequently to a clearly designated forum capable of holding officers to account. We've had a response from management, which we've accepted, proposing that that will happen, and also referring to things that have already taken place in the interim period. But the main purpose of this report is for you to consider that key recommendation and decide whether you are to accept it. There is a formal requirement for any statutory rec issued by an appointed auditor to be formally responded to within 30 days, and this is the opportunity to do that. So just for completeness, if I may, Chair, I'm just going to take you through the other key recommendations because I think they are important. So I did say in my introduction that there are two key recommendations, which is the next level down, in relation to financial sustainability. The first one is set out on page 27, and this is about the ongoing annual financial challenge. You do have an underlying deficit, a very large one, 35 million. You have sought and requested exceptional financial support by government. You are one of a small number of organisations that have sought that, recognising the challenge of balancing the budget and the limited level of reserves and balances you have. And what we're doing here is we're making a key recommendation of the need to work at pace to ensure that these budget pressures are minimised and that any future reliance on EFS is minimised, and that you ensure that reserves and balances are maintained or arguably increased to give you that contingency going forward. And then the third and final key recommendation, or the second key recommendation and the third recommendation overall, in relation to financial sustainability is on the following page, page 28. And this is about the Council's arrangements for delivering savings and transformation. So it is difficult, isn't it, to re-engineer services to continue to provide a quality service to members of the public whilst cutting costs and minimising spend. But that's what it requires. It's not an annual process. There will things that you will need to do to invest in, to make changes in the short term that can generate savings into the medium term. We have looked at your savings arrangements, how you identify savings, how you're monitoring, how you deliver them. Are they recurring? Are they non-recurring? And you are not delivering the savings that you set out year on year at the beginning of the process. When you set budget of full council in February, you are slipping on those, and that is compounding the problem. And therefore, the importance of having a joined up, council-wide transformation plan capable of generating savings and maintaining or improving service quality is imperative, and it needs to be delivered once again at pace. So those are the three in relation to financial sustainability. As I said, I'll now briefly talk to the other two, which are set out on pages 39 and 40, and these are in the separate area of economy, efficiency and effectiveness. The first of those is in relation to performance management. So this does tie back to the comment about that transformation agenda. The golden thread, as it's called, in relation to that corporate plan all the way down into the individual directorate and service plans, and ensuring that there is that joined up council-wide approach to managing performance from individuals all the way up to the very top, and ensuring that your key performance indicators are monitored and judged in terms of delivery. So we have a recommendation there, the key recommendation 3 about improving performance management within the organisation. And then finally, on page 40, the final key recommendation, recommendation 4, which was there has been there in prior years, but is in relation to the Ofsted and CQC inspection in relation to special education needs and disabilities, which clearly ties back with the statutory rec, given that you've got financial pressures there, but also quality service delivery pressures there as well. And the inspection that was carried out April last year and published in July with the level 3 grading and the widespread and systematic failings in that particular area. So a recommendation there about working at pace with partners to ensure SEND priority actions are delivered in the timescales required by CQC and SEND. It is a very detailed report, this. I won't go into any more detail at this stage. Rest assured that this report will in due course be presented to the Audit Committee, and that will give members of the Audit Committee excuse me, an opportunity to ask us further questions in relation to the detail within this report. And as Phil said, there are some positives, particularly within the governance area, but the focus today should be on that statutory recommendation. But clearly we're happy to take any questions on any of the detail. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to now call on anybody who would like to ask a question or put an item on debate. Councillor Cross.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for coming in and bringing this to our attention, to all members' attention. And this is a really important topic, so thank you for being here as well today. I'm really encouraged to read on page 26 that we are part of the Department for Education's Delivering Better Value programme. I'd like to learn how this is distinct, possibly from the safety valve agreements that other councils such as Surrey, Kent, Hampshire, Somerset have committed to, reducing reliance on expensive independent placements, expanding in-house SEND provision, for example, to both bring improvement and reduce our deficit. Is there value in undertaking both? So I'd love to learn more about this. My other main question is, could we set up would it be viable to set up a cross-party working group, maybe a task and finish group? Because this is something that behoves us all, not just one minority administration, so we can all shape the required action deficit management plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I'll just answer that. Worcestershire County Council was part of the Delivering Better Value programme, which was really good. That worked with Newton. That's almost concluded now, and we had some savings that's been articulated in the plan. However, the safety valve and those programmes are ceased by government now, and obviously we're waiting for the white paper because obviously they did not work in terms of SEND and high needs. So that's why the government are coming back with a paper. It was meant to be the autumn, but it will be the new year, about what's their approach to SEND across the board, because this is an issue that affects all, particularly upper tier councils, and the deficits are around about 5 billion, and if you carry on to the end of the statutory override, that will get to about 20 billion. So this is a massive issue that impacts on the financial sustainability of councils across the board. So there's got to be a comprehensive approach from the government to address this issue, and it's something that's we can do some things locally, but some of it is not in our control, because that dedicated DSG grant should cover all the costs of SEND and not fall on council taxpayers, and that is not the case for us at this present time.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, there was a second question, if I can respond to that. So I think, Councillor, you talked about a cross-party working group or a task and finish group. I think it's not the external auditor's role to recommend the management responses and actions. So I think it sounds sensible, but it's not for us to make a decision on that. So that is one for management in consultation with appropriate members.
Thank you. Normally this is going to be, this is a debate and putting points forward, but I think in this particular case we will accept questions. So can you please make it clear that it is a question if it is a question? So the next person to speak is Councillor Kent.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Council. I'm speaking on behalf of the group. I suppose there's no denying the pressures on social care, home to school transport and SEND, which have been in place since 21, due to a government framework that is unaffordable by councils throughout the UK. However, we did hand over a set of controls, a transformation programme and a savings plan in May, when I think the DSG overspend last year was 50 million, and I think we're looking at 90 million this year. And since May, the council's financial position seems to have deteriorated at extraordinary speed. The external auditors, as we've heard, have issued a statutory recommendation, the most serious warning in local government. And we've heard it now that it was rare, but now it's common. You wonder whether that statutory recommendation should be directed at us or Keir Starmer, to be perfectly honest, in terms of the way that we look at it. On page 22 of the auditor's report, members will see the statutory recommendation saying, urgently addressing its increasing DSG deficit and begin to reduce the deficit over time. I mean, this isn't routine. Statutory recommendations are used when auditors believe a council has lost control of its finances. On page 21, the auditors state that the DSG deficit has exploded. 44.1 million 24, 98.2 million 25, 184.4 million forecast for 26, and heaven knows what in the years after if we don't see some sort of statutory changes to legislation. And on page 5 of our own finance update provided by the finance officer, it potentially predicts this rising in the following year to 322 million. But the auditors also say the council lacks grip, has no reserves to cover this deficit if the statutory override ends, and they're demanding, in a sense, the impossible without government reform of SEND or EHCP legislation. My question, I suppose, to the officers concerned and the cabinet member is, how do you do it? What would be the impact on the residents of Worcestershire to put this right? Well, on my back of a cigarette packet calculations, and I am not in any way clarifying that these numbers are highly accurate before anybody comes back at me, as I've been inclined to do, this could mean a potential council tax rise for the residents of Worcestershire, to correct this, of 25%. 25%, with it still accelerating in future years. Now, we all got the election propaganda in May. The leaflets said, more waste, cut waste, reduce waste, cut taxes. But what we've seen so far this year is more waste, more overspending, and plans that now could see our residents face 25% council tax rises. Not the 10% that has been denied, but 25%. Now, adults and children are overspending massively. I mean, within the report, since May, adults is 8.2 million overspent, and children's is 8.1 million overspent. So I can imagine the auditors sat there in horror, really, when they're looking at these figures and wondering where this is going to go. And that includes, obviously, the DSG overspend that we're talking about, 90 million a year at the moment. Now, that wasn't inherited. That's happening now. The auditors confirm on page 24, the council is not identifying and delivering savings in line with requirements. And again on page 21, a lack of grip on containing spend. Senior leadership team were instructed to find savings, it said, in 24-25. They didn't. So where's the management accountability? Reform solution, and I understand the situation that you're in. Cancel capital projects used by families, children and the residents of Worcestershire. On page 7 of the finance update, the Chief Financial Officer advises deprogramming from the capital programme to reduce revenue costs. That means cancelling school expansions, road safety schemes, community improvements. These aren't waste. Cutting capital investment because you can't control revenue spending is financially illiterate. Yet these capital cuts produce huge damaging impact to residents and don't even cover 10% of the overspend on adults and children in the first 6 months of the year. Reform are preparing, I can see it, for the largest council tax rise in Worcestershire's history. The budget paper models assumptions including up to 10% council tax increases, and I know they've been denied, but you promised you'd reduce waste and cut taxes. So, to conclude, we will accept the statutory recommendation as a group, because legally we really have to. But let's reflect. The overspend in adults and children is out of control. The senior management have allowed departments to spend beyond their budget without effective controls. Capital schemes serving children and families are being cancelled to plug revenue holes that nowhere near the level they're needed. And the DSG statutory instruction is mathematically impossible without government intervention. We face runaway overspending, cancelled projects, and the biggest council tax rise this council's ever seen.
Thank you. We'll now move on to Councillor Jenkins.
Thank you, Chair. Just a brief question, if I may. The issue of the DSG and the statutory recommendation. Obviously, I understand that, yes, we need to do something as much as we can, setting up a group. I would have thought we had a group already looking at this. But often my main concern is the clear problem, as I understand DSG, is that it's lack of government money coming to SEND. We have 7 pupils. They should get this amount of money. Over the years, we never get enough. Every time the government put the money up, it doesn't even cover the cost from about 2 years previously. So this is why they're going up. This is a national issue. It's going to mention that we can do things locally to tackle this. I'd just like some information about what actually we can do locally, because from my understanding, there seems to be very limited stuff that we can do locally to tackle this. If there's a SEND pupil that needs the support, then they get the support. So if they can have some clarity about what we think this group that you get set up to tackle things locally will actually be able to, what money it can actually save. Thank you.
Thank you. That is a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Chair. If I can just, before cover Councillor Jenkins' point, if I can come back to a couple of points that Councillor Kent mentioned. I know that I think most of the thrust of what you were saying was aimed at management. You mentioned that statutory recommendations are now common. I think that's not the case. I think my colleague Pete would have said that they were rare and they're less rare than they used to be. So that they're still fairly rare, but we are seeing an increase. Okay. I think, and for members, if they're not aware, we have to share any statutory recommendation or any use of auditor powers, because there's things called public interest reports and advisory notices that are also within our statutory powers with the Secretary of State as well. So that has happened in the case of these statutory recommendations. If I can just go back now to Councillor Jenkins' question around mitigations, I think standing back, and again, I think Pete described this to a certain extent in his opening presentation, the code requirements that the NAO code requirements for external auditors in case of value for money is looking at arrangements in place for the audit period concerned. And so what we've determined is the arrangements that were in place during 24-25 were ineffective in mitigating the demand pressures that have led to that significant increase in the DSG deficit. So Pete mentioned that I sort of look after our local government value for money work. Nationally, we audit around about 100 different local authorities. And so we can see that this is definitely, as a number of people have said, a national situation. And Phil has talked about that £5 billion position. However, other councils during 24-25 that are as part of that broader national position are taking actions to mitigate it. They may still have a deficit, they may still have a key recommendation. We're identifying a lot of significant weaknesses across the country on this. But the reason why, thus far, because we haven't concluded all our work for 24-25, that Worcestershire is the only one with a statutory recommendation, is the lack of mitigating action and having an effective plan in place during 24-25. Now, as I've already mentioned in response to another question, it is not for the external auditors to make recommendations on what councils need to do to mitigate, but councils are, for example, looking to increase the amount of state provision for SEND children. So it's more expensive for private placements, for example. although that would mean capital expenditure. But that's what some other councils are doing. Having effective deficit reduction plans in place are what other councils are doing, and trying to put in changes to reduce the request and the demand for educational care and care plans, which is a key driver of most deficits, and putting in resources to actually reduce additional resources, maybe temporary, to reduce the backlog in the review of EHCPs. So there are a number of things that are happening. It's not for us to make recommendations on what Worcestershire should be doing. But hopefully that answers the questions that I think I picked up from those two. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask Councillor Wharton, and are you speaking for your group?
Yes, excuse me. Yes, I will be. Yes, I will be. First off, I'd actually like to compliment Councillor Kent. Someone said to me, when you go into politics, you need thick skin, and he certainly just proved that, abdicating any responsibility whatsoever for the previous administration's management of the finances of this council. Just pointing out, this is an audit report on your last year of administration, not on us, not on our first 5 months. And you talk about us continually overspending. Perhaps you never made an adequate budget provision in the first place. Have you ever thought about that? That could be the issue. So, in terms of what I want to say, the Section 151 officer has been telling you all about the precarious financial positions in. I've had to make the point in every single scrutiny, cabinet and council meeting I've attended in 6 months in post, and such has been the delusion and arrogance of the previous administration. All they have offered has been criticism or soundbites in every single one of those meetings. Well, now finally, you're driving the council to the verge of financial bankruptcy. Has been laid bare for all to see by an external auditor, not a political, an external auditor. And if I can just pick out a couple of things out of the report. I won't go over the statutory recommendation again, but the key recommendations: significant weaknesses identified in relation to financial sustainability, financial plan and control. Impact: the council's financial position is not sustainable in the medium term without reliance on EFS. Recommendation: the council needs to work at pace to address its significant budget pressures and reduce reliance on EFS and its very limited reserves, and agree a reserves replenishment plan. Key recommendation 2, significant weaknesses identified in relation to the financial sustainability, savings and transformation. Impact: not identifying and achieving sufficient savings through transformation is not financially sustainable. The council should urgently implement the savings and transformation programme at scale and pace to address the significant budget gap, and it's your budget, remember, and reduce the reliance on EFS. It should ensure savings are sufficient to address the MTFS gaps, that's medium-term financial strategy, put mitigation plans in place in case of slippages, and regularly monitor delivery. That the Conservative Party, a party, when I was growing up, if nothing else, was the byword for financial discipline and economic competence, should bequeath us such a toxic financial mess, should be a source of shame to you all. And it may be the time now to reflect and take a leaf out of the book of your national leader. Put your hands in the air and say, we're sorry, we got it wrong.
Point of order, please, Chair. 19.4, right of reply.
Yes.
19.4 is if you're saying that you've been misstatement, you've been misunderstood or misquoted. So that's what you need to come back on.
Yes, as part of the last administration, I accept that was the point, but the leader in this council also voted for that budget.
Okay, thank you. We're now on to Councillor Birch, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. First of all, I welcome Councillor Sam and Marr to the Chamber. Fingers crossed. She does a wonderful job of representing the residents of Bromsgrove. Just going on to my question is directed towards the Cabinet. So the statutory recommendation as the Chair of Audit, I fully accept. I think Grant Thornton overall do a good job as our auditors of the Council. We get timely audit reports and they attend our meetings regularly. We are lucky to have them, and I understand why we've got this recommendation. But what worries me is the proposed management response. Now, within the statutory recommendation, they actually set out the need to reduce the deficit over time. Now, within the proposed management response, the deficit management plan that we've set out is about cost avoidance. Now, that's not about reducing the deficit. That's simply about avoiding the increase at the same rate. Now, what they're asking us to do is look at ways as to how we're going to go about reducing this. Now, I know that's not going to be easy, and I know there's no quick fixes to that, but what I would expect to see is an effort to try. I don't believe within the proposed management response we've got any sort of confirmation for members on this side of the chamber as to what the Cabinet are going to be doing, what measures we're going to be putting in place that we can scrutinise, that we can look into at Children and Families Overview and Scrutiny, at the Audit and Governance Committee, to look at what plans are being put in place to try and reduce this deficit. Now, the auditors made a good point. Other councils look at building schools so that we can have mainstream SEND provision in place, so that we're not having to bus children hours away. So once again, we are going to come on to that later on a later item agenda about the need for additional provision. We've got things such as home to school transport costs. We've got issues with children waiting for EHCPs before they can get any support. There's need for some creative ideas here, and within this proposed management response, I just struggle to see any sort of acceptance and understanding as to what we're going to be doing as a council and what you are going to be doing as a Cabinet to try and reduce this deficit. It's just not set out.
Thank you. I think it's now for Councillor Wharton to respond to them.
Owen has just jumped and said he'd like to respond to it, so I'm happy for him to do so.
The reason I've jumped in is because you're right, it's not going to be easy, and there are no quick fixes. And I will pick up on your whole point around children and families. The reason for children's services being under such financial pressure is very simple. I'm not going to get into the blame game, but it is down to years of underinvestment by the previous administration that basically decimated our fostering service and the council's capacity to look after the children it cares for. Let's have a look at a few facts. The number of children being looked after in residential homes in 2020 was 87. The last 5 years of the Conservative administration, that went up to 167. The average cost of those placements in that period has gone up to a point where it's now nearly £7,500 per child per week. That's a total cost to this council now for children in residential homes of more than £50 million. That is a key source of financial pressure on this council. On top of that, we've got more than 300 children placed in private or independent fostering agencies because we didn't invest in our own fostering service. So we have had to subcontract the care of increasing numbers of children at increasing cost because of the failures of this administration. In the first half of this year, we actually had more foster carers resign than we were able to recruit. That's the mess. It was only going one way. But I can tell you some really good news today. I'm absolutely delighted that you've raised this. The reason we didn't have enough foster carers is because they were getting far better pay with private foster carers. They hadn't had a pay increase for more than 3 years under the last administration. They were working under a structure and a model in the fostering service that meant they weren't getting the support that they needed. Well, we're going to fix that. As of this week, they're going to get a 7.25% increase in their fostering fee. We've launched an entirely new structure with a dedicated specialist team to support them and give them all the things that they need to stay as foster carers. And we're launching an absolutely innovative new way of marketing to potential foster carers to supercharge recruitment. And in just the last couple of months, we've already added 8% to our numbers of foster carers. That's how you tackle the underlying problems that this council faces. You transform a service properly, not by paying it lip service, not by playing silly political games, but by understanding the source of the problem. So thank you for asking. And actually, I'm really chuffed that we can sit here as a Reform Council and say that's just one example of all the things we're going to do to fix this mess.
Thank you for that contribution. I'm just going to do a slight course correction here. I've been strongly steered by the monitoring officer here to say that this is, it isn't question time, this is a debate. And so please frame what you're going to say as a debate. And the other thing to say is that What we're debating here is about the actual report. It isn't about necessarily all the ins and outs of why we've got to this point. Let's focus in, as Adam Kent has actually admitted earlier on, this is actually a very serious thing, and it's about creating the agreement to actually work on a problem. This isn't necessarily to go through all in fine detail. There's many other opportunities to do that, but this particular agenda item is about the auditor's report and about making and agreeing a plan to make sure that we are reducing our costs. So let's focus in on that. So next speaker is Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Like Councillor Water, I'm slightly bewildered by Councillor Kent's comments. The report is clear in that the previous administration's approach was not sustainable. Reserves are meant to cushion unforeseen shocks, not to mask structural weakness in the budget. Continuing down this path risks undermining our ability to respond to future challenges. The reality is this: the Council's previous administration had not been identifying and delivering savings at the scale required to meet its budgetary demands. We, as the Reform administration, can and will do better. Our plan involves honest budgeting, however difficult those decisions may be, and responsible spending. Our administration is committed to restoring fiscal discipline, improving transparency, and building a performance culture that drives results. We will develop a comprehensive medium-term financial plan, strengthen our reporting mechanisms, and ensuring that every pound delivered spend value for our residents. It means putting people before politics and ideology. And above all, it means treating taxpayers' money with the respect it deserves. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm now going to call Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Chair. Lost my notes. Thank you. 25% was mentioned. It's a shame that it appears that we're looking for headlines again as to working in fact. It's important to acknowledge that the council tax across Worcestershire has been kept artificially low in the past, failing to meet the growing needs of the county. A unified, well-planned approach is now essential to protect the services and restore financial stability across Worcestershire. And why do I stress that point? £87.8 million in lost revenue over the last 10 years. And let's not kid ourselves. If you, the previous administration, had risen tax at the suggested maximum, with you at the helm, this council would not be in a more stable position. You would have built more bridges, more infrastructure that wasn't asked for or needed. You may well be sat there now in opposition thinking, but that wasn't me, that wasn't us. Well, unfortunately for you, those responsible directly are no longer sat here, but you are. You held cabinet positions, you approved gross misappropriation of reserves. You took funding from children's and adult services to protect E&I, our highways. You took from the vulnerable and gave to the majority. Thankfully, the people of Worcestershire have seen through your facade, and we and our colleagues across the other parties see you for what you are. Again, it is a shame that the cabinet member responsible for the recovery of EHCP cases at that time post-COVID is no longer here, but I would like to ask, what specialist knowledge did they utilise to determine why, as a cabinet, you went against officer advice? Year after year, the same sentiment of it can't continue to grow at this rate, it will plateau. For everyone's benefit, since COVID, 300% increase. I will retract the misappropriation statement. You gambled year on year with our money, and you bet time and time again that additional funds would be released from central government. You led us directly to where we find ourselves today.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for retracting that misappropriation.
Thank you. Thank you. I must have missed the apology. That is very, very unfortunate to assert that members of the previous cabinet have acted dishonestly. To govern is to choose, and there are political choices that might be disagreed with, but to suggest that we have acted dishonestly is absolutely scandalous, and there should be a frank and full apology immediately.
Councillor Perks.
I'm simply playing by the same rules that seem to apply for the opposition. No apology was offered to Councillor Stephen.
Let me just come in then. So I guess looking at the Oxford definition of misappropriation, it does refer to embezzlement, which would suggest a criminal act. So in the circumstances, you may want to offer an apology to avoid this escalating in the chamber.
In that case, I do apologise.
Let's draw a line under that and we'll move on. Sorry.
It has to be about the recommendations, not general debate.
I'm just going to remind everybody, this is about the recommendation of this report. This isn't the time and place to go through in massive detail about recrimination. So next speaker, please, is Councillor Hardman.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I wanted to just move us on to the pension fund, because the auditors might know that I am the chair of the pension fund, and I'm delighted that they're all green, basically, in their audit of the pension fund, because, of course, we have £4.2 billion under management currently. I would just flag up to the auditors, I know we've just had the triennial valuation, which must give them some assurance for next year, but I personally have some nervousness over the valuation of private markets. I think that private markets appear to be extremely strongly valued at the moment. And while I'm happy with how the triennial valuation by the actuary has gone ahead, I think looking forward, because of the opaqueness and the illiquidness of them, I think it's an area that I expect you to look at in the future. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Alcott.
Chair, thank you. Councillor, good morning. And Councillor Samamar, welcome. Yeah, I would just like to ask, really, obviously this is going on for quite a long time, this particular item. Has it ever been, and will it be, with the Children and Families Overviews and Scrutiny Panel, the DSG deficit? Thanks.
This isn't a question time, so we're going to move on to the next item.
Chair, if I may, I think it should be then, is my comment. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm sorry, this isn't a question time. So.
Questions can be asked of the Chief Finance Officer and external audit, but it's not general question time of tit for tat in the chamber with the different politicians, if that makes sense.
In answer to your question, Councillor Olcott, as part of the deficit recovery plan and monitoring our DSG deficit in compliance with the external audit report, reports will go through to the Audit and Governance Committee and to the Children's and Families Committee, and regular reports have always gone on DSG for the last 6 years about the severity of it, but obviously we will have to up the scrutiny of this to make sure we can reduce the deficit going forward, because that's what this statutory recommendation is around, about how we can put plans in place to stop the curve going up and to try and mitigate it going down. So that will be going to Children's and Families via the Strategic Director of Children's Services. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarity. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Boatwright-Green.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm responding on behalf of the now enlarged Liberal Democrat group. Welcome, Sam. Firstly, I think I'd get vertigo on that Conservative high horse. I was quite surprised by some of the comments made. These reports have been getting progressively worse in my time as a councillor, but I do recall now Reform councillors supporting these budgets. I've never voted for a budget in this council because they've never balanced. And to be clear, it is the reason why I will never support the election of a Conservative leader to this council. The damage has been done. And it clearly says in this report, the lack of council-initiated action over a number of years has compounded the national pressures and resulted in spending within one of the council's fundamental areas of statutory responsibility being out of control. The auditors compared Worcestershire to similar rural areas and said that the county is an outlier for having such a large deficit. So, as an outlier, what have we been doing differently that has caused this outlier position? How much of this has been caused by the national issues caused by the previous Conservative government, and how much has been caused by the previous Conservative administration of this council? This council has shown no forward planning, and it is getting worse. To reduce the dedicated schools grant deficit, you need to invest in our school system. You need to spend money now to stop busing and taxiing young people around the county and beyond. You need to build more school places so we don't have to spend money on private institutions. You need to create placements for local children, otherwise you will continue to pay a premium. And this is why I've routinely asked you about your invest to save strategy. This is what we have got to do, otherwise chaos will reign. But this doesn't suit the narrative, does it? So at the moment we're saying no schools, more money on buses and taxis and young people being moved around like some sort of weird pawns on a chessboard. And this is the fundamental problem we have here. When councillors highlight this, we are accused of playing politics. I have raised this at numerous scrutiny meetings, and it's very simple. If we spend money on busing children around, we are not spending that money on building the placements. So we are actually causing this problem. We actually have to fix it. So I will say now, and very clearly, you will not see me supporting any changes if we don't actually start building the places we needed. That means building schools. It's as simple as that.
Thank you. I'm going to repeat what I said before, and obviously as a political group leader, I accept that there will be some points that you would like to raise in a general political sense. But we have I think it's something like about 25 people who wish to speak on this item. If everybody repeats these same points again and again, it will not advance us very far forward, because what we're actually talking about is approval of a report about making a plan to get ourselves into financial stability in the future. I'm accepting one or two people to do this, and particularly the group leaders to do this, so thank you for doing the contribution. But please, the following speakers, please make your points about the report and about the recommendation on the report, please, of which we will be here all day. So I'm now going to call on Councillor Sam Almar.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to thank every single member and officer who made me welcome this morning. So I really appreciate it. My comment is on page 40 of the report. Thank you to the auditors for the report. It says that it was a level 3 grading reporting widespread, talking of Ofsted here and the SEN provision, systematic failings in the SEN service. So one issue of concern for me, given I actually submitted freedom of information request a couple of years ago to see how much money we're spending on lawsuits, this concern here needs to be tied in with the financial implications of parents suing the council. And that is probably an area, if we can fix this, this is an area of cost cutting where we don't actually have to fight lawsuits. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Would officers like to respond on to that? No. Nope. Okay. Moving on then to Councillor James.
Thank you, Chair. A really simple one, actually, is to the officers. I'm really concerned that we have a chief finance officer who has overseen this with all political administration. But actually, what are you doing, Phil, to ring-fence? Because it seems like we've reached a breaking point, which I think we can all acknowledge we're probably at a really tough point at the moment. But as the statutory officer responsible for finance, how have we got to this point? Because it's not all political decisions. You are the voice of reason in terms of advising the politicians. And I will say as well to the auditors, you said this is happening in other authorities. What are we doing to hold this government to account? It is their money that is putting us primarily in this situation. I hear the Labour group behind me clapping and applauding, implying that the government are doing a good job. They're not. You've acknowledged that. So what are auditors doing in the round to hold that government to account?
Okay, thank you for your question. As I've said previously, the Dedicated Schools Grant is a grant funded by central government. The SEND system is completely broken in terms of financial sustainability, and obviously there's a statutory override that's been extended, so there's a statutory override to keep it off our balance sheet to avoid a Section 114 notice, because obviously if it was on our balance, basically we'd be insolvent. This is up and down the country. This is a national issue for government to solve. It's not, I cannot solve this alone for myself, hence why there is a statutory. From a Society of County Treasurers view, I am lobbying very hard with colleagues around this up and down the country, so other councils are in a similar position with similar size of deficits. The statutory recommendation today is because of the pace of change from our deficit from last year to this year, so going from 44.3 million to 98 million and rising, but that white paper from the government has to solve some of the problems. We cannot do it in this room alone, and it's no one committee, and it's just trying to work that forward. So we're lobbying as really hard as we can, but that is why there's a statutory override in place. Otherwise, you'd have over 100 councils having Section 114 notices straight away, and I don't think the government want that. So that's got to be a national issue.
Thank you. Chair, if I could just reply to the question directed at the auditors, is that okay? Thank you, Chair. So I think you asked us why, or should we be holding the government to account? I think we've got clearly defined responsibilities under the Local Audit Act, and that's not one of them. What we do is we, as I've already mentioned, we share with the Secretary of State any use of auditor powers. We have regular dialogue through various channels with MHCLG, through the civil servants part of MHCLG, where we can discuss and raise thematic issues that relate to the sector. We more generally produce occasional national reports drawn from our value for money work, and in the one that came out a year or so ago on preventing, we called it preventing failure in local government, there were some suggestions for national government within that report. But we're not in a position to make recommendations to government. That's the National Audit Office's role, or lobby, or such like, or hold government to account.
Thank you. The next contribution is from Councillor Bennett, but before you speak, I'm just going to ask you a quick question. As the Deputy Chair of the Council, you have a role which is meant to be impartial. So if this question is about the report in a technical matter, that's fine. If it's a political point, then I'm going to remind you that that's not your role in this particular meeting.
Well, that's telling me. Right. First of all, though, it isn't. I just wanted to support the idea of everybody getting together on this, because this is something that is happening on a national basis. 3/4 of councils are facing this particular issue. And I just wanted to support whoever the idea was, that everybody should get together, because, frankly, people, the public, need us to get together and sort this out. And yes, there have been mistakes made in the past, but let's move forward.
That's great. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. Councillor Bastow.
Cheers. It was mentioned that there's the increase in deficit as a national issue, but some councils have managed to overturn it. What I would like to see is that we contact those councils and see what they've done in order to turn it around.
Thank you. Councillor Cross.
Thank you, Chair. I note the challenges and improvement recommendations made by our external auditors in their commentary on governance arrangements, section 207 on page 30 of our agenda pack. Will our Chief Financial Officer support calls for the establishment of a cross-party working group on this really important topic? I'm wary of leaving this just to scrutiny due to the noted issues and the evident lack of commitment by certain groups to this council's scrutiny process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cross. Unfortunately, that is not a question you can put to officers. It's a political leadership question. So when they do the summing up, maybe they will respond to that.
So may I redirect that to Councillor Wharton, please? Thank you.
Yeah, but not now. When you sum up, you can get a chance to rebut anything you like. Okay. So next one is Councillor Fordington.
Good morning, all. I'm just looking at the Ofsted report, which was saying that it's level 3. Anyway, improvements. I think what we need to do is look at Every Child Matters Act. So I feel, coming from an educational background, I feel that we haven't looked at that properly. Every child matters, as we clearly know. So what we need to do is look at the fundamental areas to improve this. Every Child Matters Act states, be healthy, be safe, enjoy and achieve. And of course, it's the positive outcomes. And that's what we need to achieve. So are we doing this together? Because this is what I'm proposing. And the thing is, if we cannot do this, we're not putting our children first. Busing them from A to B and having these large sort of areas of cover, it's not going to be the right direction. I heard earlier on within one of the other areas that the mental health of children, are we actually addressing this? Because really and truly, we need to make the changes ourselves right now and right here. Thank you.
Councillor Josh Robinson.
Thank you, Chair, and taking advice for you, I'll be really short. Just what a sorry state of affairs this gives of the previous administration. I would like to also look at what other people have said of what we can do now in the future, working together to try and find solutions to this. But Councillor Dan Boatwright Green spoiled my thunder and said everything I wanted to say, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hart.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Chairman. I'm going to do my very best to speak to the auditor's recommendation and the paper, but I wanted to just contextualise, because much has been made from various members of the opposition and indeed the administration on the legacy and the position of the previous administration. I think it's worth reminding this Chamber and members of the public this previous administration ran Worcestershire very soundly for not 4 years but 20 years under sound and stable leadership, because of course to govern is to choose, and of course a comment was made about social care and how we underfunded children's social care. In 2016, Ofsted said that children's services were inadequate and failing. The previous Conservative administration poured millions and millions and millions of pounds into taxpayers' money in order to bring children's services to good in this county in 2023 and a further good by Ofsted in 2025. And as a result of the decision of getting good in 2023, we disbanded the independent trust, Worcestershire Children's First, to save this council and taxpayers' money. And it's interesting from an administration who said that they're low tax and they would reduce tax and they would reduce the burden locally and nationally, are now criticising the previous administration for keeping council tax increases to the minimum, because for the last 20 years I've been on this council and spoken to residents, they never want to see high council tax. They expect the administration of the day to make the choices to balance the books.
Thank you. Councillor May.
Thank you very much indeed, and good morning, Council, and congratulations to Councillor Marr on her election. I think the starting point is, it's just been alluded by my councillor to my left-hand side here, Councillor Hart. In 2017, when I got elected to this council, the children's services were in horrendous position, and we did our utmost to rebuild and to land in 2023 with a good outcome. But we've got real constraints and challenges within the system, and I acknowledge the Section 24, and it saddens me, because I think we are being placed in an intolerable position by subsequent governments, if I'm really honest, in terms of funding. It's not just this government, it was the one before. The dedicated school grant and the level of it is a requirement. But I note with very much interest your comment about the level of state provision. Early help care plans, I believe in Worcestershire, are diagnosed at a much earlier stage than they are in other parts of the country. The question I would ask for is some data analysis where we sit in terms of the early help care plan diagnosis. We have many parents that pay for private diagnosis, and as soon as they do, they enter our system, so the demand increases. But I really am interested in your level of state provision. Because quite honestly, from an educational perspective in Worcestershire, we generally educate our children really well. And it's important that we educate our children with early help care plans too. But if there isn't the capacity within the system, how as auditors would you suggest we address this, please? Thank you.
Through you, Chair. I think noted on the point of analysis, obviously I think that's as much management, but it's something that Grant Thornton can look into as well for next year's audit. I think in terms of state provision, That could both be within mainstream provision, but it could also be within special school provision. And I think it was the latter that is the thematic that I'm seeing more recently in other audit clients. So it's a special schools state provision rather than the more expensive independent provision. So that was the theme that I was mentioning earlier on. But as already mentioned a couple of times, we can comment on what we may see elsewhere, but it is not for us to comment on sort of operational or policy decisions of an individual audited body.
May I come back, Chairman? I would really welcome that data analysis, please, because I think that's the real picture, the eloquent picture that we can then go out and would form the narrative about where we're going in terms of early help care plans. Because at the moment, to build a school, a senior secondary school, is £63 million. I haven't got the figures to hand to tell you how much a special educational needs school would be, but I would say it would be, as an estimate, around 50 to 70 million with the adaptations. We aspire, at whatever part of the political spectrum you sit in this room, we all aspire for the best for our individuals and young people. And the problem is, if the constraints are there from day one, and as I say, we've been on a journey, we need some help and some guidance as how we achieve the goals which are the best outcomes for our young people. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to call on Councillor Upton.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. Someone who's sitting on the Ordinance and Governance Committee, going forward, it's going to be interesting, and I'm looking forward to scrutinising this external report, and hopefully we can be positive and show improvements all the way through. I would just like to say that it seems in the past past administration that although this was stated in previous external audits, that the concern was that on the Audit and Governance Committee, few people were even turning up to attend these meetings. So in July 24, only 3 members in attendance. In March 25, only 4 members in attendance. Under the previous administration, they really, in my opinion, couldn't be bothered to turn up and scrutinise the problems that were staring them in the face, shown by the auditors. They really didn't care. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Price.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning, Council, and congratulations on our new Councillor, Sam Amar. Chair, as a member of the Audit and Governance Committee, I'd like to place on the record my thanks to the auditors for a clear, thorough and objective report. The audit gives all members valuable insight into the Council's financial position and governance arrangements. It provides assurances where things are sound and highlights where continued attention is needed, which is exactly what good audit practice should do. From my position on the committee, I've seen firsthand the professionalism and openness that define the relationship between our finance officers and the external auditors. Both the Section 151 officer and the audit team have approached this process with diligence, transparency and integrity, ensuring that members and residents can have the confidence in the findings before us. Chair, through you, may I ask the auditors what key lessons or good practices they would encourage all councillors to focus on in the year ahead to strengthen our collective understanding of governance and ensure we continue to uphold the highest standards of accountability across this council. That perspective would help every member, regardless of role, portfolio, to better understand how their decisions contribute to strong financial management and public confidence. It is also important to recognise the value of audit in maintaining public trust, not just as a technical exercise, but as the cornerstone of good governance. The clarity and evidence set out here help ensure that we, as elected members, are making decisions based on sound information and strong financial oversight. Chair, I also welcome this report and the assurance it provides. I want to thank the auditors and our finance team for their continued commitment to the highest standards of accountability and transparency. And as a member of the Audit and Governance Committee, I fully support this report and the findings within it.
Thank you. I think there was a question.
There was, through you, Chair. And if I can just, and thank you for some of those positive comments. And if I can sort of use that opportunity to put on record that we were you know, we had full cooperation from the council, from finance, from others. We met a number of key stakeholders, some in the room. And so thank you for those who have contributed and made the audit process for Value for Money this year as straightforward as it could be. So thank you. In terms of the specific question, which I think, what should we focus on in governance terms? I think for those of you that didn't attend, and I understand it was recorded, we developed some content for quite a long workshop that Pete and I delivered back in, I think it was September, on good governance. And that covers, at a high level, quite a lot of areas, and all important areas. So I think, at the very least, it would be, if you didn't attend, or you haven't currently had an opportunity to watch the recording, then I'd recommend that councillors that haven't do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Now that is the end of the debate on this. We're now going to move to the summing up by Councillor Rob Wharton. Got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Very, very quickly, in response to Councillor Cross and Councillor Boatwright Green, there is an all-member seminar planned for 9th of December where we're going to be discussing budget positions, budget proposals. So I would really be pleased to welcome all members, because it's going to be a tough budget. I'm sure you're all aware of that. So summing up, you've heard from the external auditor, and I would say to the whole chamber here, not just to the previous administration, to those who have publicly denounced this administration for plotting savage budget cuts and double-figure council tax rises, and who have criticised and lambasted us for cutting the capital programme, or tried to guilt-shame us over not caring about our kids' education, then failure to recognise the financial position we are in, and more importantly, to act accordingly, means you are all equally culpable. This administration recognises and accepts all the findings of this report, and will continue to work at pace to start implementing the recovery plans as recommended.
Thank you. Right, so we're now going to move to the vote on that, and remind people this is a vote about making a plan. It isn't about the actual, what we've been discussing about many of the items about the actual cuts. So with your yellow cards, can I please see all those in favour? I think we'll call that unanimous. Okay, thank you very much. We're now going to move on to agenda item 6. It is 11:30. We will do this item and then we will have a break. So just in case you want to time your affairs. Item 6. So I'd like to welcome Police and Crime Commissioner John Campion, and also Richard Cooper, the Chief Constable.
I'll be back.
So John Campion will give us a short presentation on the priorities and local policing plans, and then there will be an opportunity to ask questions through me as the chair, and we will have 30 minutes for questions. So over to you, John, if you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to hear briefly from the Chief Constable, myself, and then, as you say, move to questions. So over to the Chief.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation to speak to you this morning. Just by way of very brief introduction, my name is Richard Cooper. I'm the Chief Constable of West Mercia Police, covering Worcestershire, Herefordshire and Shropshire. I've been in post since March this year, albeit I took up post on a temporary basis last September. Arriving in West Mercia in 2022, I've recently celebrated 27 years in policing, and in that time, policing has changed from a regulation of the public space. During my early years of service, spent more time policing the private space and latterly policing the online space, and none of the previous areas we've been responsible for have diminished. So policing has become more challenging. That is the experience in Worcestershire and elsewhere. It's also become more complex, with every investigation generally involving thousands of pages of digital material. As any risk-critical business, it's also become more laborious in terms of bureaucracy, management and accountability. And the breadth of our mission has changed considerably in the space of that 27 years as well, incorporating mental health, management of sex offenders, cybercrime, complex fraud, and many other things. All that said, the very essence of policing has remained remarkably consistent over 27 years. That is for us to police this place that we are responsible for, to actively police Worcestershire. and to tackle crime, antisocial behaviour and harm on the roads. And that is what I want from West Mercia Police. And to focus most on those things that only the police can do. We are granted a monopoly largely on coercive powers, and I expect us to use them in a very intelligent and targeted way to intervene to prevent the escalation of crime, antisocial behaviour and harm on the roads, by intervening in places and with people, either victims or offenders, to try and mitigate that harm becoming worse. I expect us to investigate crime and bring offenders to justice because that is something that only we can do. So the police being disinterested in crime is not something that I have any time for in West Mercia. To do that, we need outstanding people who are incredibly skilled at any number of things to do a very difficult job, and I wholeheartedly believe we do have that outstanding group of people in West Mercia and in Worcestershire. We need to treat victims and offenders alike with a degree of professionalism and compassion, and that takes its toll on our workforce. So, just by very brief way of summary of what I see as most important, I want us to do the things that only we can do. That will mean us not involving ourselves as much in some other matters, but that is, I think, the overarching expectation of the public that you represent is that we are overwhelmingly concerned with crime, the prevention of crime and the detection of crime, with dealing with antisocial behaviour and with dealing with harm on the roads. That will be our core focus, and I will aim to ensure that we deliver those things to the very highest of standards. I'm happy to take any questions on specific matters, but I'll hand over to the Commissioner for his introduction.
Thank you, Chief. So I was elected as a Worcestershire County Councillor in 2005, and much has changed in those 20 years, but what hasn't changed, I think, is public's expectation that their public services work together. Now, as we're about to move to questions, I'm sure the instinct of some elected members will be about a particular incident in their ward or in a certain community, which is fine, and we can deal with those. But I'm also interested in how we collaborate. As a Worcestershire-based organisation, our headquarters is in Hindlip. We are in your community. We spend a significant amount of public money delivering the services we deliver. But how much do we join up with Worcestershire County Council? How much are our safeguarding and vulnerability plans aligned? I've initially engaged with the leader and cabinet member of responsibility about potentially aligning our Safer Roads strategy, but there is so much more that we should be doing as public sector partners. I listened with interest to the audit discussion, but for me, the financial challenges are everywhere and they are in policing, and the public expect us as leaders to deal with it. But they also expect us to maximise the resources we have. And I would suggest how we ever closely collaborate and align our priorities and activity. Where appropriate, I would suggest that will assist in ensuring that we have enough resources to do the things that we need. But with that, Chairman, happily we move to questions and go wherever Council would wish us to go.
Yeah, a flurry of hands going up. So I've got a list already, but I'm going to hand this over to... so the first one I've got is Councillor Hardman.
Thank you very much, and welcome back, John. Just very quickly, you've recently merged the Evesham and Pershore rural divisions. Could you please review the resources that this merger has at its disposal? Because while PC Amy Prentice and I would give her, due credit, does a fantastic job with with most of the residents, it is an enormous rural area. And there is a perception, certainly in my division, that the policing as a result of this merger seems to be thinner, particularly in view of an issue that I've raised with you before in between Breedon and Eckington.
Sorry, Chairman, I didn't know if you were grouping or not.
No, we're going to do one at a time. It's going to get too confusing otherwise. So
So very briefly, I support the Chief Constable in ensuring there are more resources in those frontline teams, and there is a programme in the coming months to put more police officers and PCSOs in those frontline teams. You'll have to forgive, I don't know whether or not your particular team is on that list, but we can let you know outside. I'm really proud of the rebalancing of resources as they're growing to ensure more of them are based in our rural community, and I expect the uptick in visibility being recognised by the community and crime continuing to fall as a result.
Next question then is from Councillor Josh Robinson. I'm just going to say also that we have probably 25-ish people who want to ask a question. We have allotted 30 minutes to this. We're going to do our best here. We may extend by 5 or 10 minutes, but I'm just going to catch people's expectations. We may not get to everybody. So over to you, Josh.
Thank you, and thank you for coming today. And I really echo the words that we should be working together to try and get the best outcomes for people. And I'm really grateful for you being here, so I'd really welcome you coming to Bromsgrove District Council as well to do something similar. As a former retail worker, something I've mentioned previously in these conversations, the concern of shoplifting continues to rise across the country, including what it feels like in Bromsgrove. I've previously been assured that there's work to be done and there's no lower limit to what shoplifting is done, but I go to my local shop and I see shoplifting happen, and it seems to be that it feels de facto decriminalised. I hope it isn't, and I would want to know what you're going to do to ensure that shoplifting is a priority in Bromsgrove. Thank you.
Over to you.
Thank you. I'd revert back to my comments regarding those things that only the police can do. No one else is going to do anything regarding shoplifting other than the police. It's the very basic expectation of a police force that when someone commits a clear criminal offence against someone who is simply undertaking a lawful business activity, that the police respond and investigate. There is no threshold under which a shoplifting won't be investigated. We've invested in town centre teams over the last 12 months or so across the force area. Those are being expanded this year. We are one of the few forces who have seen a decrease in shoplifting whilst an increase in solving shoplifting. And I don't attribute that to a lack of reporting, because we have put town centre teams in to encourage extra reporting. So there will be occasions when our investigative service is not as good as I would wish it to be. But in terms of shoplifting being ignored, it is a first step in an effective police force that when someone commits a theft, that there is an investigation that follows. And so you have my assurance that it is not being deprioritised.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
Thank you, and good morning, Council. And firstly, just may I say congratulations to Councillor Amar, who's now representing the neighbouring seat to me, so I'm looking forward to working with you in this chamber. Thank you very much to the Police and Crime Commissioner and Chief Constable for attending today. Shortly after taking on the role of County Councillor, I wrote to yourself as Police and Crime Commissioner and the Cabinet Member for Highways regarding some rural roads in my Bromsgrove East Division, which are quite narrow and dangerous, and there's a lot of cars travelling quite fast down them, and residents are quite concerned about it. The Cabinet Member has committed to meet with me and the parishioners to discuss this issue. I would just like to extend that invitation to yourself as Police and Crime Commissioner, and if that is something you are acceptable for attending, I'm happy to send over the details in due course. Thank you.
Thank you. Happily take part. I've got track record in liking to be able to go and see the problem and seeing what we can do about it and understand how we deliver those quick wins when they're able.
Thank you. Now got Councillor Paul Bennett.
Hello. I'd just like to point out a couple of things. First of all, the 101 service, having people answering the phone straight away, but then having to wait forever to get through to the control room when you're trying to provide intelligence for operational reasons can be a bit of a problem. Can that be looked at? And perhaps more importantly, there have been a number of crashes recently in the areas where I travel through, and the debris, even though the vehicles have been removed, the debris and the damage to those areas has not been made good again afterwards. I think there does need to be a new policy on that. Could you have a look at that as well? I will provide evidence if necessary. I've taken photographs.
So in relation to public contact, as quite rightly you would expect, we have prioritised the emergency element of police contact, and I am reassured that we are now in a stable position, largely meeting that national target pretty consistently of answering 999 calls within 10 seconds. Non-emergency hasn't had a priority as a result, as we have in wanting to ensure that we are there in an emergency. We, of course, are also seeking now to bring that up to a more acceptable standard, and indeed the last month we have seen the best performance that we've had for over 12 months. But it isn't job done. We know that we are getting significantly more demand in the non-emergency space than we have the capacity to deal with. So yes, it is a priority. Yes, it does require money. Yes, it does require some demand failure management that we also have, that the Chief alluded to earlier. In relation to the roads, absolutely, I think you draw particularly the emphasis around why a joined-up road safety strategy in Worcestershire, I think, is appropriate and worthy of our strategic time. Whilst I don't expect the police service necessarily to be clearing up the debris afterwards, the system to which the police are part of, I absolutely recognise that leaving the road in a safe state afterwards is a priority. I've been really impressed by that willingness to want to align our priorities here, and I'm pretty hopeful that we can turn it into something meaningful, which is for the benefit of the county's residents.
Thank you. Councillor Amos.
Thank you, Chair. I did have a question on shoplifting, but that's been asked and answered, so I'll forget that one. The other one I've got, Chair, is in the last 18 months, I've taken up 3 police issues at the request of my constituents. The outcomes were either a refusal to do anything or to get definitive answers. I did notice a common theme of these complaints was the ethnicity of the perpetrators. So will the police please assure me there is no two-tier policing going on?
I apologise if the answers haven't been entirely clear. I'm happy to look into those myself if you'd like to share details with me. I could not be more clear in affirming that our role is to uphold the law without fear or favour. There is no two-tier policing in Worcestershire.
Thank you. Councillor Bastow.
Thank you for the work that you do. We have in Evesham what's known as Barclay's Boozer, or the bench dwellers, where people sit around on the high street, drink and score drugs and take drugs and do fight. They generally cause a nuisance to the residents. Bar the drugs and the fighting, they aren't actually committing a crime, but it's intimidating and it is very antisocial behaviour. What's the strategy for stopping this happening?
So I have spent a significant amount of time with the frontline policing teams in Evesham over the years, and including recently, and I know the location that you refer. And it is a very interesting balance between somebody going about their lawful business to exist and occupy a space through to their behaviour impinging on others and indeed the breaking of our laws. Part of my approach has been to ensure that we have ever greater resources based in our communities, seeing what our citizens see and intervening where appropriate. I know in Evesham, because I've spent some time with them, there is a town centre team, and part of that is understanding what is driving some of the issues that is leading to the behaviour that you're referring to. And that's where my comments at the beginning of my introduction come from. Those individuals that might be causing that concern are likely to be engaged in other services or those in their immediate family, and how we as a society problem solve the issue rather than just deal with the outcome of it, I think is a far more human-based and indeed Worcestershire-based approach to it, because there will often be vulnerability all the way through to potential addiction or other issues to which society, it's in their interest to intervene in. What I also expect is partnership working. Part of my drive as Commissioner is to ensure that those people in that community and the people that represent them have got skin in the game in solving the problem as well. So how those relationships work with the Town Council, with the District Council, with the County Council in this case, as well as health, fire and other partners. And I would suggest one of the things in Worcestershire we can do better as the financial challenges continue to affect us is how we maximise that partnership effect.
Thank you. Councillor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Campion, as you may recall, I wrote to you in September about the so-called asylum seekers being exploited by disreputable employers to work without paying income tax or NI, and perhaps preventing UK citizens from filling roles, whilst the so-called asylum seekers are, in theory, not eligible to take paid employment. I referenced the government's position on clamping down on employers who hire individuals without the legal right to work in the UK, and on breaches of employment law by sponsors, where the government position was for an increased focus on enforcement, including workplace raids and arrests for illegal working offences. The government approach being to reflect a determination, apparently, to reduce net migration and ensure a controlled and fair immigration system, while also protecting the rights of workers in the UK. I asked you how this was being enacted in Evesham. For example, would officers attending retail premises to conduct illegal tobacco and vape searches in tandem with trading standards also conduct employee eligibility checks? In your response in October, you said that West Mercia Police is taking this issue seriously and is working alongside Trading Standards, Home Office Immigration and HMRC to identify and deal with those working illegally in the black market economy. You advised me that in March 25, West Mercia Police participated in an operation to combat criminal gangs that use barbershops as fronts for fraud and money laundering and the sale of illicit goods. And although not explicitly describing activity in Evesham as I'd requested, I was pleased to learn of the successful outcomes of those operations. You did suggest that you did advise me that a similar operation was to be conducted again during October. So my question is, are you able to please provide an update on the outcomes of the October operation and when you publicise these so that the public are reassured by knowing that this important police work is in focus? Thank you.
So grateful for the question, and very pleased to be able to tell you, yes, it has happened. Indeed, yes, the force have publicised it, because I'm very keen that Mechanise is the name of the police operation, gets into the public conscious so they know what the police are doing. I would encourage all members to not only look at, obviously, the police local social media, but there's something called Neighbourhood Matters that you can register and sign up for. If you put into your search engine Neighbourhood Matters, you not only can put your postcode in and get your local police officers' names, photographs, email address and work mobile telephone number, you can also sign up to the newsletter that gives you information about the stuff that's happening in your community. And I know that all the mechanised stuff went out on there, but I'll happily ensure via your clerk that we send you some of that further information. I think the mission of policing is difficult. There's always far more crime than will ever be detected in totality, but where particularly cross multi-agency work like this happen, it's right that it is publicised, and I'm very pleased it has been in this case.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Council. And thank you for the Crown Commissioner and Chief Constable for turning up and answering questions today. In the Wyre Forest District, we have been plagued by persons dressed in all black, wearing balaclavas, riding around on electric scooters, causing antisocial behaviour and intimidating lone walkers, to the point that there have been a couple of incidents where women have knocked on strangers' doors to get away from them. It seems they are using the canal network to get about and to get away from police, and they are travelling up to both Warvley and Cuckley from Kidderminster via the canals to cause trouble in these more rural areas that sit in my division. At town and parish council meetings, all I am hearing from the local policing teams is that they are aware of the difficult problem, but they do not have the resources or they are unable to chase these persons, and once they leave the road network there is nothing they can do, that the community should just keep reporting these incidents. Are there any plans to increase patrols or targeted operations in Wyre Forest to tackle this specific issue or to engage with the local neighbourhood teams? And what steps are being taken by West Mercia Police to identify, stop and prosecute individuals riding e-scooters in an intimidating or antisocial manner, especially when they are masked? Thank you.
Thank you. It is an issue that I'm aware of. It's an issue that is not unique to Wyre Forest or indeed West Mercia. The officers are correct in that there's some challenge in terms of us being everywhere at all times and then intervening with often children riding these bikes. That's not to say that there isn't something that we can do. We clearly can. Reporting is really important. There's a plan in place involving the use of drones, the use of intelligence to understand who these children are, and again focusing on that thing that the police can do. I appreciate that it can be intimidating to see these people dressed in a way that perhaps is indicative of them being involved in antisocial behaviour. We need to focus on the offences, which are typically the use of a vehicle which is not insured for that use unless it's part of a particular scheme, to catch that person in possession of it and to develop the intelligence and then the skills using drones, using our operational policing teams, using our roads policing teams to catch people whilst they are doing it. I appreciate that for members of the community seeing this, perhaps on a frequent basis, that it can be frustrating, but that is not to say that we aren't taking action, and there is a plan specifically in Wyre Forest to try and address that issue.
Thank you. Councillor Udall.
Thank you, Chair. A very brief question. Recent studies have shown violence and often sexualised verbal abuse against women and girls is on the increase, with a recent study in Worcester showing 60% of women out running have been victims of abuse or physical abuse or verbal abuse. This is being tackled in other areas of the country, particularly Surrey and South Yorkshire, with undercover women police officers out running, with patrol cars following them. Is this something which can be used in Worcestershire to tackle this kind of abuse, which unfortunately is becoming very common for those people out running and exercising?
We and the Commissioner, through the Police and Crime Plan, have prioritised the safety of women and girls and the prevention and detection of offences of violence against women and girls. There's a variety of tactics that we employ, including plainclothes officers in the nighttime economy, which perhaps is a more focused point of danger for women and girls, and elsewhere in West Mercia, in Herefordshire recently, but it's not something that we can't roll out in Worcestershire. You may have seen the provision of alarms specifically for women and girls out running. In relation to the deployment of undercover officers, if you like, coming back to my point around targeted and intelligent activity, if there is a location or a threat that is precise enough for us to think that is going to yield benefit, then yes, that is something that we can do.
Thank you. Councillor McSweeney.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to thank the Police Service and the Commissioner for the OpSnap system, which I, as a cyclist, I have frequent need to use. I mean, in fact, on a recent meeting in this chamber on my journey back to Malvern, I reported an incident which let me quote directly from the email I've got back from that. After reviewing all footage, a decision has been made to take action against the offending vehicle. Depending on the severity of the offence and the evidence submitted, the likely outcome will be an advice letter, a driver improvement course or prosecution. Now, it's very good to get that level of feedback, but I would argue there's a big difference between an advice letter and the other courses of action in terms of affecting driver behaviour, and I was going to ask whether it's possible to get a slightly more in-depth level of feedback on OpSnap so that we know whether our reporting is actually making a real difference to the safety of the roads. Thank you.
So I'm very proud that in West Mercia we've kind of been an early focus on OpSnap, and for those that don't know, it's the ability for citizens to submit their digital footage via dash cam or head cam, or if you're a horse rider, whatever a horse rider would wear, and it is reviewed by a police officer and deemed to be, you know, all the courses that you've just alluded to. And so in West Mercia, the system works really well in terms of we've got a really decent number of submissions from across the force area, and I think quite a good rate between those different outcomes that alluded to. What we don't do is necessarily publish and take the credit for the action that that is taken, and indeed feeding back to the wider public. Others have made perhaps more progress, and West Midlands Police being one of them, where they have corralled the outcomes in a more consumable format, to which we are actively looking at, and how I support West Mercia Police in doing that. What I am reassured about, the actual policing bit is done at a decent level. We are not doing the commsing bit afterwards that also will help us go, I think, from in the good to great space. But it is on the radar, and my grateful thanks to all those that continue to make the active submissions that they are making.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you very much, Chair, and welcome, John. It's good to see you again, and good to welcome the Chief Constable. I've got quite a few questions regarding cross-border crime, and I know you've been in Withall recently, and I appreciate that, and you can understand the scenario with crime coming from Birmingham. But I've just received a hugely concerning email this morning, and you know we were great advocates for Get Safe, and I put a motion in terms of the protection of children and the issues with county lines. And I've received an email from our own transport team this morning that says that they've come up with a new safe route for children from Walker's Heath to walk to Woodrush through the Druids Heath estate, which you'll probably know comes under West Midlands Police. Now, the route, which is deemed safe by our transport people, will take them 1 hour and 2 minutes through the winter, running through an estate that has been deemed to be totally unsafe for pedestrian access by the people that live there. And I would draw your attention to some of the comments from the regeneration programme that's going on in Birmingham. Young people do not feel safe walking across the estate with fears of knife crime, poorly lit walkways, underpasses and alleyways. West Midlands Police have acknowledged youth violence and antisocial behaviour around Druids Heath, with additional ongoing patrols due to concerns for young people travelling between schools and estates. Ofsted have stated that pupils in estates like Druids Heath face unsafe walking conditions, fear of crime and no direct public transport to schools. So these children did have public transport to schools. It's out for consultation now, and I doubt whether the Cabinet member has seen this report yet, so I'm not having a pop in any way, shape or form like that. But do you get consulted on when our transport people say that a route is safe? Are you consulted to determine that? And in a situation like this, where it involves walking through Birmingham, what do we do to make sure that this decision is not put in place?
So you would accept I don't get consulted, so and I don't think we know if the police get consulted, but we can come back to you. I'm very proud in Worcestershire we are a low crime area. Not West Midlands cannot claim the same thing. They have different challenges to us, but in relation to your specific question about whether or not the police are consulted, we will find out and come back to you directly.
Thank you. Councillor May.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Chief Constable, and thank you for your attendance this morning. And also thank you for all you do for the population of Worcestershire. I'd like to just ask you a question, please, about cross-boundary crime. My colleague's just spoken about it, but I'd like a more in-depth response, please. Cross-boundary crime has a major impact on the lives of people, particularly in the north of the county, coming across, stealing cars, etc. And I've had several residents contact me and say, I've had not one, I've had 2 cars go. What actions are being taken, and how are you working in partnership with West Midlands Police to address this most terrible issue, please? Thank you.
Thank you. You're right, cross-border crime has a very significant impact. It probably has more impact on the people of North Worcestershire than anywhere else in the force. So we have a weekly intelligence sharing meeting with our colleagues in West Midlands. There is a effort being made through the regional and organised crime unit specifically to tackle this type of crime, primarily focused on serious acquisitive crime, so either the theft of vehicles or the burglary of houses to steal the keys and then take vehicles. Specifically in North Worcestershire, there has been a reduction of 9% up to the end of September in vehicle crime this year, but North Worcestershire has suffered more of this type of crime than other areas, primarily due to its proximity to Birmingham, but specifically, we have had a number of successes identifying chop shops, so going upstream to identify where these vehicles are going. We respond very rapidly with a 24/7 intelligence capability to try and identify through AMPR where these vehicles are going and which vehicles might be in convoy with them. And then through a regional collaboration, we share intelligence on a weekly basis around what opportunities exist, and it is a priority also for the regional organised crime unit. So it's not a perfect response, but I would wish to assure you and other members that this is a very significant issue that's getting very significant attention.
Would you indulge me, Chairman, with just a quick supplementary, please? I'll be very quick.
Really sorry, but we're running out of time. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Really sorry. Councillor McVeigh.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Council. Congratulations and welcome to Councillor Amar on your recent victory. Good morning, Police and Crime Commissioner. I can just see you there. And Chief Constable. Building on what Councillor Udall asked, please can you update us as to the actions you and your officers are taking to protect survivors of domestic violence, particularly since revelations emerged that West Mercia Police have been failing them by not responding to emails sent to an account specifically set up to support them. Have you fixed that issue and contacted those retrospectively who should have been contacted initially? As already mentioned, this is against a concerning national picture of an increase in the number of violent crimes against women and girls, and that's just those that are reported to us and that we know of, so I think you can see the problem there. Just quickly as well, how much funding are you currently allocating to specialist organisations in Worcestershire, such as West Mercia Rape and Sexual Abuse Support Centre, and is there a commitment to continue this financial support? Thank you.
So just picking up the last part of the question before the Chief responds to the first part. So I'm very proud here in Worcestershire. We have trailblazed around not only funding traditional support for ISVAs and IDVA, but also wading into the perpetrator space. So in Worcestershire, we were a trailblazer to deliver DRIVE, which is a high-risk domestic abuse perpetrator programme. And I think following the leadership from this council in partnership with myself, we now have in every part of West Mercia multi-risk domestic abuse perpetrator programmes, in addition to the existing support networks and funding that we've got for those support services that you refer to, because I believe we have to support those who are subject to the behaviour. Absolutely, that's non-negotiable, but we also have to get the perpetrators to stop perpetrating at the same time. To put it into context, on top of the grant funding I receive from government, I use about £6 million worth of local resources to augment that commissioning. My fear is, looking at the CSR and other things, whilst we have seen the government element of that plateau in the last couple of years and went down very slightly last year, my fear is that it is not going to keep pace with inflation, and definitely we're not going to see any increases at a time when more people are stepping forward needing that help and the demand is growing and our capacity to deal with it is not. But Chief, do you want to pick up the first part of the question?
Thank you. On the email issue, perhaps I'll send you a fuller response once I've bottomed it out. I know that we, through a senior colleague, issued an apology at the time. I think identified that none of the women who had tried to make contact had come to any harm, but that's not to say that there wasn't an error in the first place. In respect of domestic abuse, it's unique in that it is both a volume crime, in that it is incredibly prevalent, but it also carries, in so many cases, an incredibly high amount of risk. We are changing our structures slightly to ensure that a further detective superintendent is in the operational environment with responsibility for safeguarding vulnerable people, of which domestic abuse is a key part. And from January, that a greater proportion of domestic abuse crimes will be investigated by specialist detectives than is currently the case. So it is always a challenge because domestic abuse is unique in its combination of volume and risk. But as I said, in the context of violence against women and girls, we are aware of that risk and we prioritise our response accordingly.
Thank you. Councillor Jenkins.
Thank you. Thank you for attending today. A very quick question, I'm running out of time. We know over the recent months there's been an increase in racist attacks, and there have been some quite nasty ones in the West Midlands area, including kind of sexual assault as well. So firstly, kind of what are you doing about this, trying to tackle this? And also, I know this was a Panorama programme that looked at the Met Police and showed some quite really serious, quite nasty racism and sexism within the police force. Obviously that's the Met, but I'm just wondering what within your own service there may be similar cases. How do you root that out within your own police force? Thank you.
Thank you. So, as I said at the start, we're interested in crime. Racist crime and hate crime is part of that. So our role is to investigate effectively when it happens and to try and intervene where there is an opportunity to do so. We haven't seen the sorts of increases elsewhere in West Mercia and Worcestershire. On the Panorama point, I watched Panorama. It was enormously depressing. My very candid take on things is that views such as that, I suspect, exist in many workforces up and down the country. The unique position of policing is that we hold power over other people, and so the combination of those prejudiced views and the position of power and the ability to detain and use force is particularly obscene. Can I say that there are no such views in West Mercia or Worcestershire? No, and I wouldn't choose to do so. In terms of the effort that we make in terms of making reporting opportunities available to the public, to our workforce, to encourage people to come forward with concerns in a candid way, to respond very effectively through our anti-corruption unit when they do, and very clear messaging from senior leaders to encourage that that is our stance and we wish to see such matters raised with us so we can tackle it. I am completely clear that that is the case.
Thank you. We are nearing the end, but I'm going to extend by a few more minutes. I'm going to allow 3 more questions. Councillor Riaz.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome to the PCC and the Chief Constable, and congratulations to Sam on her election. My question to you is regarding the increase in race hate crimes that are associated with shoplifting. It is a massive issue in Worcester City, and I'm glad the focus of attention has gone to the city centre. However, that focus of attention has left a void and a gap in our rural communities, in our more urban areas, which means crimes aren't being reported as quickly as probably should have. We had a serious incident on Spetchley Road where 2 boys got attacked, and to date yet no senior officer or no officer from the force has gone out to investigate that crime happening, and this has baffled not only the college principal but local residents. What would you do to ensure that especially violent crimes and those that are causing some concerns are investigated duly and promptly?
So, as you would expect, I think 8 or so thousand calls for service that West Mercia received last week. Some of those incidents will not be responded to in line with the way that I or the Chief Constable would want, but they should be rare, shouldn't they? And so, therefore, when things happen in the way that we don't think they will, then it's the effective complaint process, the ability to escalate. So, answer to your central question: what should you do as a councillor? So, is either raise it with myself or raise it with your local police leadership, or indeed directly with the Chief's office if you so wish. They won't always give a perfect response either, because again they are human, but we do have good systems in place to review those actions to understand where they went wrong. I'm, as 9 years as Commissioner, I know people refer to the thin blue line, don't they, as this mythical thing. Well, at times we have a standing army that we can brigade together and show quite a show of force. At other times that thin blue line is incredibly thin as they deploy to deal with those other incidents. I would bring out, for example, the recent triple fatal in Bransford. And that means at times that the service we offer at that moment in time is not at the level we would expect. But what I do expect is a good system to manage those individuals so they understand what is happening and they are appropriately managed. But if there is instances where there hasn't been a proper response, always keen to hear about it so the force can not only service recover but also learn from it to ensure that we try and stop it happening in the future.
Thank you. We're on the final 2 questions, and Councillor Birch.
Thank you, Chairman. A question about, I had it on good authority only yesterday from the fire service, that following the removal of training centre from Droitwich Fire Station to Wyre Forest, that a 10-year deal has been struck up with the police to take over some of those facilities at Droitwich Fire Station. Are you able to confirm if this rumour is either true or false, and if true, what the future holds for Droitwich Fire Station, Droitwich Police Station?
So your intelligence is slightly premature, might I suggest, Councillor Birch, and has somewhat jumped the gun. So we're really proud of our relationship with Hereford and Worcester Fire and Rescue Service, and indeed their headquarters is based in our headquarters at Hindlip. We have an excellent relationship. We've just opened a brand new police and fire hub in Redditch. We have one in Bromsgrove. We have a number of co-locations, and as part of that very close cheek by jowl working, there is discussions over what accommodation we might share in Droitwich. But to describe it as formative would be generous, but those discussions are ongoing. But as is usual, I want to make sure police officers are based at the heart of our community, responding and accessible to that community, and any proposal would have to ensure those very basic requirements are met.
Thank you. Councillor Monk.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning both. So my question is slightly different. It's aimed more not onto the streets like the previous questions have been. So I want to know what are the procedures in place and how serious do the police take online and cybercrime, especially with the increased use of AI? 2 examples: online verbal abuse and written abuse and inappropriate images. Thank you.
It's a very big question for what I think may be the last question. We take crime seriously. Sometimes those things that are said online don't amount to a crime, but are nonetheless troubling for the person receiving them. And the job of officers is difficult in terms of determining what something is and isn't. Where a crime is committed, I would expect us to investigate it. But the very nature of online crime will incorporate a comment made on a social media platform to a complex internet facilitated fraud which can take up an enormous amount of time. So this is necessarily brief. I would expect our determination to be diligent to establish whether a crime may have been committed, and if it has, to investigate effectively.
Can I just add, as a politician, I enter the robust nature of public service. You only had to listen to your debate around an audit report. The danger is that sometimes robust debate and the ability to express our will is sometimes received badly by others. And I think part of our job as leaders in our society is to be frank, robust, clear, and all those kind of things, but also how we develop the respectful nature of disagreeing, because I quite enjoy being able to disagree with somebody who I don't share the values of and the like, and that is at the very centre, I think, of our way of life. And sometimes in our society we get very, very sensitive about what others might think, or indeed the beliefs they might hold. But I also believe that at some times people are using prejudice to disrupt other people getting on with their lives as they should be able to. And I particularly welcome the Chief Constable's focus on policing the law, not policing thoughts. I also would say, and a final comment from me is, you as elected representatives, your safety is important to us and important to policing. We've seen an investment in a dedicated resource in policing to look at elected member safety. And whilst I do expect you to be robust, and if somebody's being rude to you, then block them, stop engaging them, etc., etc. But when the line is crossed, making sure you are proactively reporting to that to police to enable them to make that professional judgment, as the Chief has alluded to, I think is really, really important. Our democracy is important, and you are a key part of that.
Thank you. I'm afraid that is the end of this particular section. 18 of you have asked a question, and I still have 15 people left to answer. So we're not going to do that. I've extended it by about 5 or 10 minutes. I'm afraid that's the end of the question time. It shows you how important this issue is, and maybe this is something which could be done as a separate meeting, perhaps once or twice a year, for councillors to liaise and work with John Campion and the leadership team, because that would be a really great way to have a separate meeting about this. To tack this on to a full council meeting is a very, very important debate and lots of discussion. But I don't know, John, whether you'd be open for something like that.
It's not once or twice a year, but definitely more regularly, Chairman.
Fine. All right. But let's go once a year then. Okay. Right. Thank you. Right. So at this point, thank you so much, John and Mr. Cooper, for coming in today. Your answers have been great, and thank you very much for coming in. We're going to have a short break now. We're going to have 10 minutes, and then when we've had 10 minutes, we're going to come back and then we'll do the next section. I'm foreseeing that this is going to be quite a long day, so we're strictly 10 minutes, and that is at, let's call it 25 past. Thank you everybody for coming back. We're going to restart the meeting. We're going to do all of agenda item 7, all the parts of that, and then we will break for lunch. So, agenda item 7A, and that is variations to the capital programme. Please turn to pages 63 to 69 of the agenda, and I'm going to invite Councillor Rob Wharton to introduce the report, move the recommendation, and I believe it will be then seconded by the Leader of the Council. So over to you, Councillor Rob Wharton.
Thank you, Chair. I feel I need add no more really to what's previously been discussed about reductions of the capital programme funded by borrowing. Hopefully the sobering findings of the external auditors will encourage members across the chamber to understand why we are reluctantly taking this course of action and support the recommendations outlined. This is really the chamber's immediate opportunity to show that it's taken on board the findings of the auditors. I hope the financial reality and basic common sense prevails and members will support these reductions. If not, then at least the public will know what your approach to the financial future of the council is. So I move recommendation A to the report.
I formally second that.
Thank you. We'll now move to the people who would like to make a contribution. Remind group leaders you have 5 minutes if you tell me that you are speaking on behalf of the group. So who would like to speak on this item? No one? Adam Kent.
Can I just clarify what the proposer is moving, please? You're moving both on block, or is it separate?
Separate, doing separately.
So you're doing basically A first?
A first,
on
yes.
agenda item 7?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So
I just needed the clarification.
It's A and B of this section.
No, not according to the Chair's briefing, I'm afraid, Chair. You've got it as 2 separate items that's being taken to the vote separately. If Councillor Wharton can confirm that.
I understand it to be 2 separate motions.
For the vote.
2 Bs, to be or not to be.
So it's A and B, isn't it, that we're talking about?
There's a vote on A and
Just 63, Chair. And then the next one, which is B.
But we're going to debate each individually or not?
Individually, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, just to clarify then, so we're going to be debating and then voting on A, and then we'll be debating and voting on B. Okay, so thank you for the clarification, Adam. And is there any more that you'd like to say, the proposer? No? Anyone else would like to speak on this item? Councillor Harben.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I personally think that it's a shame to disaggregate the capital programme from the revenue budget, because the two go hand in hand. And I think to make this scale of swinging cuts across a series of things, you know, including obviously the changes that they're making to new school provision, I personally am interested in the Greenhill Lodge refurbishment. And I understand that you're going to use the social capacity grant. And I'm still absolutely perplexed on it, and, you know, this is a personal view of me, that you are continuing to fund Hampton Bridge, you know, at a cost of £16 million. This was a project that started when I was leader, and at that juncture, the 106 contributions were going to pay 50% of it. Now they're paying under 25%, and certainly my friends that I've talked to in the construction industry are absolutely convinced that 16 million will not be the closing bill for this bridge, because they're estimating that construction costs will rise some 15% during the course of this year, driven by a selection of differing factors. Not, funnily enough, the price of steel for once, but stuff like national insurance, etc. So I was told by the Cabinet member when I raised this issue at the Cabinet meeting that there were legal and commercial reasons. Well, I have checked with the director. You have not entered into a contract with anybody to construct it, and therefore I can only put it down to the tremendous influence and power, and I give credit to them, of the 2 reform members for Evesham, because my electors, and I've talked to every single one of my parish councils, they would rather see the structural maintenance fund spent on the roads, not on a bridge they're never going to use.
Thank you. Councillor Boatwright Green.
Thank you, Chair. Can I make a suggestion? You do not have a majority. You need to ask others to vote for your ideas. Is it not time for you to clock that and you need to start negotiations? Budget is around the corner, and if you do not start talking to other parties, you are not getting your budget through. You drop these variations without any consultation with group leaders of other parties. You don't have a mandate to make decisions without negotiation. And these are political decisions. They are not officer decisions. Every one of these is a choice made by the Reform administration. And to be clear, this is not waste reduction, these are cuts to services and reallocation of funds to pet projects at a time when we should be delaying or cancelling projects if we don't have the cash. Now, I will argue that you have a mandate to council Redditch train station project if you so choose. I can accept that. You have every county councillor in Redditch and you can make that decision. I don't necessarily agree, but I can see the logic. Where I cannot see the logic is where we make cuts that cause costs down the line. So cutting any highways fund results in deterioration of roads and pavements. You kick the can down the road and cause difficulty for residents trying to get around. It is a false economy and one I have come to appreciate in my term of office. So it would make far better use of funds to allocate the local transport grant of £6 million to points 11, 12 and 13 and postpone Hampton Bridge until we can find external funding. I never expected to see money for the upgrades to train stations, including Pershore, so having had conversations at district and county level for many years, having this confirmed is something I already knew. But scrutiny is there for a reason. It is for you as a cabinet to make your case for the decisions you make. I am not convinced by the data you have provided in the reduction of expenditure for SEND services, post-16 SEND provision and social care projects. These are choices that do not fill residents with confidence, and I am not convinced that you can maintain the services you say you can with the cuts you propose. So I'll be voting against this variation. There are political choices to be made, and I understand we need to make cuts, but you need to talk to us to get our support because we are not convinced this is the only way.
Thank you. Councillor Matt Jenkins.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to echo much of what Dan said, but probably not as eloquently. But yeah, I cannot support the variations to the capital programme. Some of them I can, but as a whole, I cannot. And I think particularly reducing expenditure in schools, SEND, and as Dan said, the local highways fund. I mean, that's one of the most fundamental things, whilst at the same time spending a lot of money on Hampton Bridge, which I think if we could delay that, we could then utilise that money that is from that elsewhere. So I think the key point, as has been said, we need to talk to us, get an idea of something that we can all agree on. We won't get, but at least get a majority from us, and then you can bring this back, and then it can be voted through. But I think as it currently stands, because of that, it won't get through. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martin Allen.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and good morning, Council. Or good afternoon now, is it? Yes, it is. Gosh. And congratulations on your election. I'm not going to be able to support this. I'm sorry. I do think you should have come spoken to other leaders. I really have a problem with number 11, where you propose to remove the local members' fund and also the small infrastructure fund. These are key to councillors who don't sit in positions of power on the cabinet. It's one of the ways that we can really serve our residents. Most experienced councillors here can tell stories where they've been asked to come and look at something, where highways have said, no, you're not doing that, that's not going to happen. And you've gone and looked with horror and said, we need to do something. And eventually you get your highways liaison officer out and the wheels start changing, and the instant thing they say is that there isn't any money. Oh, but if you use some of your highways fund, we could find a way to do that. Now, recently, with the small infrastructure fund, I had some poor disabled residents in Upton who didn't have a drop curb. And the way the road is situated, it's a cul-de-sac, cars parked all along it. And because of that, when they needed an ambulance, which happens quite frequently, they couldn't get the ambulance up to the curb to drop down the ramp to be able to get them in their wheelchair. They had to be physically carried, which is very undignifying. So I spent the £4,000. They've got the drop curbs. Please don't take away these funds because they are vital to actually serve our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Udall.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the Labour Group. Chair, these proposals demonstrate the total economic illiteracy of the Cabinet. It exposes their inexperience and naivety and confirms they are more interested in cutting services than providing them. They clearly lack empathy for the thousands of Worcestershire residents who will suffer as a consequence of these deep and painful cuts. Service users will suffer. Some of the people who need us the most will see their services decimated. It will harm the local economy and damage our bid for economic growth. When the public sector needs to build a road, a bridge or a school, it's the private sector who does the work. These cuts will cost jobs, impact on productivity and undermine opportunity. It cuts investment, which will create savings for this council in the long term. It's clear that none of these proposals and cuts have been to scrutiny. The impact has not been measured. Members from across the political spectrum have not examined the impact of the cuts. It's a belief that the Cabinet knows best, when in reality it demonstrates that the Cabinet knows much less than it actually thinks. These cuts are an attempt to prove that Reform is trying to outbid the Conservatives with their compassion deficit, their lack of empathy and their lack of economic competence. The proposals are wrong, outdated and damaging to the real needs of Worcestershire. Labour will oppose you.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
I don't know where to start, really, having heard the previous speakers, I suppose. I think Councillor Boatwright is quite right. I mean, we're in a situation where it's a minority administration, and a lot of us feel like these, we've been promised taxes to be cut, which I was really looking forward to, but instead what we're seeing now is cuts to highways, send accessibility, social care projects, local member funds, rail investment, and later on we're going to hear in B, a new school. And I think really you do have to start reaching out across the floor and have a negotiation. Now, don't get me wrong, there's elements of this that we'd be prepared to support. As Councillor Boatwright pointed out, you've got every councillor in Redditch. If you want to get rid of that train station, how can it be for us to query that or deny you that opportunity? But at the same time as you're doing this, and I'm minded to refer back to my colleague Councillor Hardman as well, who talked about this should be done alongside the revenue. We've got the overspend on children and adults, we've got the critical problems with DSG, and I get what you're trying to do, I do. But this has to be more carefully thought through and more properly planned. And I think really the cuts to this are going to have such a marginal impact on the revenue. I think it's sub £2 million. And if we did turn around and say, yes, we're happy for you to do that, postpone that, it could reduce, we could be on side with giving you at least half of what you're asking to do here with your own democratic right that you've deserved and earned. Now, the other side really is, but at the same time, you've magicked £5 million for Powick Bridge. Now, with a report that clearly says we clearly haven't gone out and checked with the National Lottery with a bona fide case as to whether we can get the money for that or not. And I want to be absolutely clear, I want to see that bridge repaired. But really, the English Heritage Report within it says, it acknowledges that we probably can't afford it. So we've managed to find £5 million for there while we've got this, and it just seems disjointed and unbalanced for me. And I'd be more than prepared to sit down with the other leaders as well, to see if we can negotiate a way forward with this, where you can actually get something where you're confident you're going to do it. And I do understand what's going on. Officers are presenting you with something. Some of you have been there 6 months, some of you have been there 4.5 years, and some of you have been there an awful lot longer. And do know the situation, but we're in new waters here. So I will lay down the olive branch. We can't support these as a group. There's elements we could, but we've got to sit down and go through them. And I think, as Councillor Hardman said, you've got to bring the revenue to the table and show us the way that you're going to make the real true changes and savings that we need to do. And most of this problem is down to the government and the failure to provide the funding for DSG. It was quite quite interesting hearing my Labour colleague in terms of what he said. And I'll take responsibility to the fact that governments have kicked a problem down the road that's left us in dire financial difficulty. We cannot see the wood through the trees here. And to think about what we would have to do to balance that DSG with our own resources is frankly frightening. So the olive branch is there. We can't support this today, but if you open the door and we can come and talk, then maybe we can have a proper conversation.
Thank you. Councillor Birch.
Thank you, Chairman. My comments align a lot with what Councillor Allen said. I had the misfortune, perhaps, of featuring in one of your Reform councillors' rather lengthy Facebook videos, where I was told that I should be thanking you for some of these cuts. Now, I know, Councillor, you've served on this council for a long time. You understand the value that the discretionary highways grant can give. There are a number of gaps within the highways budget where there simply isn't a natural budget there. Councillor Allen quotes drop curbs. In my case, it was a missing footpath, and similarly, missing trees along avenues. Fun fact, an avenue has to have trees for it to be considered an avenue. There isn't a highways budget for any of that. So within our discretionary budget, we are able to put into place those sorts of improvements that there simply wouldn't be a budget for anyway. To just remove that pot of money without amending the highways budget to facilitate those sorts of improvements, we will simply just leave a gap. So at this stage, we categorically couldn't support that based on the fact that there isn't a plan to find that pot of money anywhere else. So in my instance, with this proposed footpath that we're looking to put in place, how am I to fund that if this was to go through today? I simply wouldn't be able to. And more generally, on Councillor Kent's point, he is right. We need to look at the revenue side. The borrowing, the cost that we've got is the cost of the borrowing. That's the issue here. It's not necessarily the borrowing itself. If that was interest-free, we wouldn't be worrying about it to anywhere near the same degree. So what we need to look at is how could we look at reducing that revenue spend to help facilitate some of this capital costs. And I believe that there are other ways we can look at doing that, as well as looking at reducing the cost of borrowing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Moorhead.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Council. I just suppose, first of all, just pick up the Cabinet member's comment that however we vote on this is a clear indication of whether we're serious or not about the finances. And what I'm about to say hopefully just brings to life that actually that is not true. As Councillor Kent said, en bloc, we cannot support all of these recommendations. As many of my colleagues within my party and cross-party have said, there are clear financial consequences of a number of these, using highways as an example, that was just simply kicking the can down the road and will probably cost us more money in the long term. There are also other things that are less urgent, such as the Hampton Bridge. But certainly, as Councillor Kent has said, we would welcome any discussions to reduce any cost within this council. That is clear. The Conservative Party here are very supportive of that. And I would certainly support a working group to look at what within this proposal is feasible, what isn't, and potentially any other options that other parties may have to help the Cabinet member and the administration reduce costs. We are absolutely about reducing costs and supporting you with that, but unfortunately I can't support en bloc with these recommendations today, but look forward to seeing future developments in this space. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor James.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not going to say much more than my colleagues. I think there are aspects we can all agree that we need to cut, but we can't do it on this. I mean, when I was preparing for this, I was looking and I read the point that said we will cut borrowing to improve accessibility for SEND. And I was thinking, well, hang on, this is not, how is this administration putting this forward? And then I stumbled across a great article of the Reform UK's MP, Richard Tice, who said that special educational needs and disability parents are jumping on the bandwagon. So maybe this is the belief of the current Cabinet, that actually let's cut SEND because it's not vital. And we see that throughout this administration. I would have supported key parts of this, but we cannot attack the most vulnerable in our society just for a cost-saving exercise. So I will not support this en bloc.
Thank you. Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Chair. The irony of a Labour councillor accusing another party of economic illiteracy, given the budget that's coming our way, was quite delicious. As we keep having to remind some members, it seems. This council is more than £600 million in debt. Reserves are gone. A budget deficit of tens of £millions, and having to rely next year on Rachel Reeves giving us an emergency fund of 44 million. The comment that this will only affect these changes will only help the revenue budget by about 2 million. That's actually about 5% then of that emergency funding. I take the points about working cross-party, but these papers were published a week ago. No one's come forward with any alternatives. And actually, all we've had for the last 5 months is carping and sniping and criticism. If you were serious about working with us, you've had plenty of time to do it. And in terms of children's services or adult services, the reason we have to do this is because there's nothing left to cut anywhere else. Children's services, over the last 3 years, has had 20% of its funding cut. Similar in adult services. When I looked at it, I sat down with the DCS and I said, OK, we've got some really tough decisions. What's left? And because I've spent over 15 years working in that sector, I knew where to look. Do you know that all that was left, the Get Safe team, do you know what they do? They protect children from county lines, child sexual exploitation. It's actually one of the few things that you guys got right. And you want to, that would be the kind of cuts that you would have to make if you don't do this. So, sitting there, saying we all want to work together, today, after 5 months of sniping and carping, with nothing better to offer, is disingenuous and actually sums up the state of this council and why we're in the mess we're in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kersey.
Chairman, thank you. When this item was introduced, you've said that it's linked to the audit. So you need to look at the whole picture. What was said this morning was a transformation programme was required. Where is it? Where's your plan? We can't just look at things piecemeal. That's why... So what's the query? What's the query? I can remind you of what was said. We need a plan. We need something brought forward to us. And where are all the cuts that you're going to make? You know, you're going to cut all this waste, but now we're told there's nothing left to cut. There's nothing left to cut apart from the local members' highways fund, really. Well, it says to me that the pastries were certainly wasted on Doge, weren't they? Because if they couldn't find anything to cut. So come to us with a proper plan and we will then consider it. But when you're proposing to hit the very services that most affect our residents, then you won't receive that support from us. Now, Hampton Bridge has been mentioned quite a lot. So there's a lot that I have to say about Hampton Bridge that I won't mention today. But what I would remind members, particularly the Cabinet, and particularly Councillor Bastow, that as it stands at the moment, there are still Section 106 funds being put into Hampton Bridge. And there's still developments being approved in your ward, Councillor Bastow, that you haven't done anything about, on the basis that our highways state that that development can go ahead as a sustainable development because Hampton Bridge is in place. So development is going ahead on that basis and Section 106 is being allocated. So I suggest to certain members that they take an interest in things that are going on in their division.
Thank you. Councillor Cross.
Thank you, Chair. I think meaningful dialogue is really needed, and meaningful input exchange and ideas, and that's not really possible within just a member briefing or snapshots of information provided, 364 pages with 1 week to go through it. So this is the sort of financial decision that really I believe that, given our minority administration and our dire finances, should be taken by a cross-party task and finish group, as per our DSG comments earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Josh Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. And I wasn't going to speak on this, but the Cabinet have inspired me to say that it's our fault on this side of the chamber for not engaging with the Cabinet, because you've put a document out 7 days ago is frankly laughable. I have said many a times, I think you're in a dire financial state. The previous administration left you not a very good hand. When this capital stuff came to my environment committee, I asked quite simple questions about this, and they could not provide the answer on the day. So don't come and tell me that I haven't been trying to ask a question at like scrutiny or ask, and I'm only waiting until now. That's not correct. You need to get around the table. What are all the options? Give it them. Like you want to be able to do the best for residents. The best for residents isn't going to come from one group, isn't going to come from one member, it's going to come from us all working together. So go back, look at it, and come back with a new proposal that you'll probably get support for.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Chair. I want to reflect on the comments made by our colleagues here that cabinet members are new and inexperienced. So since May, I have joined this council. Most of the meetings, I do keep hearing, this is not saving, from elected members, they may be from any parties, this is not saving. £50,000, £100,000, couple of million, as Councillor Kent has just mentioned, 2.5 million is nothing. That's not money. When did we last see £1 million, any of us? I haven't seen. We don't value it just because it's taxpayers' money. So I think we need to start valuing this money and start counting the pennies and value what we have on our hands now and the situation we are in. And can I request, I think I can only request that we become more receptive and mindful of taxpayers' money and start valuing it. Every penny counts.
Councillor Matt Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome the move to reduce borrowing. Now, we can't keep spending like it's the good times. And we've just been handed to us Section 24, which in itself says we're in dire straits. That notice alone is evidence enough. The leader of the Lib Dems says they want evidence. That is the evidence. The evidence is right before us. And spending as we are is not sustainable at these levels, and we need to make difficult choices. Some of the cuts people are not going to like, but we have to do this to avoid bankruptcy. It's on its way, it's coming. If we don't make these cuts, we're going to go bankrupt. And so much for the other leader saying, you know, I hand you an olive branch and that. We're not going to hand our trust over to them because they're the actual people who got us into this mess in the first place. So I put my trust in reform, in the cabinet members, and you should too. Otherwise you're leading us down the road to bankruptcy. And if we do go bankrupt, then it really will hit the fan. Things will be cut completely. Buildings will have to be sold, and on and on and on. Ask Phil Rook about it. It will go on and on and on. So put your trust in reform. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tom Wells.
Chairman, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I wasn't going to speak either, but I just can't resist saying a couple of things. If I were the leader of council, if I was a senior reform member, I'd have to accept the reality that I have not got a majority in this room. Whatever all the brickbats, all the political challenges and everything else, the bottom line is you guys haven't got a majority, and that's going to be evidenced in a very short while. And this is a cautionary tale, because just a few months' time from now, you're going to be talking about the revenue budget. And you'll be in exactly the same situation as you are today. You're going to have to, rather than wait for the papers to be published and expect us all to come running to the leader's door, you have to reach out in a timescale that's going to achieve an outcome that we can support. And that is the 57 councillors here today, not just their group leaders, but all 57 of us should feel some ownership in the preparation, not only for the capital programme, but for the work programme. And I think there's a cautionary tale here today that you'll probably have to go away and think about.
Thank you. Councillor Sam Amal.
Thank you so much, Chair. I wasn't actually going to say anything. I've done too much work already, much more than the previous councillor did in 5 months in the last 2 hours. So, but of course, but you know, I'm going to push it. I'm going to push it. Of course, we didn't just win this election. We won another election in Evesham town, and our campaigners were knocking on doors left, right, and centre. And you know what they heard? Why are you spending 6 million on a silly bridge? That's what they heard. So I suggest we go back to reform, 6 million, ask them to put it back in the pot because the residents don't want that bridge.
Thank you. Right, there are no, I was going to say there's no more speakers. There is one. Natalie, would you like to
Sorry, just to come in briefly. You do know how to reach out to us because we, certainly as a group, received an email from a cabinet member about the LGR proposal that's coming our way. So you do know how to do it. And may I suggest that if you haven't already, you contact the LGA about change of administration support, because they will certainly tell you that you need to reach out and work with others as a minority administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we're now going to, you've got your summing up now. Please, let me go to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've heard the comments, and it's absolutely evident to me that the Chamber has voted to accept the recommendations of the auditors, whilst having no intention whatsoever of acting on them. This paper has been publicly discussed at Cabinet in full detail, so to say you've only had sight of it for a week is slightly disingenuous. You speak of political choice, but in effect the only choice we really have is Hobson's choice. But you make the point that without the support of the Chamber we can't get this through, and it's evident we're not going to get the support of the Chamber. I've already mentioned previously this morning there is an all-member seminar on the 9th of December to discuss capital budget, revenue budget for next year, the dire situation we're in financially. I expect all 57 of you to be here after the comments this morning. You're all invited, you've all had the invites, and I hope to see you all there. And we've all, sorry, I've lost my train of thought now. So, obviously, yeah, as a Cabinet, we've had sight of the detail of the financial position that you haven't had. Come along on the 9th of December, and you'll see what real choice we have.
Right, we're now going to move to the vote on this. This is, to be clear, this is item number 1. It's A and B of that part of the report. It is not the... It's the recommendation. It's not the talking about the Newtown Road School. So... We need 5 people.
We need 5. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Thank you. Right, we'll now go to a named vote. You're going to read that, aren't you? Oh, yes.
Okay, we shall do the name vote as always in alphabetical order, but we do start with the chair who will be voting. So, Councillor Stephen.
Against.
Against. Councillor Alcott.
Against.
Against. Councillor Allen. Against. Councillor Amar.
Against.
Against. Councillor Amos. For. Councillor Aubrey. For. Councillor Bales.
Against.
Against. Councillor Bastow. For. Councillor Bell. For. Councillor Bennett. Paul Bennett.
Against.
Against. Councillor Roger Bennett. For. Councillor Birch. Against. Councillor Boatwright Green.
Against.
Against. Councillor Bowen. For. Councillor Cleary. For. Councillor Creswell. For. Councillor Crosby. For. Councillor Cross.
Against.
Against. Councillor Dunkley. For. Councillor Eacock. For. Councillor Edmonds. For. Councillor Evans.
Against.
Against. Councillor Fordington. Against. Councillor Foster. For. Councillor Hardman. Against. Councillor Hart. Against. Councillor Hopkins. For. Councillor Hume. For. Councillor James. Against. Councillor Jenkins. Against. Councillor Jones. For. Councillor Kearsey. Against. Councillor Kent. Against. Councillor May. Against. Councillor McSweeney. Against. Councillor McVeigh. Against. Councillor Miller. Against, Councillor Ashley Monk. For, Councillor Joe Monk. For, Councillor Moorhead. Against, Councillor Morris is not present. Councillor Perks. For, Councillor Pingree. Against, Councillor Price. For, Councillor Riaz.
Against.
Against, Councillor Josh Robinson.
Against.
Against, Councillor Linda Robinson. Against, Councillor Robson. Against, Councillor Shaw. For, Councillor Taylor. For, Councillor Tudge. For, Councillor Peter Turner is not present. Councillor Udall.
Against.
Against, Councillor Upton. For, Councillor Victory. Against, Councillor Wells. Against, and Councillor Wharton. For. I think that went along with parties. So Reform, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, we've got 25 here today. So that was 25 for. So there's more against.
Thank you. Moving on to the next part of the agenda. We're now on section B, removal from the capital programme of option 1 of the new secondary school at Newtown Road, Worcester. This is page 69 of your agenda. I'm going to invite Councillor Rob Wharton to introduce the report and to move the recommendation, and then that will be seconded by the Leader of the Council. Over to you, Rob.
Thank you, Chair. I think given the debate previously, there's not much point in me adding anything further to my introduction for the last part, but I move the recommendation anyway.
Yeah, I formally second that.
Thank you. I'm now going to open the floor to people who would like to speak. Councillor Orcott.
Chair, thank you.
Speaking on behalf of the group, or not?
Okay, yeah, on behalf of the group,
Okay,
thank you.
fine.
I'm speaking in particular with regards to the school sufficiency. Obviously, with this, the Reform Cabinet reviewed the options to secure sufficient secondary education places for Worcester City pupils from 29 to 2035. 4 options were considered. Option 1, continue with the planned new secondary school at Newtown Road, a £63.3 million projected cost. Option 2, expand existing Worcester City secondary schools, limited feasibility. Option 3, develop education provision on the County Hall site. Feasibility found no viable standalone solution. Or option 4, use capacity in schools outside Worcester City, such as Malvern, Upton, Martley, Pershore, Droitwich. The Reform Cabinet subsequently agreed to stop work on the Newtown Road secondary school, recommending removal of £33.6 million funding from the capital programme, and noted the need for further investigation and a follow-up report within 6 months. I have 7 significant concerns. 1, its strategic retreat from long-term sufficiency. Cancelling the Newtown Road project leaves Worcester City without a confirmed capacity plan beyond 28. The replacement approach, investigating capacity elsewhere, does not constitute a deliverable strategy within statutory timeframes. 2, financial prudence overriding statutory duty. Cabinet cites affordability concerns. 63.3 million versus 59.2 million estimated, but provides no detailed value for money analysis or mitigation plan. By halting the principal project for 5 to 7% cost increase, the council risks breaching its Education Act 1966 Section 14 duty to ensure sufficient school places. 3, over-reliance on out-of-area schools. The proposed option 4 disperses Worcester pupils into Malvern, Upton, Martley, Pershore and Droitwich schools, increasing transport dependency and undermining local accessibility and parental choice. 4, lack of transparency and accountability. The report is dominated by passive. Cabinet has noted statements. No clear timeline, governance milestones or stakeholder engagement plan is visible for the 6-month review. 5, weak justification for rejecting County Hall site. The feasibilities report's conclusion that County Hall is not viable is asserted without public data. Proximity to Nunnery Wood High School should surely allow co-location or annex models. 6, immediate sufficiency risks, 26 to 28. Only 2.6 million is allocated to secure sufficient plans for 26 and 27, which is unlikely to deliver permanent capacity. Temporary measures are unavoidable. I believe the Council must secure short-term capacity for 26-27 and 27-28 academic years through the deployment of modular, mobile or other solutions at identified Worcester City secondary schools. And finally, 7, erosion of confidence in education planning. The reversal of the Newtown Road decision within months of prior approval signals politics before pupils and poor governance, which has already eroded stakeholder trust. My conclusion is that the Reform Cabinet decision here represents a high-risk retrenchment from previously approved plans to ensure secondary education sufficiency in Worcester City. Without immediate interim measures, particularly temporary classrooms, I believe, for 26-28, and a credible long-term replacement for the Newtown Road scheme, the Council risks both statutory and non-compliance and significant community disruption. A transparent, evidence-based recovery plan must show now the Council's top education infrastructure priority. So I would recommend to this Council that they should immediately publish a clear sufficiency risk register for Worcester City, showing annual place shortfall and a mitigation plan. Re-evaluate Newtown Road project affordability with phased or co-funded delivery within 3 months. Re-examine County Hall partial education use and publish feasibility rationale within 3 months. Implement short-term mobile classrooms or other provision for 26-27 and 27-28 urgently by early 2026. Furthermore, develop a 6-month progress report with stakeholder consultation outcomes by May 26, plus integrate transport and environmental cost modelling into all future sufficiency plans. Thank you.
Well timed, thank you. Councillor Allen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon again, Council. I listened to what you had to say, and I'd like to respond to it and refer to this. I certainly understand we're in a financial mess, and I don't believe it's reforms making. And it might surprise you, but I'm actually going to support this. I will vote for it because I realise where we are. Regarding the vote we've just had, if you'd taken it line by line, I think actually you'd have got quite a lot of it through. And I would hope you learn something from that going forward in the future. Certainly at our side, on the Green Party, we are practical. We live in the real world. We do understand finances. I ran a business for 30 years. And looking at this, I think it's February, isn't it, when the new school numbers come out? And I don't think we can really make a full decision about school places without that data. We would be rushing into something and we could be wasting an awful lot of money. So on that basis, today, I am going to support you on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Chair. Officers have demonstrated clearly that we meet the statutory requirement. And in fact, there's 30, that's 1 FE surplus places forecast for 28-29. It's not politics before pupils. Clearly, no one, the other side of the chamber, has listened to Grant Thornton. I took office on the 20-something of May. At the Children's Panel on the 23rd of June, I used the words reckless, financial emergency. I referred to Jade Bliss's report on Spend to Save, which is virtually identical to what Guy Clifton recommended. He mentioned, Grant Thornton, Guy Clifton, he mentioned state provision of SEND places rather than independent providers requiring capital. That's exactly what Jade Bliss proposed in February 2025, supported by Councillor Cross and others, mentioned by me at the Children's Panel. All I then said was, in the financial emergency, we had no money to build schools. And we still have, nobody believed me at the time, probably nobody wants to believe me now, but we have no money to build schools. Harriet Baldwin then thought that it included the Malvern Sen School. It didn't include the Malvern Sen School, and we're meeting her tomorrow. You need to listen to Grant Thornton. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor James.
Thank you. Where do you begin with that? At least we had a time limit on this one. This is just absolutely bizarre. We do not have, and it's a very clear one, I asked the officer very directly, do we have sufficiency? One word answer was no. We can keep saying that 30 spaces fill a 120 place gap. I don't know about maths in the room. To me, 30 is not greater than 120, but maybe I should go to the new school whenever it's built in, 2050. I mean, Councillor Foster can chunt on. He's not responded to me directly. I ask him direct questions about the school. He's never responded to. We have to think about the future generation. I will pick up on this. We can work together. We can work together because actually we want our young people to be better. We'd love our young people to turn around in 20 years' time and say, what they decided in that chamber helped me. We cannot keep pushing this down the line or playing petty politics. I wasn't part of the last administration, unlike 2 members of cabinet, but I am part of this administration, or at least this council, and I want to be part of something that gives back to our community. Cutting this does not do that. That is not why we are here.
Thank you. Councillor McSweeney.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to speak particularly on the issue of the suggestion about busing pupils to schools outside Worcester from areas from within the Worcester area, or possibly not within the Worcester area. Now, I noticed Councillor Fordington spoke earlier on this on the previous agenda item, particularly concerning this issue. I wanted to back her up on this, that I have concern about sort of pupils spending hours every week travelling and the impact on their education and their ability to work correctly. I'm going to note something in the sort of documents here. It says here, Worcester City secondary schools are greater net importance to pupils from outside Worcester City. Now, I represent an area on the western edge of Worcester, which isn't within Worcester City, but everybody who lives there would think they were. And I'm thinking that this is included within that. Now, we need to be careful about saying that these people living there are outside Worcester City when we're looking at this, and these people living there, their children are going to be being bused to Malvern from Worcester in reality, when the boundaries are sort of somewhat artificial boundaries over the long term. Now, let me also just quote from the Transport and Travel Policy. The Director of Education in schools may designate an alternative school for an individual pupil in exceptional circumstances. What we're suggesting here is making exceptional circumstances normal, and I don't feel that is an acceptable way to go. I think that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I've got Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Chair. The initial most basic estimate for the Newtown Road School at Reba Stage 1, that's what your most basic cost estimate is, was just over 40 million. By Reba Stage 4, the estimate has now reached 63 million, which is already up from 59 million in June. And that's before a spade has been put in the ground. Those costs are going to keep going up and up and up. By the time the school is built, if that was the decision that was made, and which probably wouldn't be before 2030, those costs would likely be 70, 80, who knows, getting on for £100 million. And that plan has been sat on for 4 years. And I think there's a simple reason for that, and that's because the Conservatives knew we cannot afford it. As it says in paragraph 39, the forecast costs of delivering a new secondary school at Newtown Road are of such magnitude that the project jeopardises the affordability of the whole education capital programme. In terms of County Hall, so that school, if it were built, would only provide, as I understand it, my colleague here will correct me if I'm wrong, would only provide an additional 120 places with no room for expansion. Right. And that wouldn't be complete till 2030 either. And what would the cost of that be? Well, at Reba Stage 1, its cost is 40 million, give or take. It's likely to cost just as much as the Newtown Road School if it was built for no additional benefit. We can't afford to do it, but what we are doing is that this decision allows us to invest in existing schools. It's not ideal, but we will now have sufficiency that we wouldn't otherwise have for the next 4 years. If that doesn't get done, then we are down to porter cabins. So it's the best of a horrible situation. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Udall.
We seem to find ourselves in a lot of horrible situations at the moment, and the consequences will be significant for a lot of school children if we're not careful. When I first saw this report...
Can I just clarify, are you speaking on behalf of the group?
I'm speaking on behalf of the group, yeah. When I first saw this recommendation, I was tempted to support it. I was tempted to support it because this proposed site at Newtown Road was always, in my opinion, the wrong site for a school. But the fact remains that we in Worcester City need a new high school, one way or another. So I do consider that this proposal at this time is premature. We should be using our capital programme to identify a new site for a new school at an affordable location somewhere within the city. I am particularly concerned about my own area, West Worcester, where we have 8,000 houses being built with no school provision, high school provision. That is not a situation which is sustainable, and it will create a crisis just a few years down the line. So I will be voting against this proposal, but I do so with the knowledge of asking us, let's talk, let's get an agreement, let's find a solution, do not impose it on us, let's work together to find a solution for the children of Worcestershire, for the children of Worcester, and for the children of our future.
Thank you. Councillor Jenkins.
Thank you, Chair. I agree that we shouldn't be building a school at Newtown Road, and it's certainly not the right location, and there's many issues with it. What I disagree with is the decision that we don't need a school in Worcester for many, many, many years. How long are we going to be transporting children around the county? And that, apart from being bad for the pupils, as everyone's already raised, it's a big revenue cost. Cost that we can't afford to do. So we've got a site now that's going to be available at County Hall. It's ideal. And I don't quite understand, there's an argument that we cannot afford to build a school, and then in the next sentence, but the school at County Hall will be too small. I mean, we need the places. The school at County Hall is probably going to be cheaper to build than any other school, and it'd be quicker than any other school. If you start now, you can actually get on with that. And I think also referring back to, you weren't listening to Grant Thornton. Well, actually, one of the things Grant Thornton said was actually one of the high costs we have is all the independent send provision. It'd be much better if you build state provision. So actually, Grant Thornton is, in my book, was telling us actually we need state provision. So you could build a school with send. There's lots of options. As other people said, we've got the sufficiency places coming to scrutiny in February. This is where we need to look at that decision. So we'll probably, as a group, vote for this because we don't think you should be spending money in a school at Newtown Road. That doesn't mean that we support not building a school in Worcester. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Yes, it's interesting listening to other councillors in terms of the view, and I think anybody who knows my vocal view in terms of the school at Newton Road over the last few years will know exactly what I felt and what I felt the future of County Hall was way before we had the issues with RAC and Legionnaires and everything else. But the situation is obviously the Newton Road site was the one that was put forward because frankly it was the only place you could find the specific land to be able to provide the school that is much needed for Worcester. Obviously the situation with County Hall has changed the playing field substantially in terms of County Hall becoming available as a site. And I draw a huge amount of concern to the comment that you've got no money to build schools. That's the exact thing. Yet I'm sure that all of the councillors in here are swamped with developer applications, speculative, that they know full well the Labour government is going to push through willy-nilly without recourse to what we think or what we want to do. They are determined to build those houses. And we're going to be in a position whereby people are going to be buying those houses and they're going to be faced with no school places or being bused for hours all over the place if we are indeed not building any schools. Now, we all want Section 106 money to fund these schools, and that means to be the ideal way that they're paid for. But we know in reality the calls on Section 106 and the way the planning regime works is so disjointed that we end up carrying the can. Now, us as a group, we agree, don't build the school at Newton Road. But from my point of view, I think missing out on the opportunity for County Hall is a massive mistake. And we can't really support the motion in the recommendation in the first place without a clear alternative and that sufficiency report that's been referred to. My concerns across the whole of Worcestershire are this is just one part of the problem. There's a huge problem there. We need all the information in terms of what we're doing. And even within the Bromsgrove plan, and I'm sure Councillor May will bring you up to date with this, we're looking at sites that have been put forward as recommended that have now become definitely, they're going to have the planning applications go through and they're going to be seen as a given. But double that and even triple that on the borders and everything else as well. And I don't think we've got the data of what's going on or what the implications or scale of it. So I think, you know, County Hall, I think, is a viable option. It does give you a vast reduction in cost. All right, the numbers are flying all over the place. We've seen that. I can quote you numbers, you can quote numbers, we can all quote numbers, but we need to be very clear and understand exactly what is on the table. We do, as a council, have to build schools. We can't condemn our children to spend hours and hours on a bus for years. I mean, I've raised this morning with Councillor Perks where you want to cut buses in an area that is transporting residents in my patch through away from what is a very dangerous estate, and yet at the same time are going to run up the home to school transport costs that we all know are out of control in another area on revenue for a long period of time. Now, I'm not sure whether this is cost neutral in terms of the County Hall School with the savings to home to school transport, but clearly people have talked about send provision. Can we not look at a school, form entry or whatever will fit on that County Hall site with some send provision where the numbers actually stack up, that it becomes viable for you and achieves the savings that you need to do? So unfortunately, we won't be supporting it, although in fairness, we do agree that the Newton Road site is redundant.
Thank you. Councillor Boatwright-Green.
Thank you, Chair. It takes years to build schools. We need to build schools. We need to find the money. If we don't build schools, it costs us more in the long run. We have a statutory obligation. During the discussion of this item at scrutiny panels, I've repeatedly asked about options on the county site, where the money could come from, and argued why we need to build these schools, mainstream and send. It is a false economy, and it will cost us more in the long run. Sufficiency reports presented at this council scrutiny panels are in conflict with the build-out plans for the new town around Parkway. The report said that Pershore may be used to take young people from 2035 from Parkway, but housing will be built from 2028. Thousands of homes will be built by 2035 and a new secondary school will need to be built, but there is no plan on the table explaining how this will happen. So we could be double counting places at Pershore High School here. And no one has been able to give me a proper account of this or has even tried to put my mind at rest. There is plenty of potential funding for primary schools during new town construction, but all through schools and secondaries are often a challenge. I assume that in February the sufficiency calculations will be updated and this will be clearer. But until then, we need a schools plan. Come back with a schools construction plan I can get on board with. I'm happy to discuss options, look at options, but no investment is not an option. It will cost us more in the long run.
Thank you. Councillor Hardman.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I mean, this is a dilemma for the reform administration because, in my view, they're failing in their strategic purpose and role. They have to provide the school places. And the school sufficiency report that will come in February is an absolutely key document. So, I mean, I think the decision you're making here is premature. And I understand that you don't pay much attention to districts. But the South Worcestershire Development Plan has been passed as sound-ish by the inspectors with major modifications. So you are going to get 2,500 houses along the Southern Link. And you are going to need to educate those children. If you take a strategic view to education provision, you would realise that at the current rate, those 2,500 houses will produce you an income of some £5 and a bit million, which you could then justify building the school. We looked and looked and looked at sites around Worcester, and, you know, the Newtown Road was the best site that we could come up with. The County Hall site was not available at the time. Things changed. but you need to take a strategic decision. I mean, just to quote your great leader, Nigel, you know, we are being mature, we are being sensible, we are not over-promising. Well, the trouble is at the moment, you're not promising at all in his speech on Monday. And he also just ended that little thing by announcing that there were going to be massive savings in councils, which I thought was interesting because we seem to be struggling. So therefore, presumably, he has a way, and then you are going to be directed from on high on how you're going to find these massive savings. So I do think you're failing in your strategic role to provide education. You need the school sufficiency report because it could well be that with the limited funds that are available, you might find there are more pressing issues like the 1,000 houses at Midland, or indeed Bromsgrove.
You're out of time.
Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Cross.
Thank you, Chair. As local member, countless Warnder Villages residents approached me voicing dual problems. Firstly, a shortage of local school places, especially ones that pupils can walk or cycle to. And secondly, the deeply unsuitable nature of the Newtown Road site for a new secondary school. Fundamental problems of congestion on Newtown Road, that's already bad, fly parking in nearby residential streets, and the lack of a safe pupil travel route to cross Newtown Road site between Warnden villages to reach the site. And any crossing there that would be safe would worsen traffic congestion on Newtown Road. So at the time of selecting a new site, as we've heard, County Hall was not in use and now it stands vacant. So it's an absolute no-brainer. I cannot support the use of the Newtown Road site for a new school, and I emphasise our need to build in-county local school provision, not just a secondary school, but in-county SEND provision, which has a quick payback period. As we know, failing children creates lasting damage and massive societal costs.
Thank you. Councillor Riaz.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. Councillor Hardman makes the strategic point, and that's the point I want to kind of focus on. A number of towns and cities in the county are known for, you know, the happiest places to live, the best places to live, and we're finding that our economic strategy in the county is attracting a lot of investment in terms of that. And if we want the investment, and if we're building the houses in terms of that, and one of the first things that parents do is look at local school choices in our areas. And if we haven't got the sufficient school places in that areas, they're simply not going to up sticks from wherever they're coming from and invest in our wonderful, beautiful county. This is a short-sighted decision in terms of there's an absolute need for it, and the economic argument absolutely stacks up in terms of the revenue generated, in terms of the number of houses that have been outlined in terms of that. So I urge the administration to rethink. I agree with some of my colleagues in terms of the location of Newtown Road as not being the suitable site, but County Hall has become available. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dunkley.
Good afternoon. Some of my points have already been gone over, but I think we're all agreed, which is unusual in this chamber, that school places are needed, and we're all agreed also that we can't afford at the moment to invest to buy a new school. So the sensible way forward is to look at buildings that are already there and convert them for use as schools. And obviously we can look at County Hall, but going forward, when we become a unitary council, will there be other buildings that are available, such as district council buildings that will no longer be used? So, you know, we've got one in Bromsgrove at the moment, which actually used to be a school, which is now used by district council. And could it be repurposed and put back to a school, or even turn it into sixth form centre, freeing up places in our other high schools? That's my thoughts. And obviously the point that was made by the councillor over there, that the house building targets that the government have set, once those houses are built, that's going to mean we need a lot of schools. You know, just Bromsgrove, I think we've got a target of 700 houses a year, which I don't think we'll ever hit. But if we get anywhere near it, we're going to need a school every year. So we're going to have to make sure that Section 106 money is used for those schools, because there's no way we can afford any more.
Thank you. Councillor Fordington.
Just raising further comments on what I've already sort of stated, I'm going back into school. So we're looking at the corridors. Can you imagine when you have increased amounts of students in each class? I've just looked at your papers here, sort of, page 70, and you've actually highlighted a point which says that these teaching spaces, for example, staff rooms, dining rooms, sports area, if those have been taken away to develop further development of classrooms, can you imagine if you were actually in a class and you have come from a deprived background, or whichever way you want to look into a child's point of view, you're surely putting these children up for failure. So straight away I can turn around and sort of say to you, coming from educational background, I can say to you that you're actually setting the children up for further sort of failure. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moorhead.
Thank you, Chair. So it's probably similar to my comments on the capital programme, really. What I certainly don't do is fall out with the aspiration here to reduce costs, to review the location of the site, the viability of the site. But I suppose what I'm struggling with is that there doesn't seem to be a solution for this. It is just the removal of a school without any solution. And, paragraph 29, there continues to be forecast insufficient secondary school places in Worcester City for all existing children living in Worcester and or Worcester City primary schools. And it's been mentioned a number of times, adding the new house building targets is only going to see increased pressures on this. All of our district councils at the moment are looking at their local plans and new sites, particularly in Wyre Forest as an example. We're currently live with a call for sites despite having 9.5 years of land allocated into that for housing provision. So I suppose the bit for me, I do worry about us kicking the can down the road again. I mean, we're talking about we can't afford it now. God knows what prices are going to be and the cost of building a school would be in 4 years' time. So I do see this as it's short-term action without solution. Councillor Dunkley coming up with creative ideas there, that's the kind of thing that I would really welcome. So I'm not against the intent here, but I can't support this in its current form. But I would absolutely welcome support on a plan that delivers both reduced in costs and also provides education for the future of the children across Worcestershire. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pingree.
Thank you, Chair. While I do agree that Newtown Road is probably not the best place for this school, I want to make it really clear that we do need to build a school somewhere, possibly on the County Hall site. I went to the last Cabinet meeting and it's clear that we are 120 places short for 2029. And the only options that were discussed by Cabinet were, there were more options discussed, or the preferred option was to expand the current schools. And the schools that you spoke to, the only schools that said they could expand were Bishop's, and Tudor Grange said, maybe we'll do it, but maybe we won't. That only gives you 30 additional places. And so you'd have to build more places outside of Worcester, which means you're spending an increasing amount on homeschool transport. And not only are you spending an increasing amount on homeschool transport, it's just not fair for the students having to travel over an hour to school every morning. It's not fair to them, and it's not right. So we have to build a school within Worcester. If we don't build it now, we'll be in the same situation in 2034, because we're due the same number of students, if not more, because we are getting more housing built. So at some point you need to build a school. It has to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor May.
Thank you very much indeed. Much has been said of what I was going to actually say around the school. We know Newtown Road is expensive, but we do need a strategic plan here around education. It's not just Worcester City, it's Bromsgrove as well. You're not carrying 5% current capacity. So if you move home, you're struggling to get a school place in Bromsgrove district. And that is a major concern when I look at the potential of having to build, as instructed by the new government, 12,155 new homes. Now, the point is here, we need a plan. Your sufficiency plan's not going to come forward till February. I think it's rather premature to be making absolute decisions until you know what you're faced with. One site in Bromsgrove for 1,500 homes requires a pass-through school, which is a primary, middle and secondary school, and the cost of that alone is £70 million. Now, if you can't address today's needs, how are you going to address tomorrow's? And I'm still faced with the prospect of these homes, unfortunately. None of us really want to build this quantum of houses, but this is what we've been served with. But we need to address the demand for education. And we have got children being bussed around Bromsgrove district. And it is a very rural environment, and it is very, very expensive with the rurality. So my concerns are, and I ask again, please can we wait till February and draw up a proper plan for the sufficiency of education across the whole of this county, please?
Thank you. Councillor Hart.
Thank you, Mr Chairman, and I agree with many of the comments by Councillor Hardman and Kenton, Moorhead and Main, indeed some of the other opposition members as well, particularly Councillor Pinkering, Councillor Riaz, and I suppose it's a time that I have to fess up, and I'm quite happy to do this because I was Cabinet Member for Education that had to make that big strategic decision to plump for the Newtown Road site back in 2021, and there have been several Cabinet Members for Education since who have stood by that decision. I think Councillor Hardman referred to the site analysis, and I remember seeing 20 sites, or circa that number, all of which were discounted. And I guess my take on the Newtown Road site, quite candidly, is it was the least worst option. But now, of course, we are further down the track, and we have a perfect location at County Hall. I don't quarrel with at all the need to reduce the capital expenditure, and therefore the revenue funding to fund that capital, but you really are not looking at this strategically. If you think that, and the report says that the cost has already gone up from 59.2 million to 63.3 million, there is clearly a demand for a 120 place secondary school per year group. If it was so simple just to add a 1-form entry to the secondary schools across this city, I think it would have been done by now. The previous administration didn't dither and delay about this. I don't think it's very good for statutory bodies to start building schools before they got planning consent, which actually was only approved in March of this year. So I can't support the absolute removal of this kind of money and quantum of cash out the capital programme. Just realign it and via it to fund a school on the County Hall site.
Thank you. Councillor Josh Robinson.
Thank you. And like others have said, a lot of people have said what I was going to say, but specifically want to agree with Councillor Boatwright-Green and Councillor May on what they have said today. What I'm really confused about is that supporters of reform, for example, will tell me all the time that we need to have infrastructure before we have house building. Yet here we have an option to build that infrastructure before anything happens. Are we're looking to scrap it? So I'm just confused about that situation. And it's one of the reasons, again, why I won't be supporting it. But there's also, I will give Councillor Kent an opportunity to clarify what he meant when he said that Councillor May would agree with me that the call for sites, some of these sites are going to be presumed to be given planning permission. That is not what was said at Bromsgrove District Council when consultation came out.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Could I just bring a point of order just from name? It'd be very brief, actually, just to nail that in terms of Josh Robinson naming me just in terms of the situation with call for sites in Bromsgrove. So if I could very briefly clarify that on 19.4. Yeah, I want to correct it because he's incorrect in what he's assuming I'm saying. So I'd be grateful for the opportunity to correct that.
And Councillor Josh Robinson is nodding.
Yeah, effectively, obviously within my patch within Withall, there's 3 specific sites, and I know full well because I've spoken to the developers, they're going to go ahead with planning applications prior to Christmas, which is way before the Bromsgrove plan has been put in place. So that's to what I'm referring. As to other sites across Bromsgrove, I can't offer my particular information or knowledge, but I certainly know that that is going to happen. So I hope that clarifies it for Councillor Robinson.
Thank you.
It does, thank you.
Councillor McVeigh. Oh, sorry, Councillor Perks. Missed you out almost, sorry.
Easily confused.
I'm not going to speak to sufficiency, as that's not within my portfolio, but what I would want to just touch upon is aspects around home to school transport. Quite rightly so, there's been a number of concerns raised today. It's far too early and would be premature for me to go into detail, but given the revenue issues that we have today, there's a plan that with the Directorate we're working towards that I will be sharing, depending on timings, in the coming weeks, come months. That will be shared with the Council so that it will hopefully address some of the concerns and address how we propose to move forwards.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I find it actually really rude when people just speak over. Is everyone ready? Yes. Okay. Okay. I agree with the removal. Councillor Hardeman, have you got anything you'd like to say that's more important than me? I think show a little bit of respect, please. Thank you. I agree. Chair, can you please get some order here?
Right, we're going to carry on. Next person to speak, Councillor McVeigh.
No, Councillor Jones first. Thank you, Chair.
Really sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I did speak because I was expecting you to come to me as I was gulping. Yeah, so I can carry on. Thank you. What's going on? Sorry.
So I think Councillor Jones was trying to speak, but was being interrupted. So I don't think Councillor Jones has actually spoken yet. So we'll let Councillor Jones speak, then we will come to you, Councillor McVeigh.
Fine.
Apologies, Councillor Jones. Please carry on.
Okay. Okay, I do. I agree with the removal of option 1 for the secondary school on the capital programme. The reality is, and I can't say it enough, we have Section 24 notice. We have no money. No money. That is clear evidence that we have no money. We have no money to spend. The decision is about financial discipline and restoring credibility in this council, Worcestershire County Council, which hasn't had any credibility for years. And that is what we aim to do. Everyone wants more school places, but we can't make these promises if we have no money. And why are certain councillors so hell-bent on brand new schools? Why can't we expand the schools? Someone mentioned about porter cabins. What is wrong?
Hang on. Respect,
what is wrong? Should we have to, given we have no money, with porter cabins? I had porter cabins when I was at school. If you think really hard, you would have gone to a school with a porter cabin as well. And you have come out just fine, haven't you? So these kids, I know Stourport High have porter cabins and they're doing great. They are learning and they are passing their exams. We need to be realistic about this. We have no money. We cannot purchase a brand new school. It's time for reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McVeigh.
No pressure then, thank you. Yeah, I'll start off by saying I've read all of the reports that have gone to all of the meetings that I've attended. I understand the financial pressures. I also understand the arguments around temporary classrooms or porter cabins, as you call them. They have been gone through in all of the reports. I'm seeking some clarification, please, because I'm not entirely sure what it is that have got in front of me here. I have got concerns, they've been mentioned by others, about the detrimental impact on the health of our young people, on the environmental impact of busing people around, and around the fact we haven't got the sufficiency report yet. But what am I voting for here? I can only really consider supporting this if it relates to just the removal of funding for that school site, or does it preclude us building on the County Hall site? Can I have some assurance that if I vote to support this, you will not rule out building a school at the County Hall site? Does it only relate to the Newtown Road site and pulling the funding for that site? Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to ask the Cabinet member to comment on that because I think it's a very important point.
Yeah, the recommendation is quite clearly to remove the funding from the capital programme for the Newtown school. So the money will no longer be in the capital programme to build a school.
Okay, hang on, Councillor Foster.
We do not have the money to build a new school, but let me just remind you all that we plan to spend £13.2 million of capital to extend the schools. That's one FE at Dyson Perrins, one FE at the Chase, one FE or two FE at Pershaw High School, and one FE at Bishop Perrone. We are spending £13.2 million of capital, and that requires zero borrowing. Those are the facts of the matter, and I am following Grant Thornton's advice to mitigate the situation, and this is contributing to a savings plan to maintain financial viability of this council. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to call Councillor Paul Bennett.
I was just going to suggest as well that part of the integration into this programme could be further education colleges as well, because if you can get more sixth formers to go to some FE colleges by making them more comprehensive, then you can also then free up space within the existing secondary school sector for the generation below that. By 2032, in theory, the number of children will be reducing by about 6.5% between 0 to 15. So there are going to be flows, ebbs and flows in this, and it does depend on how many houses are actually built, which again seems to be a completely undefined total. So there's a lot of X factors here which all need to be taken into consideration. But I am surprised that FE colleges have not bid to actually increase their provision to some degree on some of these things, because they would be sites where there is obviously extra provision that's already available in Worcester as well, particularly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Casey.
Chairman, thank you. I had no intention on speaking on this item because my colleagues and other parties have made themselves particularly clear. That was until Councillor Jones spoke. And I do feel that I need to, dare I say, educate Councillor Jones on this subject. And that is that it is not as simple as sticking some porta cabins in a car park or any other area. We're talking about the extensive development that is going on, that's been inflicted on us, upon this government, across the county council. So I will give you an example, Councillor Jones, of one of the villages in my division. They have had extensive development already, and there's extensive development still to come. They have had, in the last 2 planning applications, they have been awarded £1 million in Section 106 money. What do you want them to do with that Section 106 money, £1 million? Because they cannot put any porta cabins, because they cannot extend the schools, because they do not have the land provision to extend those schools. They cannot put 4th and 5th floors on a school in the middle of a village. So your idea about porta cabins is ill-conceived, and we have Section 106 money that comes from developers, but that is why, and that illustrates the issue that we have in finding school places, and when we have got an opportunity to build a school, we absolutely need to do that.
No, I think you've already spoken.
If named, just to be clear, it is to say that you've been misrepresented or misunderstood, so it's not just to respond.
Okay. So what's been misunderstood? So what is the misunderstanding? If you could clarify that.
The misunderstanding is that she feels I need to be educated.
Yep. It's noted. Fine. I'm going to ask the mover to sum up, and then we'll move to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, can I just go back before I sum up properly, back to Councillor McVeigh and just...
Sorry, everybody, can you please be quiet while we're summing up? Thank you.
Sorry, just go back to Councillor McVeigh in my clarification. This recommendation is to stop the Newtown Road School and take the funding out of the capital programme. It doesn't preclude us putting any money back in at a future date to build a school when it's affordable in the future. Just wanted to make that clarification. So, in terms of summing up, first of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Allen for his support and advice. They do say that every day is a school day, and there's no pun intended there, and I'll make sure that this advice is learned from. I really do looking forward to seeing you on the 9th of December with all your ideas on where we're going to get the money from and how to resolve the situation we're in, because you fundamentally don't get it. But hopefully I'll be pleasantly surprised, but I'm not optimistic.
Right, but before we move to the vote, I want to say something as the chair on this particular item. I thought that the debate was going along the lines, certainly with some members in the room, saying that they would support the administration. I think the sticking point has been about taking the money completely out of the budget for the schools programme. I'm just going to give the cabinet member another chance. If that is possible to keep that money in the budget, then I think you might find some support for
Thank you, Chair. But the whole point of taking the money out of the capital budget, because it's funded by borrowing, which hits the revenue account, and this is about making savings to the revenue account. So if we just say stopping Newton Road but leaving the £33 million in there, it doesn't make any difference financially.
That's clear. Okay, we're now going to move to the vote then. So all those in favour, please raise your hands for the motion to stop this school.
Can we keep those who've put those up? Can they keep them up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we've got 25, 26, 26.
Okay. So all those against?
Hang on. Are we sure everyone put their hand up? Because for was 26, against appeared 26, and we've had 1 abstention. Did you? Okay. Okay, 28. I stand corrected. Okay, so we're saying stand corrected, 26 for, 28 against, and 1 abstention.
So that item has fallen. Okay. We're now at that point of the day where we are, it's quite late. We're going to have a lunch break now. I'm going to remind everybody that you're not allowed to bring food into the chamber. Okay. So we will have a 40-minute lunch break. We'll see you at 2:45.
Can I see all group leaders as well before they rush
Thank you, everybody. Come back to order, please. Okay, thank you, everybody. We're now on agenda item 7B, and this is report of the Cabinet decisions taken. This report deals with the decisions already taken by the Cabinet and is on pages 73 to 79. And I'd remind you that specific questions may be asked about these items in this report. This is an opportunity to ask relevant questions and not make speeches on matters which have already been decided. The reports will be taken section by section. Questions will be restricted to a maximum of 2 minutes per item per councillor. So please ask your question clearly and concisely. Questions will be taken one at a time. If necessary, written replies will be provided by the leader or the relevant Cabinet member. Right. Can I now ask for questions on the first section entitled Get Worcestershire Working? This is for questions on resources report, Poet Old Bridge, update on Worcester City Secondary.
Get Worcestershire Working is a report in its own right.
Oh, sorry, yes, Get Worcestershire Working. Any questions on that?
Can't see any.
No? Okay, moving on.
Resources report.
So this is for the officers, is it?
We've got resources budget report, budget monitoring.
They're gone.
Sorry, I think we're all a bit jaded from our morning sessions. So what we're now doing is just going through all of the other Cabinet decisions where Council's not going to be asked to make a decision. So decisions have already been taken by Cabinet. And I would also say that 2 of the reports have also been to scrutiny. So the County Hall report and the Worcester City Secondary. And none of those decisions were called in by Cabinet either, so there has been opportunity. So I think what we're trying to do is just say we've got no questions on the report Get Worcestershire Working. We're now asking if there's any questions on the resources report, which I don't think we've had hands up. So any questions on Powick Bridge, is that? Yeah, so there's Councillor Udall and Councillor Allen.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I want to initially welcome the proposals for Poet Old Bridge. It's to be significantly welcomed. It's a major important area for Worcester. It has a potential to become a major tourist attraction as well, attracting tourists from far and wide. Chair, the County Council own a significant amount of land between the south of the bridge and Hams Way. This could and should be converted at some time in the future to a countryside park which would attract tourists to the area. Can I ask if this has been given some active consideration?
Who'd like to answer that question?
I thank Councillor Udall for his question. The answer is not yet, but it will be. I think what is raising is a very interesting idea. Once the bridge is fully opened, thanks to the Reform UK putting the money in, I know the Conservatives now are against it, but we're going to finish the bridge, we're going to get it opened, and then we're going to look at tourist attractions and the area around it. So I thank Councillor Udall for his suggestion. So we're not looking at it yet, but we will be looking at it. Here we go, point of order, misunderstanding again.
Okay, Councillor Allen.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon again, Council. Looking at the costs, I mean, I understand we are responsible for the top bit, the tarmac. Is there no way we can find Natural England or somebody else to give us more money or actually fund the project rather than our taxpayers, ratepayers, again, having to fork out when we could spend the money better on special educational needs or something else? What has the council done, please, to try and get other people to pay for this? Thank you.
Well, the alternative source of funding possibly is the National Lottery. And we will be putting in a bid. If we obviously get the money from the National Lottery, then that will take priority over having to spend taxpayers' money. But of course, getting that stage where we're ready to put in a bid and then getting a decision could be a year or two. So we can't really wait until the bridge falls down. Then we won't get any money at all. So in essence, We are looking at alternative sources, which is principally the lottery. But having said that, the money is there to do the job in any case. We are serious about this, and I would urge members not to see this as a burden. We should be proud that we've got this medieval bridge. It's ours. It's our responsibility, and we have promised, and we've put the money in to get it fully opened, and we should be proud of it. It's one of the oldest, most historic bridges in Europe. The site of the first and the last Battle of Worcester in the Civil War, and we're proud of it, and we're going to open it and make the public more aware of it so that more people can see the historic and beautiful nature of it.
Thank you. Councillor James.
I'd echo that.
Fab, thank you. I just want to clarify, I would be remiss to say that Councillor Amos has misrepresented himself. However, he has just said that it was Reform UK paying for this bridge. It is, in fact, the taxpayers of Worcestershire paying for this bridge, the same people who have send provision cut by his administration. So I'd be really appreciative if you just clarify it is the taxpayer, because we know Reform UK don't pay their bills to this authority.
I don't know what he meant by that last comment, Chair. Before I answer the question, would he like to clarify what his last comment meant?
Of course. We still have a sandwich bill of £140, I believe. I know the leader said you're doing a whip round. I don't know how that's going.
Well, you would know more about whip rounds than I think we would. So I'm really not quite sure what the question is. Could you just repeat it again? Let's be quite clear, Chair. Let's be quite clear. Let's have a clear question rather than silly insinuations. Grow up. Let's have a clear question, then you get a clear answer.
Of course, I wouldn't want to murky the waters, Councillor Amos. The question is very clear. Can you retract that it's not Reform UK paying for the bridge, but the Worcestershire taxpayer?
Well, it's really a silly question, isn't it? I mean, in all honesty, who's paying for it? We Reform UK have voted, we have gone ahead to provide the money, we have voted for that, and your leader earlier today was criticising the fact that we're spending £5 million on the bridge. Any normal person will come to a clear conclusion. They will draw their own conclusions, Councillor James. I know you're perhaps capable of that, but most people would draw their own conclusions, and thank Reform for putting the money in, showing the commitment. We value our heritage. We're not just fly-by-nights.
Point forward, I think that was a personal attack. I'm not having that.
Okay, the next person is going to be Councillor Cross. I'm sorry. Councillor Cross.
Thank you, Chair. Do we have assurances about which materials and material specifications are going to be used, as in with this historic bridge, not cement or concrete in the repair, but lime and lime mortar materials of the appropriate type, so that the mortar is not stronger than not harder than the stone that's used to build a bridge, because lessons from the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s relating to old buildings. So lots of guidance from Heritage England and SBAB on precisely this topic, which would hopefully ensure that the repairs are very long lasting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cross. I would hope that this would be a given that the nature of the bridge. But yes, all materials will be agreed with Historic England and other bodies who are a part of the considerations.
Thank you. Now I've got Councillor Boatwright to Green.
Thank you, Chair. More of a technical question, but more just because I'm interested in it. Obviously, we're looking at National Lottery Heritage Funding, which is absolutely fantastic. Are we able to tap into funds like the Heritage Revival Fund and the repair grants for heritage at risk as well, or is this something that's currently being explored?
Mastication. All options are being explored.
Short and sweet. McSweeney. Councillor McSweeney.
Thank you, Chair. I sort of want to say thank you for the fact that we've got work ongoing on restoring Powick Old Bridge. I say there's an urgency on this. We can't sit around and not do anything and wait for fundings. It's in a poor state. It's needed doing for a long time. When we've had we're getting into flooding season. We're probably into double figures of floods since the original damage was done now already. I appreciate it's now being protected, so no more damage being done. So urgency of that. I mean, the question I wanted to ask on a different subject slightly is about sort of when the restoration is done. Clearly, it's say key active travel route into Worcester, potentially part of the Malvern to Worcester active travel route. When that happens, can you assure me that this will be taken into consideration? I'm particularly thinking about the bit south of there as well, where the state of the surface of the path is poor, or has always been poor, that this can be improved a bit for active travel. I'm sure Councillor Amos will support me in encouraging active travel.
Absolutely right. Yes, I would. Certainly it's something we can look at. It's on the national cycle route. We're very proud of that fact, and we'll do our best to expand and enhance that once the bridge is open. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to move on to the next item, which is an update, Worcester City Secondary Education Sufficiency and
Chair, I did request to speak. I apologise, but I did.
I didn't see it, sorry.
Over to you, Adam Kent.
Thank you. Councillor Amos can reiterate that I did put my little flag up. Yeah. Just a question. It's probably for Councillor Wharton rather than anybody else, really, just in terms of clarifying exactly what the finances and the timescales are, because we all want to see the bridge restored. There's absolutely no doubt about it. It is a huge asset for Worcestershire, but obviously it's a massive cost, and we're looking, as we've heard today, about watching the pennies in every way, shape or form. And obviously in the business case and in the papers that you put forward, it was that we didn't have the financial information at the time, has been spoken about already for the National Heritage Fund or the lottery application. So is there any degree of confidence in terms of whether that might be successful, in terms of whether you think the money? Do you think that us saying we're going to come up with the cash anyway might have negated the chance of success with that? Or are you going to really try and exhaust all possibilities in terms of the way that we fund the bridge or the repairs and try and get others to come up with the cash, which would obviously help us out massively?
Yeah, I think I can answer you. Of course, we're going to try every single opportunity to get external funding. That was clearly set out in the report. The money was in the budget initially anyway, and you'll know that from the previous administration. All we said, we wouldn't choose it as one of the areas of capital expenditure to remove because of the potential of future funding coming through and because of the immediacy of the works that are required. As Councillor Amos said, we can't sit and wait for 12, 18 months. So, yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. We're moving on now to the next section, which is... Sorry? Yep. Which is the update on Worcester secondary education. Councillor Udall.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to rehearse previous debates about secondary provision in Worcester, but an opportunity has arisen, potentially, for 200 places to be freed up at Christopher Whitehead High School by relocating the sixth form to a new location within St John's. Can I ask if this has been given some active consideration, and would the Cabinet members be willing to discuss this in more detail with all local members representing West Worcestershire?
Foster.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Udall. No, it hasn't been considered yet, but yes, we're very happy to consider it and to meet with you and to discuss the opportunities. Thank you.
There's nobody else on that, so we're now on to County Hall update on site operations and disposal. Item 6 Ways, former Park and Ride future options appraisal. Any questions on that? No. Moving on. West Midlands Regional Safe Centre. It's an exempt item. Adrian Hartman.
Just a quick question, really, Chairman, for you. This was an exempt item, so I'm not proposing to talk in detail about it. But it was my understanding that for exempt items, when you excluded the press and public, councillors were not regarded as being part of the public. And when this matter was discussed at Cabinet, other members who might have been interested, I understand, were shooed out into the canteen area, which seems a little odd.
I'll take the hit. So this is the second. I'm the second statutory officer today, so I shall take the hit this time. What I would say to that is it was open to any of the councillors present in the chamber to clarify that at the time. They did not, and I did go outside to specifically try and find any of the members of the overview and scrutiny panel. I did find Councillor Jenkins to offer them the opportunity to come into the chamber. So in future, if people want to challenge it at the time, I suggest they challenge it there and then. But I take the point.
Thank you. Great. We're now moving on to the next section, which is item 7A, which is the political structures and appointments following the by-election. I've been asked to exercise my discretion under section 12.2 of the procedural standing orders, which relates to urgent business. The Assistant Director of Legal and Governance has asked that the Council considers and votes on a report in relation to the political balance of the Council following the Bromsgrove South by-election, which took place on the 30th of October. I'm satisfied that it was not possible to include this matter on the Council agenda, as the agenda was published on the day before the election took place, and it was not a known result that could have changed the political balance of the Council. I now invite the Leader to move recommendation in paragraph 1 of the report, and this will be seconded by the Deputy Leader.
Yeah, I propose to move that.
Yes, I'll second that.
Thank you. I will invite any speakers, or should we move to the vote? Move to the vote. All those in favour? I think it's unanimous. Thank you very much.
You want to hand out?
Right, we've got something that we need to hand out now, so we'll just hand that out while we're... So while they're doing that, this is the local government reorganisation. Please turn to pages 81 to 294 of the agenda, and I'm going to invite Councillor David Taylor to introduce the report and move the recommendations in paragraph 1. I understand this will be seconded by the Leader. So over to you, David Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Members will be aware of the tight timescale in producing a full business case to government. The business case is still in draft, and we are continuing to undertake final due diligence and checks on the business case, as you would expect. County Council officers and colleagues from PwC have further meetings tomorrow with colleagues from Wyre Forest, which will include their financial officer. With this in mind, I wish to change the recommendation in the covering report. The new recommendation which I am moving will be A. Following a report published by Wyre Forest District Council that highlights errors in the financial modelling, that the report is updated ahead of the OSPB board meeting. Subject to this, B. Approve the revised content of the local government reorganisation proposal appended to this report, Appendix 1. And determine any recommendations for Cabinet to take into account as the final decision maker in submitting the proposal to the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government by the 28th of November 2025. A document consisting of 2 pages has been circulated to members in the Chamber. It's in the post.
It won't be this week then.
Yeah, you may get it next week. The document refers to changes on pages 129, which is page 227 of the agenda pack, and 151, which is page 249 of the agenda pack of the LGR business proposal. The changes relate to the staffing benefits for 2 unitary councils. The changes do not materially alter the conclusion of the business plan, i.e. 1 Worcestershire. The changes have been implemented and will be published for the OSPB meeting on the 17th of November, and then Cabinet on the 20th of November. The final LGR proposal will also include further letters of support from key partners and businesses across Worcestershire.
Thank you. I'm just going to give... oh, sorry.
We in Worcestershire are at a political crossroads. It is worth noting, going forward, it will likely be the failing and ever decreasing in popularity Labour government that will ultimately make the decision. Likely to be a team of ministers that never even step foot in our wonderful county that decides the fate of Worcestershire. I began my relationship with Worcestershire the moment I was born, all the way back in 1975. From that very first breath, Redditch has been my home. Specifically Matchborough West, where my parents were the first proud residents of a 3-bedroom mid-terrace. That house wasn't just bricks and mortar, it was the start of a lifelong connection to the area. I still have friends I visit in the very road I grew up in, and I still live in Redditch today. It will forever be my hometown. My hometown Redditch, or Redditch Newtown as we know then, has always operated under a 2-tier local government system, with both county and district councils. Even today, that setup continues to puzzle some of my local residents, not knowing who to contact and not knowing what services are provided by Redditch Borough and what services are provided by the county council. Worcestershire as a single unitary council offers significant financial benefits. By consolidating services and eliminating duplication across districts, we can save many millions annually. These savings come from streamlined staffing structures, reduced management overheads and fewer administrative silos. We can also rationalise our property portfolio, selling or repurposing underused assets to generate capital and creating new revenue streams. Plus, there is also the reduction of maintenance costs. These funds can be reinvested directly into community services and local infrastructure. Let me be clear, the financial benefits are significant. By consolidating services and eliminating duplication across districts, we stand to save many millions annually. I'd like to seize this moment to build a Worcestershire that is united in purpose, efficient in operation, and deeply rooted in its communities. Together we can lead this transformation and ensure that every resident benefits from a council that is modern, responsive, and of course built to last. I urge you to support this bold step towards smarter governance, stronger communities, and of course a brighter future for our residents. I recommend we move on the amended motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we've
A point of order, please. I might be the only person that struggles to retain information verbally. Are we going to see that written down, this new proposal, or on the screen or something?
So you've had 2 pieces of paper.
Not with the amended proposal, though, Chair. Sorry.
Okay, so we haven't got that printed, so I'll arrange for that to be printed now. So in that time, can I suggest then that members look at the 2 tables so that you're familiar with those? So I don't know, going by the chair, 5 minutes, and we will try and get this printed immediately for you to have in front of you. Because they are changing the wording of the recommendation. Well, I'm going to refer to the chair for orderly conduct in the chamber, just being shouted at randomly.
Thank you. The normal process is that it's done with a piece of paper. Not everybody's got a digital device in front of them. So we will have to wait until that's been delivered. So please read what you've already got. We're going to have 5 minutes while we have this disputed. You'll have the information and then we'll restart the discussion. Thank you.
Print it.
Order, please. Switch on. Right. Thank you very much, everybody. You've now got the amended motion in front of you. I hope you've had a chance to read it. I'm now going to ask for representatives to speak on this amended motion.
It's not a motion. It's a report.
Okay, the amended recommendation. Sorry.
I've got a seconder.
Yeah.
Dealing with that, Councillor Hartman.
Yeah, we need a seconder.
I'll be happy to second it,
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you,
Reserve my
President.
right to speak.
Thank you. Right. So, who would like to speak on this item?
Straight to the vote. Oh.
Councillor Hart.
Speaking on behalf of the group. Thank you very much indeed.
Are you speaking on behalf of the group?
Well, I can do if the leader in the group want me to. I'm very grateful for the administration for this amendment. And I'm very grateful for the administration recognising the error in the PwC schedule on page 129. Because, of course, and I accept, and indeed there will be differing views across this chamber on whether one supports a one unitary approach or indeed a north and a south unitary approach. As a county councillor, I firmly believe that a one Worcestershire approach is the right approach because of the economies of scale, because of the financial savings. And of course, all of this, whether one supports one unitary, whether one supports a north and a south, the figures are never ever going to be absolute. You will only know the absolute on the, at the time of the new legal entity or entities, whatever they may be. I mean, for those that support a two Worcestershire approach, is clearly the new schedule supports them, because there was an error on page 129 of the document where it says when you have two unitary councils in year 3 there would still be a cost of circa £2.5 million. Actually, there's about a £5 million differential, because if you see on your new schedule, there's now a benefit at year 3 of about 2.7 million, and therefore in the implementation benefit schedule for one Worcestershire, previously it got 36 million versus 11 million for two unitaries. Now it's 16. So actually, whilst there is a benefit still for year 3 for now for two unitaries, if you look at the financial schedule as a whole, the net impact of local government reorganisation is clearly demonstrable. For example, at year 2, if you had one unitary, it's over £12 million benefit, whereas if you had two, in year 2 it's still an £11 million cost. But isn't the most compelling figure this? And it's all estimates, and of course we await with interest the document from the 5 districts that support 2 that comes out tomorrow. In year 3, the benefit to Worcestershire residents is £32 million a year, compared to £2.5 million if there are two unitaries. Now, as I say, there will always be debate and scope for movement, but the reality is the quantum of cash going into local government, to my mind, is not going to go up ad infinitum with the current government that we have. Indeed, from my perspective, and I'm sure many others in this chamber would agree, we didn't ask for local government reorganisation. I'm quite happy with Wyre Forest District Council. I quite like their leader and get on with them. And indeed, I'm quite happy with working with the 6 districts and the county council, because despite the political differences that come and go in the different parties that represent and lead the various councils, actually in Worcestershire we have a proven track record of making the 2-tier system work. But the government by stealth has said that they're going to scrap and remove the 21 shire areas. So we can only work within the parameters that we've got. And if you look at the business case overall, in terms of the 6 sets of criteria, and I know different people have different views on the 500,000 and whether it's a moving feast or not, but you know, and what the optimum number is for a unitary authority. You look at what the government have said in respect of Surrey, for example, very recently, where they haven't approved a case for 3 unitaries, they've approved a case for 2 unitaries, which gets you to the magic £500,000 plus figure. It's clear to me, particularly in a shire area, that if you're going to go to unitary, it has to be right. To avoid the disaggregation, in particular of children's and adult social care, those high-spend statutory areas, it has to be right that it's 1, not 2. And therefore, I'm very grateful to the administration for recognising the error within the PwC working out. And I am more than happy to support the recommendation on behalf of the group, as ultimately, this council's not making the decision. Scrutiny will look at it on the 17th of November, and this is an executive function in this council, so if it all goes horribly wrong, we know exactly who we can hold to account. But in all seriousness, the Cabinet will make whatever decision they make later in the month.
Thank you. Councillor Moorhead.
Oh, thank you. I'll probably sound like I'm repeating everything that Councillor Hart has just said. But what I do want to do, on a serious note, is I do want to thank the Cabinet member for the amendment and the clear acknowledgement of the information provided regarding the modelling in the financial detail and for the update provided for that. I think probably I was just keeping it short. We just need to remember what we're actually voting on here today, or supporting the recommendation. That we are not being asked here to vote on our preference for one Worcestershire or for a north and south. We are being asked to approve the content of the local government reorganisation proposal. This will be then scrutinised and subject to the inclusion, as per this amendment, of this new information. I'm fully supportive of this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Boatwright-Green.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm responding on behalf of the Lib Dem group. I think the past 30 minutes has pretty much summed up my experience of the whole process. From the outset, this process has felt like you'll know when we think you need to know. Don't mind your little heads, we'll tell you what you need to think, and then you can vote the way we want you to. The council has gone on a campaign of Project Fear. You have to do what we say or everything will fall apart. There's decades of research showing that very little argument behind actually going through this process. True, your views are backed up by this document, but you paid for it to look like that. That's what consultants do. And they admitted it themselves back in August. If we had asked them to write a report for a 2-council model, they could have done that and met the objectives of the government to most of an extent. So any argument this is the only solution is nonsense. This January was the start of my frustration with the process the County Council was following. When I discovered that the previous administration had written to the government to request we cancel the elections, I responded to all councillors and said, I find I now check local media for updates on this council, as my experience is you will have released a press release before contacting members. I'm somewhat perplexed by the complete lack of consultation with members, and while other councils will be voting on proposals this week, I see there is absolutely nothing on the agenda tomorrow. I would say this is a surprise, but given my experience of this council over the past 3 years and 8 months, I can safely say this sort of behaviour is completely fits with the administration's attitude to elected members. And after 10 months, I can only feel this frustration more. I no longer trust this council to do what's in the best interests of residents. The culture of this council is the problem. This council will follow blindly what the leadership says, with no regard for residents, no consultation, no debate or discussion. Here's a document, vote for it. No. I was not elected because I will blindly follow. I know full well why people voted for me, and being a yes man certainly wasn't on their list. This document has given me no reason to vote for it. It lacks ambition, does not tackle the real issues, and is a bid to pull power to the top and away from residents. It will increase council tax and services won't improve. But don't take my word for it. Let's get the opinion of an expert. Emeritus Professor Colin Corpus from De Montfort University was on the radio and an expert in local government this week. And he said, these plans are an act of municipal vandalism. There is no guarantee that savings will come about, and there are 50 years of data to prove this. The UK has the largest local council units. The UK has the largest local council units in Europe, and they're not the most efficient nor the cheapest. So the argument about bigger is better, economy of scale, is not true. So maybe this county council is the issue, not the system. What did the auditors say? Councillors will become more distant, councillors will be less embedded in their communities, and will be creating ivory towers away from people. It will be an expensive rebranding exercise, but don't expect to see any real changes. Expect to pay more and see no real difference in services. And to make matters worse, we'll have to create a new tier of council. Bromsgrove, Redditch and Worcester, you're now going to be looking at new town and city councils, and how much will they cost? How much is our new regional mayor going to cost? None of this is factored in. And doesn't harmonisation sound lovely? To be at one together. The council said that it was going to look at a range of council tax rate options, and this is what the harmonisation would be. But of course, looking at this document now, I can see £400 extra is coming on my council tax no matter what. But the plan is just to hike up council taxes to the highest amount. It's to create a democratic deficit. At the same time, the district councils are putting in a proposal, and it has been produced in consultation with councillors of all colours, residents, stakeholders, and has looked at how to create new councils that focus on residents. It has aimed at getting buy-in and not focused on hiding information at every turn. I like this approach. It has meaning. That consultation has made me feel optimistic despite not wanting government reorganisation, and has given people a chance to share their views. This council and some of the councillors have tried to attack that approach. I've heard you do it. But that comes back to culture. You have chosen a path of negativity, threat and secrecy. The districts chose a path of openness, community and positivity. I cannot risk the culture of this council surviving. It is why we're in this mess. So I'll be voting against this proposal, supporting a north-south proposal of my district council, and I will be reporting this council to the Information Commissioner's Office for failing to provide documents when I've asked for them. I will continue to fight this failed council culture.
Thank you. Councillor Cross, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dan, for expressing far more eloquently than I could my deep dissatisfaction at this apparently shambolic way of asking us to make a decision. Well, actually, in reality, we're not making a decision on this. The government is going to be making it for us. And in terms of culture, that's what really matters. And I think that's driving the quality of the information that's provided to us, the way in which we're expected to process this information, not on the hoof with last-minute amendments and pages of numbers that have been changed. So, yeah, I absolutely agree. Having seen both ways that it's been done at district level at Worcester City and in an inclusive manner, and here how it's been kind of backhandedly put in front of us, I mean, it's hard to express. Dan, you've done it brilliantly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Josh Robinson.
Sorry, thank you, Chair, and you won't be surprised to hear that I will not be supporting this today. Just that the whole thing of getting something again minutes before we're meant to debate it just sums up another reason why I won't be supporting it. And the fact that this is one of the reasons why OSPB, I said, what is the point of us being here? Because this document needed to be scrutinised. It seems to me that it's been scrutinised and figures have changed. I daresn't think what else needs to change in it following scrutiny. So I don't understand how anyone, after receiving another document today that tells you that the figures are different, how you can have any confidence in supporting this. I think it's quite clear, it's just quite clear that we shouldn't be supporting this. And as I say previously, I'm happy with Bromsgrove District Council. I'm happy with having a two-tier authority, but we're going to have to go down this route. And as getting involved into politics to stay local, there is absolutely no way I could support something that takes that away.
Thank you. Councillor Wells.
Chairman, thank you. Good afternoon. It's almost a good evening. Chairman, I'm going to have to express my disappointment that the last OSPB meeting in here a couple of weeks ago wasn't able to interrogate the business plan that would support a One Worcestershire approach. We nevertheless spent 2.5 hours talking about it, but without the data. And as a consequence of that, we have set up another meeting on the 17th of this month in order to interrogate all the business plan. Well, I'm hoping by then we'll have one and it won't be amended again. It does concern me that it took a chief exec of a district council to spot some quite significant financial changes. That worries me. It gives me less confidence about the fragility of the whole business plan. I'm concerned too today, we kind of get drawn into a beauty contest between 1 versus 2. And I'm sure that if there were the people here today who had been part of the construction of the 2 Worcestershire approach, may well be challenging some of the data that we're now being presented with, but we are not in a position to do that today. So I'm hoping that on the 17th, not only does every member of the OSPB, all 14 members, attend, but more importantly than that, that the chief exec and leader and the cabinet member with responsibility rock up as well. I'm quite sure, but between now and then, there'll be a whole series of questions that will be coming through in our heads. One of those questions, to give the chief exec advance warning, will be how much the consultancy has cost the county council.
Thank you. Now I'm going to call on Councillor Paul Bennett.
I'm just wanted to make the point, and I've made it all along since this idea was first mooted. We really don't know what the government's going to do at the mayoral level. And all of these projections, all of these costings, and all of these facilities that we're putting forward at the moment from one option or another could go straight out the window at the stroke of a pen when a new Secretary of State comes in and says, actually, the mayor's going to do this, 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 and this on a national basis. I just wanted to make that point. I think this is completely and utterly wrong. And again, it's like the debate earlier on about the education system. When you've got national government really screwing things up to this degree in terms of the layers of accepted council democracy, they really should have come forward with a very detailed proposal. How Herefordshire can exist with just 200,000 people, you know, and at the moment they're saying that's fine, but the original plan was for 600,000 in each authority, is just ridiculous. And I just wanted to express my complete disgust at the whole process.
Thank you. Councillor James.
Thank you. And I will give credit where credit's due, and I do think a lot of credit has to go to Councillor Taylor, and I genuinely mean that. You've always been consistent that it is a central government decision. I think we've all said it, and we're all coming from different angles and different political spins, but ultimately it is a group of people, as you say, who have never potentially been to Worcestershire, who will pluck potentially the option out of a hat and say, right, that's what we're doing. So what we can do as officials, in my belief, is we can reassure our residents that their voice will be heard. Because to me, we're talking a lot about data and consultants and things like that, but we're not talking enough about people and lived experience. I was talking to a resident last week who said, I did the survey, that means we're getting 2. To me personally, and I apologise to colleagues who are on that council, the survey did more damage to a business case. And I will say that because actually it gave false hope to my residents that they will have a final say on this. I think united we need to have a stance of let's not spend hours debating something that's out of our control and talk about things that are in our control. We spent a lot of time earlier talking about things that we can do, and now we're going to spend a lot more time over something that Keir Starmer can do. Well, quite frankly, the message to me should be don't raise our tax at a national level, sort out our school grant, and actually get our residents the best quality council tax, the best value for money, and just get on with it. That's my view.
Thank you. Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Chair. I spoke about this previously, and I'll speak about it again. I want to look at the effect on services. I hear the word scaremongering bandied about, a sort of frivolous dismissal of the concerns. I've worked in the sector long enough to understand very well the impact that this proposal for 2 unitary authorities will have. If you want to have an effective public service, and I'm going to talk about children's services, it stems from clear leadership. And these three things: clear policy priorities, clear financial framework, and clearly defined service needs. If you've got a service that is split across two completely different authorities, you cannot have that. It does not work. So this idea that, oh, it'll all be okay, is absolute nonsense. It won't, and it wouldn't be for years to come, and probably in perpetuity, unless you were lucky enough to have both local authorities under exactly the same political party with exactly the same political agenda. The chances of that, we all know, are pretty slim, particularly at the moment. So that's the service effect. And then let's just look at one thing which I haven't heard mentioned, which is we're looking at children's services, adult services, and as I understand it, waste being shared services. They amount to about 90% of the total budget. So for 10% of what we offer, you want to risk all of those issues that I've just highlighted in terms of service delivery for 10%, because the rest of it would be shared. So if you're going to share 90%, why risk it for the sake of the 10% where you'll have control yourselves? Absolutely pointless.
Thank you. Councillor Amal.
Thank you, Chair. I was trying to clarify. Are we actually proposing to share those services? We weren't aware of that.
No. Two doesn't know.
Social care, child social care and adult care for the north should be separate.
I think just out of clarification, I think the point being made is in relation to what may be a proposal in the two bid, and it's a maybe. I'm not saying it is. So it's a maybe that one of the options could be a shared service. So I think we now move on to Councillor Amar's main points to make.
Thank you. We'll get to speak in reality. I'm really very uncomfortable seeing £0 under disaggregation costs because this tells me that you haven't done the aggregation costs. So there is a disaggregation cost, that's fine, but where is the aggregation cost? At the end of the day, you've got all these district councils that need to be aggregated with the county council to create one Worcestershire. So there's something missing there in the cost because that's not going to be free. It's not going to be zero. This is like turning the Titanic. And in my view, this whole one Worcestershire, which cost us, I think this report that PwC costs around £70,000 already, we haven't been given the brief ever. So we don't know what PwC was asked to do. And from my perspective, they've been asked to do, and we do call it a business case. They haven't been asked to appraise this. They've been asked to give us a case. And we've had in Bromsgrove Mutual Ventures do a separate study on this. And you know, if we are going to consult members of the public, 48% said that they want North and South because they want closer democracy to the people. 48% versus 29%.
Thank you. Councillor Hardman.
I have to say, I thought Councillor Kersey was going to speak in front of me, but since you called me, I'll speak. I mean, basically, having consulted pretty widely around Breeden Hill, actually the winner is no change, certainly in my division. But if you press them, it is definitely for two councils. And one of the things that worries me greatly is the question of council tax harmonisation, because what Reform are doing, you know, of course, is delivering a Labour tax bombshell to the residents of Wychavon, because our district council tax is only £128. The suggestion in the paper is that we harmonise up to the Redditch level, which is £277, and that will produce £17 million across the south. So what you're seeing, Councillor Hart, whether you're £32 million saving, is actually over 55% of it is coming from higher council tax, and you're seeing considerable amounts of council taxpayers' money, which over 45, 46 years of Conservative thrift has guarded very carefully, being transferred to the north of the county. Now, naturally, every single one of my parish councils is absolutely dead against this scenario. And so I think that I regret the tone of the PwC report because it is relentlessly, I think, negative. And the PwC report, at the end of the day, is just an opinion because it makes some pretty stunning assumptions that services are going to remain the same. And finally, just a point to Councillor Bowen, I expect adult services to be commissioned around the needs of the individual. And I suspect that the best answer is that we have two entirely separate services.
Councillor Bowen, did you want to say something on that point?
Actually, as it's only would be for correction, then no, I don't.
No, fine. Councillor Kearsey.
Chairman, thank you. I find myself at odds with Councillor James in a way, who's commended the Cabinet member for this. And I actually think that we're talking about lessons learnt that should be learnt from the administration. And I think this is very much an example of that. We are unified in the fact that this is being forced upon us by the Labour government. However, on that basis, I find the Cabinet member asking us to accept this report today to be disrespectful to this council, its members and Worcestershire residents. You're bringing this to us weeks after you've publicised your decision as One Worcestershire, and you've been banded it around social media, all without any reference to elected members of this council. But worse still, you are actually bringing this to us today without sharing this pertinent information. And to be clear for members today, that the Cabinet member was going to go forward with this report for us to accept until our group proposed an amendment, because I highlighted the information that had been supplied by the Chief Executive of Wyre Forest to say that the financial modelling from PwC was in question. Now, you're talking about, Councillor Marr, you're talking about disaggregation, but when you actually read this report, it uses words such as cost reduction seems unrealistic. So I find it really disrespectful that you've brought this to us, but worse still, that you weren't going to share this information with us until our group brought the amendment and you then shared this information. But the main point is that One Worcestershire, so first of all, this report has come from Wyre Forest, who obviously is the only one of the 6 district councils that are supporting One Worcestershire, because the other 5 district councils are working together collaboratively to support 2 unitaries. But on the basis that you've actually brought it, unlike 2 unitary proposal, which is everything about local identity, prevention, which we've heard this morning from the auditors, it serves our residents better. This puts the costs into question, which completely puts One Worcestershire into question.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kent.
What a day, eh? Well, if the Labour government's desire was to divide Worcestershire, well, haven't they achieved it? You know, they've done a great job, haven't they? I mean, you know, I love living in Worcestershire. I don't know whether I want to live in a North Worcestershire or a South Worcestershire, and particularly with a North Worcestershire, with the threats that we've got from Birmingham and the potential political changes and everything, it fills me with horror to think of carving up our county in the way that is being proposed or considered. And I totally get the difference between the North and South. I think Councillor Hardman's talked about the tax implications for the South and the issues for the North. But obviously in the North, we're right up against Birmingham in terms of what it is. We've already got a Labour administration in Redditch, where the MP has come out clearly in favour of joining the combined authority, and that fills me with dread. Having seen the issues with bin collections, union strife, and the terrible problems that are afflicting Birmingham, and bear in mind we complain about, I don't know what it is, 40 odd million of EFS or 35 or whatever it is, when Birmingham's got 1.2 billion in terms of what it is. Now, we're talking today about potentially carving our fine county into 2, and I cannot support that. everybody knows from everything I've always said. I've been a fan of having a unitary in Worcestershire for as long as I can imagine, you know, from the day I was first elected. But it was purely on the basis of evidence of economies of scale, making sure that when I put yellow lines in, I can actually enforce them. Simple little things that make a major difference to the residents. I get why people have got a different view between the north and the south, but what we're doing is dividing Worcestershire, and what we should be doing is bringing it together.
Thank you. Councillor Roger Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Council. I will be supporting a one Worcestershire approach for this Council, and the reason I'm doing this are many and varied. Firstly, I think we need to remind ourselves that this council is over 600 million in debt, and this problem needs to be urgently addressed. It also fits with the government's criteria on the numbers of residents. Secondly, the splitting of adults and social care in two, when its functions are operating successfully, would, in my opinion, be a disaster. We already know that this is a major spend of our budget, and to consider splitting this between North and South Authority would certainly degrade this service. Thirdly, having been a two-hatter in the past myself, I know very well the benefits gained in having a joined-up council and the benefits we can offer our residents. No more running through the problems of who is responsible for that path or that pavement when dealing with highway issues. Fourthly, the financial benefit of projected savings of 20 million plus on a council that is nearly already bankrupt cannot be ignored. And lastly, in one Worcestershire, we would be offering our residents joined up services in respect of HR, IT, legal services and communications, which would make us more efficient and provide provision of our services. In summary, in splitting the service between North and South split would be a major exercise of having to split assets, split our hard-working staff, having different meeting places and providing little or no savings from the exercise that has already cost this council increased expenditure. The splitting of the council would no doubt benefit the South, who in the past have nearly all had the major capital investments of the years, of which, of course, North helped to fund. There are reasons why I was supporting the one Worcestershire, which only makes financial sense, but also allows us to be more efficient in the service we provide our residents. Let us not forget that those who elected us and are accountable to them to provide these services in the most cost-effective way possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martin Allen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My take is the people of Worcestershire must be very disappointed in what's going to happen either way. And the residents of Worcester City, having voted for a Labour MP, must be absolutely disgusted because they weren't aware that this is what he was standing for. So I think all of us in Worcestershire have been portrayed by Labour to some extent, and I think this is a mistake. And looking at the report, but looking at both reports, the one from Mutual Ventures and the other one from PricewaterhouseCoopers, isn't it funny how they've basically come up with different slants on it? It's amazing. I'm staggered. How could the numbers be so different? You'd think we're in two different counties when you read them. And I think if we jointly employed a third consultant and said, we'd like a proposal saying that we should keep the district councils and the county council, it would come back with a glowing example of why it's the perfect setup. So I'm a little sceptical of both sides, and I'm aware that both sets of administrations from the officers have, I felt, lent on us and pushed us down the path they want us to go. I won't be voting for or against this. I will abstain. I've consistently abstained. I'm not prepared to support the government in something they're going to do, and however you or I vote will not make the slightest scrap of difference. I think the decision's already been made. The only thing I will say, if you look at these figures and the savings and the benefits, we talked earlier about how urgently we needed a school. If you can believe these figures, and I'm not sure you can, but if you can, yeah, over half the way there for a school, and I think people should consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joe Monk.
Thank you. It's been a very long day today, and it's been certainly a long read, reading all of the 600 pages. Oh, sorry, 364. Let me just correct that. 1 year we've been, almost 1 year we've known about this.
Point of clarity, Chair. There's a constitution
Sorry.
that everybody needs to read, and that's almost 300 pages.
No, it says 364 on my slide.
Sorry, Sam, you can't interject like that. It's not allowed. Carry on, Joe.
Okay, so almost 1 year we have all known about this, those that have been re-elected this year. Not all of us, some of us are new, some of us, like myself, and some of the opposition have been here a while. And it's almost been a year that we have known about this, and it has been plenty of time, I think almost a year, to have debated it and thought about bringing it and discussing it as a group, and have a cross-party group chat about it. Yeah, absolutely, Dan, definitely. Local, well, we will keep it local, because when you get re-elected or you want to stand for election again, you're going to be local, aren't you? You're not going to come from London to stand for Worcestershire. So you will be a local person that gets re-elected. So I don't see the context of that. Okay, so, you know, the final decision, and indeed it was always going to be the final decision, is the government. It was Labour. And it was their decision in the first place to bring this and force it upon us. Because none of us wanted this. I want to keep Worcestershire as one. I never lived in Worcestershire as North or Worcestershire South. My ancestors come back to the 1600s, and it was always, always Worcestershire. And I'll be voting in favour of one Worcestershire. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor May.
Thank you very much indeed. Much has been said in this chamber today about the consultation. Let me just tell you, population of 1 million in Leicestershire, and they had 4,600 responses. This report is very light on outcomes. It's very light on prevention. It doesn't talk about what we achieve or we aspire. It is very much written by an accountant, about accountancy, and looking at the money. Life is about far more than the money. It is about the outcomes we achieve and the aspiration. None of this is aspirational. In fact, it is one of the worst reports I've ever read, which is really concerning. I have to say I am not in support of this report. I don't think it's had due scrutiny. To sit here on the day and to find that there's a £5.3 million gap on a set of figures when the cabinet member wasn't even aware of this, I don't believe, until it was pointed out to him, is a disgrace, really. Nothing personal to you, Councillor Wharton, but I do think it's bad that it's gone through all the officer team and not been picked up. I cannot support this. I aspire for better. Really for better. I've sat down, we've gone through mutual ventures with their KPMG report and gone backwards and forwards. I think Worcestershire residents deserve better. And I've always said, show me the evidence. And when I sit here today and I look at the lack of evidence, actual factual evidence, I am very disgruntled with what we see. In terms of one Worcestershire, well, Worcestershire would still stay together if it was a north and a southern unitary. So that doesn't change if you look at the strategic authority. And I'll leave you with one final thought. Considering others have said they don't want to be part of the combined authority, and I don't aspire that for Bromsgrove or for Worcestershire either, but it's very strange how Warwickshire want to get inside on that tent and have conversations. Very, very interesting. What are they seeing that we don't? I can't support this. It's factually incorrect. It lacks real evidence, and I don't see any language in here that talks about aspiration and outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Chair. I had a fair bit I was going to say, but I'm just going to ask one question instead. Who's going to scrutinise the district papers?
Thank you. I see...
I can come back on that, actually. We've had 32 independent consultations. We've gone round the county talking to people about our papers. From my understanding, your consultation will just be with partners.
Okay. I'm sorry. No, I think we've... Sorry, Councillor... Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Caught me unawares there, Chair. Just to go back to Councillor Kersey's disingenuous comment, I did read out at the beginning, Councillor, that the changes that have been made and implemented today will be published for the OSPBB meeting on the 17th of November to scrutinise.
Okay. So would you like to sum up now?
Yeah. Okay.
Chairman, if I may, point of order, please. I've been named and it is factually misinterpreted.
What number? What
I've been quoted, whatever the number is.
Whatever the number.
What is it? 19.4. Thank you very much. It's where I've been stated as misstated and named. Would you like me to explain that for you, Councillor Monk? Okay, excellent. Thank you. Right, Chairman, can I just say that Councillor Taylor said that I was disingenuous. There's absolutely nothing disingenuous about
You
here.
said
What
I
I
was
stated,
disingenuous.
I didn't actually use the word. I actually said you're disrespectful. That's an opinion. But you weren't going to bring these papers to us that say that these cost reductions are unrealistic until we brought that to you this morning. So it was exactly correct what I was saying.
Chair, can I have a response?
Okay, Councillor Taylor, then we'll move on.
You don't know what I'm thinking, Councillor.
Right.
I'm not accusing you of anything, Councillor. You're making accusations.
Chair, on a point
sorry,
of order, Chair, on a point of order, and I don't know which number it is, but I think we're going round in circles. I move that the decision now be put.
Agreed. I agree. We're going to.
And that's what we're trying to do. So Councillor
that, thank
Tamer
you.
is summing up.
I tried to sum up.
Thank you. Would you like any more time to sum
Very
up?
briefly, everybody. As far as I'm concerned, this represents the best outcome for our residents. Cabinet will now work with officers to finalise the proposal, and we'll look forward to further debate before it is submitted to the MHCLG on the 28th of November. Yeah, thank you.
Right, we'll move on to the vote. This is for the recommendation as printed.
Can we have a name vote?
5 of you stand up. Okay, thank you. Right, name vote. You're voting on the recommendation as amended that we've just been discussing.
Okay, so I shall...
Come back.
Come on, I'm going to start the vote. So, Chair, I take it you're voting? Okay, so we shall start with the Chair. Councillor Stephen.
Against.
Against. Councillor Alcott. Left. Councillor Allen. Abstain. Councillor Amar.
Against.
Against. Councillor... Can I just have silence in the chamber, because it's really difficult to hear because people don't always have to put their microphones on, so I can't hear. What's the query, Councillor Moorhead?
It's not my query, but the noise at the back is clarification on what we're actually voting for.
We are
My
voting
understanding
on
is the amendment.
you are voting on the recommendation in the report, and the amended recommendation has been handed round. That is what you're voting on if you are approving this.
Can we just ask through you, Chairman? The voice behind me is saying, we're being asked to approve the revised content of the final local government reorganisation. Thank you. Just for clarification. Thank you.
It's been circulated. It's been amended. Yep.
It is the amended recommendation that has been handed around that councillors have been asked to vote on. So I think that is clear, so I shall continue. Councillor Amos. 4. Councillor Aubrey. 4. Councillor Bales.
Against.
Against. Councillor Bastow. 4. Councillor Bell. 4. Councillor Paul Bennett.
Against.
Against. Councillor Roger Bennett. 4. Councillor Birch. Abstain. Councillor Boatwright Green.
Against.
Against. Councillor Bowen. 4. Councillor Cleary. 4. Councillor Creswell. 4. Councillor Crosby. 4. Councillor Cross.
Against.
Against. Councillor Dunkley. 4. Councillor Eacock. 4. Councillor Edmonds. 4. Councillor Evans.
Against.
Against. Councillor Fordington. Abstain. Councillor Foster. 4. Councillor Hardman. Abstain. Councillor Hart. 4. Councillor Hopkins. 4. Councillor Hume. 4. Councillor James. 4. Councillor Jenkins. Against. Councillor Jones. 4. Councillor Kearsey. Abstain, Councillor Kent. For, Councillor May. Against, Councillor McSweeney. Against, Councillor McVeigh.
Against.
Against, Councillor Miller. For, Councillor Ashley Monk. For, Councillor Joe Monk. For, Councillor Moorhead. For, Councillor Morris is not present. Councillor Perks. For, Councillor Pingree. Against, Councillor Price. For, Councillor Riaz. Against, Councillor Josh Robinson.
Against.
Against, Councillor Linda Robinson. Abstain, Councillor Robson. Against, Councillor Shaw. For, Councillor Taylor. For, Councillor Tudge. For, Councillor Turner's not present. Councillor Udall.
Against.
Against, Councillor Upton. For, Councillor Victory. Against, Councillor Wells. Abstain, Councillor Wharton. For. I'll just tally up. Okay, thank you. So I think Reform all voted for, so that was 25. I've counted up. We had 17 against, 7 abstentions, so therefore it is carried, the recommendation in the report. Oh.
Sorry, though, Madam Solicitor, I think we are entitled to the full figure on a name vote. I made it 34.
Actually, you're quite right, because it wasn't just...
Yes.
Let me do my maths again. Thank you very much.
If we had a new school, I think they'd teach me that 25 add 5 was 30.
You're quite right. So it was 34, and obviously when we publish the minutes, the names do go against the votes because it was a name vote. So 34, 17 against, 7 abstained, so therefore the recommendation carried. Thank you.
Great. Right, we'll move on. Agenda item number 9. Please turn to pages 295 to 302 on the agenda, and I'm going to invite Councillor Adrian Hardman to introduce the report and move the recommendations in paragraph 1. This is the LGPS Central Shareholder Representative Delegation. Over to you, Adrian.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. Hopefully this will be an uncontentious item. Basically, at the moment, the way that the pension scheme operates is that it is a delegated area of responsibility to our 151 officer, and we are and in effect the various committees and panels advise him. Now, I am actually the sole shareholder and the sole representative on LPS Central, and therefore this has created a conflict within our constitution, which we are seeking to resolve by giving powers of delegation to myself when a speedy decision is made as a shareholder, and if I'm unavailable or on holiday or whatever, it then goes to the 151 and then on to the vice chairman of the committee. And this is because since we now have an FCA regulated private company managing our funds, we are going to need speedy decision making possibly. Thank you.
Thank you. This does sound quite a clear and very straightforward recommendation. Does anybody wish to raise any comments or questions before we move to the vote or sum up?
Can we have a seconder?
Oh, seconder, please. Councillor Jenkins. Yeah, thank you. I'm not saying anybody wishing to speak on this item, so if you could please raise your hand if you agree with the recommendation. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That looks like unanimous. Thank you very much. Great, we'll move on to the next item. This is agenda item number 10 and the independent members' appointment to the Audit and Governance Committee. Please turn to pages 303 to 310 of your agenda, and I'm going to invite Councillor Dan Birch to introduce the report and move the recommendations in paragraph 1. And I believe this will be seconded by Councillor Joe Arias. So over to you, Dan.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Following on with the theme of approving auditor recommendations, this is a recommendation that came from Grant Thornton as our independent auditors to add a further degree of scrutiny and independence to the Audit and Governance Committee, which is, of course, an apolitical committee whose sole purpose is to scrutinise the accounts and financials of this council. So this will allow for an independent appointee, which I'm sure on behalf of the Audit Committee we look forward to welcoming whoever comes forward. May I say, if there's anybody within your divisions who you believe would be well suited to this role, then hopefully once we have approved this, it can be recommended to them, and we look forward to welcoming them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sure every member's read this report in detail, and I think is hopefully not too contentious. Would anybody like to speak on this item before we move to the vote? Okay. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got one question, really. Why are we only looking to recruit one independent member to the Audit and Governance Committee when the recommendation in the interim external auditions annual report, page 30, is that the committee consider the recruitment of 2 independent members? At an annual cost of around £1,400 a year extra, this is quite negligible. Thank you.
Would you like to answer that?
I can give you a brief answer. So we are well aware that it is often difficult to fill independent appointments onto committees. We have struggled with that at district councils and at county councils for a long time. We have still got gaps in committees from where we struggle to find independent members. It was the belief of the audit committee that going forward we can make the attempt to find 1. We would ideally like to fill the full specification by having 2, but we ultimately do not want to leave gaps on the audit and governance committee. It is important to have a full slate. So by appointing 1, we believe that we'll be making that start, and once we've been able to do that, then we would then look to appoint a second. Hopefully that answers the question.
Councillor Hart.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman, and perhaps I should have asked this to Councillor Birch when we discussed this as a group earlier, so my apologies, but it's really, I guess, a question for the Assistant Director for Legal and Governance in respect of paragraph 20. Just to, it's not a trick question, it's just, there might be some slight ambiguity. The appointment of an independent member must be made by council. It goes on to say who's on the interview panel, okay. In terms of council making the appointment, does that mean that the interview panel will interview a successful applicant and it will be returned to full council to ratify that post?
Correct, yes. So there'll be an interview panel. It'll also go to Audit and Governance first, then council to ratify.
Thank you.
Excellent. I'm not seeing anybody else wishing to make a contribution. So all those in favour, please raise your hand. That looks unanimous to me. Thank you. We're now on agenda item 11, which is notices of motion. Please turn to pages 311 to 316. Notices of motion that have been received. Members are reminded that a maximum of 90 minutes will be set aside for all discussion of notions of motion, and I would therefore ask that any points are made that are brief and concise. Should an amendment to a motion be moved, the allocated time set aside for motions will be paused until after the hard copy of the amendment has been circulated around the council chamber and the mover has had time to read the amendment. Okay, so I think we're going to move to the first item then, the first motion, which is... Sorry. Yes, so the first motion is free bus travel, and this is Councillor Allen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon again, Council. Or is it good evening? The motion, notice of motion, free bus travel for veterans and service personnel. This year we have seen celebrations and commemorations to mark the 80th year of the end of World War II. Many Worcestershire men and women suffered and died in the service of our country during the war. This council acknowledges their service. Since World War II, many Worcestershire residents have continued the proud tradition of service and sacrifice for our county within our armed forces. This council fully accepts the debt we owe our Worcestershire veterans and thus seeks to provide more support for veterans and service personnel living in Worcestershire. So it will now actively help them and make a positive difference to their lives by recognising their service and providing free bus travel within Worcestershire in line with the current pensioners' bus pass. Accordingly, this council calls upon the Cabinet member responsibility for bus travel to commence from the 6th of April 2026 to provide a free bus travel service to veterans and service personnel living in Worcestershire based upon the principles of the existing scheme for pensioners in the county, i.e. free travel on production of a valid veterans or service ID card. You might have heard the saying, if you can't take a joke, you shouldn't have joined up. Since leaving the forces many, many years ago, I've come to the conclusion, if you can't take a joke, you shouldn't have left. Certainly for many veterans, the experience of Civilian Street has not always been a positive one. Apart from Remembrance Sunday, with volumes of "We will remember them," successive governments and councils have done little of consequence to help them. In reality, veterans are often pushed to the rear, not dragged to the front. Today is a day when this council, you, can make a real change, not just a paper tick box exercise. And I think I've just seen Councillor Monk indicate that she would like to talk, and I'm very much welcome for that. And I hope fellow veterans that are here today, now they know they can actually speak on this and vote on it, will want to do so to show their fellow veterans their support. A few years ago, I proposed a similar motion to this, and it was unanimously voted through, but then not acted upon. I understand why this happened. Officers were nervous of the number of users and the associated costs. It became clear to me I needed to prove how few users there would be. So last November, I proposed that our veterans be allowed to use the Worcestershire On Demand bus for free from the start of January. At our last full council meeting, Councillor Carl Perks kindly informed this council that only 121 veteran trips have been made since the change was enacted. This dispels the concerns, and I cannot see any reason now why you should not extend the service to the commercial bus network. I look to the leader of our council, Councillor Joe Monk, who in June this year kindly responded to my question about the Worcestershire On Demand service and veterans by saying, and I quote, "We always support our veterans. That's one of our policies within our party and our group." I respect her for that, and I take her at her word. So I ask her and all of you to grasp the mantle and give genuine support to our veterans. Sadly, most of them will not jump on a bus. I wish they would, but they won't. Instead, they're going to carry on leaping into their cars. But that's not the point. The point is to ensure that those veterans who are struggling with their health, both physically and mentally, can use a bus for free so they can get to where they need to and get the support they desperately need. Anyone who knows a veteran knows they can be too full of pride and are unwilling to accept perceived charity. And that's why it has to be free to all veterans. Otherwise, they're not going to use it. Administration-wise, it is simplicity itself. We've proved this with the Worcestershire On Demand bus. I've got my veteran's ID card. Any veteran, service personnel have an ID card. They can flash it and they can travel on the bus for free. So I ask that you support my motion. And this Sunday, when you attend your Remembrance Sunday parade, and I hope you all do, and when you say, "We will remember them," you will know that in fact you have truly done your duty and you can stand there with pride. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for that motion? No.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep this relatively brief. As you've been hearing just from Councillor Allen, at a council meeting a few years ago, he proposed a similar motion that was unanimously supported, but unfortunately didn't become a reality. I applaud neighbouring Gloucestershire County Council, who, inspired by Councillor Allen's original successful notice of motion, proposed and passed their own motion and introduced an initiative for free bus travel for veterans. As former Armed Forces champion for the Malvern Hills district, I still spend time talking to veterans and the organisations who support them, such as Stepway. Several people, including one gentleman whose life has been rocked since he lost his wife, told me what a difference free bus travel would make to his life. It means increased independence, an enhanced social life, and generally more active, connected life. I also think about my dad, a Royal Marines veteran, now in his 80s, and a very proud man. His health is deteriorating and his confidence as a driver is failing, and so he spends most of his life at home. Free bus travel would have an enormously positive impact on his well-being. And my mum's, actually, I would like to add. I'm sure you'll be pleased to know that the Veterans Charity Stepway is fully supportive of this notice of motion and made the following statement. Access to free travel on bus services would be invaluable to veterans and service personnel, enabling them to connect with essential services, job opportunities and community support more easily. For many veterans, reliable and accessible transport is key to independence and improving their quality of life, especially when adjusting back to civilian life, which Martin knows all too well. Please take notice of what I, Councillor Allen, Stepway and our veterans have said. The least this council can do is to support this motion, then take action to implement it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now going to call on Councillor Udall.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm speaking on behalf of the group. I have some concerns about this motion, but I want to make it clear we will be supporting it. If passed, I've got no doubt that a detailed report will need to go to Cabinet to prepare the way for this scheme to be introduced. I understand the issues and the need to support military veterans, but we do need to consider whether this is the best use of our money. If we had the luxury to spend thousands on public transport, my personal priority would be to increase the number of buses and bus routes for all. Follow that by the abolition of the ban on pensioners and disabled not being able to use their free bus passes before 9:30 in the morning. Ideally, I would like to see free bus travel for everyone, provided by a publicly owned and publicly accountable bus service. I do have some other concerns about this proposal and the limits to free bus travel to veterans only, not their families. Often children of veterans need the service much more than their parents do. I also have concerns that this should really be restricted to former NCOs and below. Really and truly, does a retired colonel from the Coldstream Guards need free bus travel in Worcestershire? However, having said all that, I will support this motion, but it does need more thought, more consideration and more scrutiny before it can be implemented. If this motion is passed, these issues and other concerns will need to be addressed and considered before implementation. So from Labour, it's a yes but, not a no because. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased to say that I support this motion. As Cabinet Member for Highways and Transport, I see this as a meaningful way to recognise the service and sacrifice of Worcestershire's veterans and serving personnel. I propose that we begin with a 12-month trial, as suggested, come April next year, supported by a communications campaign and a review to uptake monthly with local members to ensure that it meets their needs. I would like to discuss with you that this be rolled out on an application basis as opposed to wholesale adoption. Both our residents currently serving in the military and our veterans deserve nothing less as we mark 80 years since the end of the Second World War. This initiative is a timely and heartfelt way for Worcestershire to show its gratitude and provide practical support through free bus travel.
Thank you. Councillor Amos.
Thank you, Chair. I strongly support this motion and I do hope it passes unanimously, particularly in view of its timely discussion a few days before Remembrance Sunday. And let's remember who we are talking about here, people who are prepared to give up their life to protect this country, its way of life and its people. I hope nobody says we can't afford to introduce such a scheme as proposed in this motion, because what we can't afford is not to have heroes like this coming forward to join our armed forces and this is just a small gesture to show our appreciation of their service. In America, for example, veterans and serving military personnel are automatically given top priority when boarding a flight, a small but much appreciated gesture. I'm pleased to see that the motion makes the arrangements for implementing such a scheme as simple and as straightforward as possible by basing it on the National Concessionary Bus Travel Pass Scheme for pensioners, which is a well-established and much-used facility for passengers. Furthermore, I'm pleased to see that the proposed scheme applies to current personnel as well as retirees, of course many of whom, or most of whom, may already be in receipt of the existing pensioners' bus pass anyway. There will of course be a cost to the scheme, but it will be minimal given, as I expect, the take-up, as Councillor Allen has said, will be limited at first, although hopefully it will increase as people come to appreciate its value as it is rolled out. And given the very strong support that our service personnel already command, this is going to be a very popular move from the public, who will more than happily pay for the cost of it. It is a very small token saying to our heroes, thank you for what you do, and are prepared to do it to keep us safe and sound. And I would simply conclude, Chair, by saying that it is about time successive Conservative and Labour governments stopped the sickening prosecution of our heroes for action they may or may not have been engaged in whilst under enemy fire at home and abroad
Alan,
for decades ago or even currently.
Out of time. Councillor Roger Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst we all agree we owe a great gratitude to our veterans and service personnel, which I wholeheartedly support, to which I agree this motion in principle. Coming from a family who served in the forces, my father was a company sergeant major, my own son did 22 years in the army, and his wife did 12 years. I'm well aware of the sacrifices they've made on our behalf. My main concern with the definition of service personnel, and believe that there needs more clear definition. For instance, does it include service personnel such as retired police officers who may have only served a short period? Does it include ambulance drivers, paramedics, or indeed nurses, all who have provided vital services in our community? I support this, but I believe a more clear definition should be included before we adopt this report.
Thank you. Councillor Wharton.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, for too long in this country, our veterans and serving personnel have been discarded after they have risked life and limb to ensure all of our freedoms and the way of our life is to be protected. We all owe them a debt of gratitude that can never, ever truly be repaid. And for this reason, I'm fully in support of this relatively small gesture of support and thanks to all those who have and continue to lay down their lives for the benefit of our country.
Thank you. Councillor Creswell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Allen, for bringing this motion, which I fully support. And I'm glad today that it's come for consideration for the Council, because I think it's an important issue. For far too long, our service personnel have been quietly put to the side and forgotten by many, but not by all. Thankfully, this issue has not been forgotten by us and others within the Council, because this issue was discussed on the 15th of September by the Armed Forces Covenant, and I discussed this with one of my colleagues and others, and Councillor Richard Tudge over there, and it was welcomed by all at the time. Now, I also know that in this chamber there's many people that have served His Majesty's Armed Forces, and I really do thank you for your service. But it's the after service which we're considering today. But first, I wanted to set a scene on my own experiences. So I left the army after 7 years, and I'd like to say my time in the army would have been easy, but it wasn't. Right? I was often away from loved ones, and put incredible strains on my relationships with family members, and quite frankly, my mental health at the same time. Most of us suffered in our own way. I suffered in mine. We was also called to do difficult difficult service in difficult circumstances in many parts of the world. Now, what we've got to remember is that what we're doing here today is a token. Ex-service members are not victims. You know, they're masters in their own craft. But but our country needs to do more for our ex-service members, right? And when we consider those people who are homeless, surely we can find a nice warm hotel for them as well. So I wholeheartedly support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Joe Monk.
Thank you. Mine's very brief because everybody's said everything so far. I fully acknowledge and appreciate the service and sacrifice of all Worcestershire residents that have served in our armed forces and other service personnel. I can only support this motion for all the hard work and effort they've put in this for the free bus travel scheme. I was going to ask if it's only restricted to ex-serving military veterans only, but Councillor has actually acknowledged that already for me. I believe this approach best honours the unique contribution and ongoing needs for our veterans who are very overlooked in many areas, and I will back this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Josh Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. And as Councillor Monk has just said, everyone has said a lot of things that I would have said. But so just to keep it short, looking at the time, thanks to everyone who has served, and obviously I'll be supporting this motion. But I also want to thank Councillor Allen for his tireless work in getting to this stage. It's been a long 4 years, I believe now, in bringing this forward, and I really hope that following this motion there'll be some action on it.
Thank you. Councillor Ecork.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to express my full support for this initiative, recognising its potential to deliver meaningful benefits to our service personnel. I fully acknowledge the value of providing free bus travel to veterans and all service personnel. Such a scheme would promote social inclusion, particularly for those facing mobility challenges or isolation. It would serve as a tangible recognition of service and sacrifice, improve access to healthcare, employment and community engagement opportunities. It would align with existing national efforts such as free travel on Remembrance Sunday and Armistice Day offered by major bus operators. I support the motion, but I believe its implementation must be carefully structured to ensure sustainability and fairness all throughout the county. I support the intent and the spirit of the motion and recommend its adoption with the above refinement. This approach will ensure the scheme is both impactful and manageable, delivering real benefits to those who have served while maintaining fiscal responsibility. Thank you for bringing forward this important proposal, and thank you to all our service personnel for the great service they have given to every one of us in our country.
Thank you. Councillor Bastow.
Cheers. Today we are considering a motion rooted in gratitude, respect and duty. Worcestershire has a long and proud history of service, from those who fought in the Second World War through to those who serve today. Our country has never been short of people willing to step forward in defence of our freedoms. For me, this is also personal. My granddad served. I grew up hearing the stories of his service, his pride in the country and the quiet sacrifices that came with it. And a close friend of mine also served as a Royal Marine. I saw firsthand the commitment, the discipline and the toll that service can have on someone. They're not abstract figures or historical references, they are people in our lives, our families and our communities. This motion seeks to provide something practical and meaningful. Free bus travel for veterans within Worcestershire is a simple gesture, a small token of appreciation, but one that carries real significance. Access to transport affects employment, healthcare, social connection and quality of life. If even a handful of veterans find it easier to get to a medical appointment, visit family, attend job interviews, or simply stay connected to their community because of this scheme, then it will have made a difference. Now, I want to speak honestly. I do not expect a huge wave of take-up. Veterans tend to be proud, resilient, and self-reliant. Many already drive or have transport arrangements. I think the numbers will be modest, but that does not weaken the argument. Sometimes what matters most is not the size of a policy, but the principle behind it. It says something important that Worcestershire remembers, values and cares about our veterans. At the same time, we do also have a duty to taxpayers to be sensible. I support this motion wholeheartedly, but I also believe we must approach implementation with proper cost awareness. Clear eligibility, responsible budgeting and a straightforward process must sit alongside this goodwill. Our veterans have already paid a price, they have earned more than thanks. And while this scheme is not life-changing in scale, it's symbolic, respectful and the right thing to do. It aligns with our values as a county and as a council. It mirrors the support we already give pensioners, and it acknowledges the service and sacrifice of a group who rarely ask for recognition but certainly deserve it. So I'm pleased to support this motion. I believe it represents compassion, gratitude and good sense.
Thank you. Well timed. Councillor Kersey.
Chairman, thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of the Conservative group. Chairman, members of His Majesty's Forces put their life on the line for King and country and for our freedoms every day. Our debt of gratitude to them is never ending, and if we can express that gratitude by giving free bus travel, it's the least that we can do. Having worked extensively for over 30 years with the Royal British Legion, I've had the privilege of accompanying veterans on pilgrimages, most notably as the national standard bearer for the Royal British Legion, most notably the Far East Prisoners of War pilgrimage, where veterans shared memories with me that will stay with me for the rest of my life. Service and ex-service men and women are very proud people, but they are also very proud of, and rightly so, of their service. I know that if my dad was still alive now, he would very proudly get on the bus showing a veteran's pass. Our gratitude to them must be every day and not only on Remembrance Sunday. And this token of our gratitude will go a long way to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor James.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to echo what everyone has said about this, and also to thank those colleagues who have shared their own experience. I think especially Councillor Cresswell, when you said there was an impact on mental, I think that's so important, and I think free travel will help people get to those necessary appointments. And I think these people put their lives on the line so we can speak freely. If we didn't have these people, the conversations we've had today, with many people speaking perhaps for the first time in this chamber today, that wouldn't have happened without these people. If we can do anything, I think we should be going further. I don't think we should just be doing this. I look forward to some cross-party work of how we can support veterans beyond transport, the housing, the well-being, everything. We need to be doing more, and I really implore this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Linda Robinson.
Thank you, Chairman. I was happy to see this motion coming forward before us. In my division of Upton Snodsbury, we have Norton Juxta-Kempsey, home of the Worcestershire Regiment. We also have accommodation primarily for ex-servicemen in that village, and the take-up is very good. And I'm happy to see this coming before us, happy to support it. I think it's the least we can do, and it will be welcomed by them, even if it's only a small gesture. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dan Boatwright Green.
Thank you, Chair. And it has felt a little bit like kind of groundhog motion, but I'm hoping that this is the last time we see this one and it goes through and it sticks. I asked the question at home this morning, if this goes through, would this be something that would work? I was a little bit concerned with the response I got was, this is awesome, that means that my bus money can go on a pint. But it's actually quite a useful kind of thing to think about, is that actually for a lot of veterans and for a lot of service personnel, actually money is tight. And actually just giving that little bit of wiggle room does help out. Wellbeing isn't always particularly great with veterans, and I can safely say that in terms of the challenges that my own family has faced, there have been huge difficult problems, especially when they've struggled to get about and actually go and see friends and family and actually be able to get into where it is they need to go. From a service personnel point of view, though, one of the things that I've always found particularly frustrating as someone who has a very close connection to Catterick Garrison, is the fact that actually when a lot of service personnel leave these military areas and head back to their counties, there isn't actually the same services that they will actually have in areas like Aldershot and Catterick Garrison. And they always do comment on the fact that bus services are not kind of available to them in the same way. And bearing in mind how poorly our service personnel are generally paid, and something that massively needs changing and has not changed in my entire life, and I find incredibly frustrating. Just, this might sound like a small gesture, but actually it does mean that someone can go for a pint when they come to see their family. Cheers.
Thank you. Councillor Sam Amar.
Thank you, Chair. Just really following on from Councillor Boatwright's point of view, our military personnel sacrifice so much for this country. And we mustn't assume that everybody has the money when they come back and in order to live the way they should live. In fact, last month, the Liberal Democrats pushed a motion through Parliament which requires now the Ministry of Defence to assess service family housing annually and report on whether it meets the decent home standard, because so many veterans were living in dire conditions. So some are doing their part in Parliament, and we must do our part here. I wholeheartedly support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I also 100% support this motion. I'm a little bit disappointed, although not surprised, that the Labour partnership over there seemed a little bit reluctant to say yes immediately. I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, these military personnel have given us our freedom. You know, we sit here today free because of them, and it's just a little gesture. But given that, Councillor Allen, in addition to this, could we also put something in place to keep a record as how people are using it and the effects? Councillor McVeigh said that, you know, she believes people use it to get to jobs, to socialise, and then maybe we could be and a good example for other councils and stuff. You know, if we can retain that information.
Thank you. I see no other people wanting to speak, so I propose that we... Oh, I'm sorry. Right, over to you now. Go. And we have to summarise as well, sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I'm proud to rise in support of this motion. This Sunday, communities across Worcestershire will gather for Remembrance Sunday to honour those who served and those who continue to serve. The minute silence that we give our veterans is extremely powerful, but remembrance must also be about action. This motion is simple, a practical way for this council to say thank you. Providing free bus travel for veterans recognises that service doesn't end when the uniform comes off. For many veterans, a bus journey means connection to family, to work, to medical care, to community. Waiving that fare costs little, but speaks volumes. It says, we see you, we value you, and we remember what you have done for this country. Chair, as we stand together this Sunday, let's ensure that our gratitude isn't confined to a moment's silence. Let's make it real through action that honours them, those who served, and by supporting them every single day. I'm extremely proud to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Allen, to sum up, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And can I thank everybody who's contributed? I've listened to your words very carefully. And yes, Richard, colonels on buses. You'll be asking for rear admirals on buses next. I don't think I've ever seen one, but I live in hope. I would like to see free bus travel for everybody, but that's a long, long way away. And this is certainly a very good start for the people who need it the most, I believe. Councillor Perks, if you'd wanted just a 12-month trial, with the greatest respect to you, you should have put in an amendment. You're voting on this one way or the other, and it starts and it runs until an administration decides that they're going to end it effectively. So it can't just be a 12-month trial, with the greatest respect. regarding Councillor Bennett's word, just to be clear to you, it is for serving members of the forces who are in Worcestershire and veterans who have served. It is not for other people at all. I'm sorry if that wasn't clear to you. I thought it was, but I do apologise if I've got it wrong. And to Councillor Joe Monk, thank you. Now, with the Worcestershire On Demand bus, we do have records because Councillor Perks kindly gave me them the stats at the last council meeting. And I'm certain that there'll be stats available, and I will be very interested to see them myself. I purchased a poppy the other day. I went to Waitrose. I was going posh. The poppy's a bit more expensive in there, but it was worth the money. And I suspect many of us purchase a new poppy like this one each year as an automatic reaction. And I wonder how many of us really think about the meaning of the poppy. And I actually sat in the car afterwards and thought about it. So today you're sending a message to the public, to our veterans, and to those who are serving today that we in Worcestershire care. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope this gets cross-party support from every member here today. I'm certainly one who supports this motion. Okay, we're now going to move to the vote. All those
we have a name vote again, please.
That's ridiculous. I'm sorry, I didn't
Come on, idiot.
because otherwise it would be...
It's a bit rude, isn't it?
Well, otherwise it would be...
I know, but I'll get...
Can we stop that name calling as well?
Okay, all right. We've been asked for a name vote. 5 stood, so I have to follow through. Councillor Stephen.
I've got to clarify why I'm voting the way I've got to vote, because you told me I've got to...
Well, it's up to you. If you want to vote, just do it. Right, so Councillor Stephen. 4. Councillor Alcott is not here. Councillor Allen.
4.
Councillor Amar.
4.
Councillor Amos. 4. Councillor Aubrey. 4. Councillor Bales. 4. Councillor Bastow. 4. Councillor Bell. 4. Councillor Paul Bennett.
Definitely 4.
4. Councillor Roger Bennett. Sorry. Councillor Birch. 4. Councillor Boatwright Green.
4.
4. Councillor Bowen. 4. Councillor Cleary. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. Councillor Cleary is gone. Councillor Creswell. 4. Councillor Crosby. 4. Councillor Cross. 4. Councillor Dunkley. 4. Councillor Eacock. 4. Councillor Edmonds. 4. Councillor Evans.
4.
4. Councillor Fordington. 4. Councillor Foster. 4. Councillor Hardman. 4. Councillor Hart. 4. Councillor Hopkins. 4. Councillor Hume. 4. Councillor James. 4. Councillor Jenkins. 4. Councillor Jones. 4. Councillor Casey. 4. Councillor Kent. 4. Councillor May. 4. Councillor McSweeney. 4. Councillor McVeigh. 4. Councillor Miller. 4. Councillor Ashley Monk. 4. Councillor Joe Monk. 4. Councillor Moorhead. 4. Councillor Morris is not present. Councillor Perks. 4. Councillor Pingree. 4. Councillor Price.
4.
4. Councillor Riaz. 4. Councillor Josh Robinson.
4.
4. Councillor Linda Robinson. 4. Councillor Robson. 4. Councillor Shaw. 4. Councillor Taylor. 4. Councillor Tudge. 4. Councillor Turner's not present. Councillor Udall.
4.
4. Councillor Upton. 4. Councillor Victory. 4. Councillor Wells. 4. Councillor Wharton. 4. Even with my fuzzy head, I work out that everybody voted for, and the names will be published.
Well done, everybody. We're now moving on to notice of motion number 2, which is vaccinations. I'm going to call on the signatories to move and second the motion formally. Chris McSweeney.
Thank you, Chair.
Can we come back to order, please? Thank you. Over to you, Chris.
Thank you, Chair. I'm hopeful opinions in this chamber will be somewhat less divided on the last science-based motion I presented, because it's clear that vaccinations rank only behind clean water as the most effective public health intervention to prevent disease. The creation of vaccines and subsequent wide-scale vaccination programmes have led to the eradication of diseases which previously resulted in millions of deaths worldwide. We are fortunate to live at a time when diseases that once devastated communities, diseases such as measles, polio, diphtheria and whooping cough, are now preventable. And that is not by accident. It's the result of sustained public health work, community trust and the remarkable effectiveness of vaccines. Yet there remains misinformation and scepticism about vaccination. With the rise of social media, such misinformation has spread, like a disease which we have no immunity against. The loss of public confidence in vaccination due to such misinformation has led to lower uptake of vaccination, with a subsequent resurgence of diseases which had been all but eradicated. I have been disappointed to see known vaccine sceptics given a platform at conferences to spread their misinformation and contribute to this problem. We have reasons to be proud in Worcestershire. Reports presented to HOSC in July confirmed that we have some of the strongest vaccination uptake rates in the West Midlands and nationally, particularly for the MMR vaccine. This reflects the commitment of our local NHS services and our Director of Public Health, Dr. Lisa McNally. But these are not grounds to celebrate. As Dr. McNally made clear, that is not good enough, and our vaccination uptake rates must be even higher to truly protect our population, especially vulnerable groups, including young children, those with long-term health conditions, and people who cannot be vaccinated due to medical reasons. The principle here is simple. When more of us are vaccinated, all of us are safer. To put some figures on this, an uptake of 95% for MMR is needed for herd immunity. Nationally, the current uptake of MMR2 is only 82.5%. We do rather better in Worcestershire with an uptake for 2 doses of 90.8%, which is one of the highest in the region, but still well below the required 95%. More significantly, there are pockets with much lower vaccination rates, and these tend to be in more deprived communities which have other increased risk factors for disease. Nationally, there is a trend of steady decline in uptake over the last 10 years, a trend which we must fight to reverse. We are seeing the result of that in numbers of disease cases. To put figures on that, in 1967 there were 460,407 cases of measles, which were reduced to only 1,619 cases in 2023, a quite remarkable demonstration of the effectiveness of vaccination. However, since 2023 there has been a reversal, with an increase to 2,911 cases in 2024, the majority of which in children 10 or younger. We are having some success within Worcestershire with targeted pop-up clinics being used to address communities with lower vaccine uptake. It is clear that proactive initiatives like this need to be combined with communication to address misplaced concerns and combat misinformation. We know that vaccine-preventable diseases have not disappeared. We are seeing concerning rises in measles outbreaks across the country and falling vaccination confidence in some communities. We cannot allow misinformation or complacency to undo decades of progress. This council has a responsibility, not simply to respond when illness spreads, but to prevent illness in the first place. Prevention saves lives, reduces pressure on the NHS and supports healthier and more resilient communities. I put this motion to the Chamber. It's a practical and supportive motion which builds on the excellent work already being led by our public health teams. What it asks is that we strengthen that effort by continuing to promote vaccinations and essential health intervention. It asks that we as councillors use our influence to share reliable evidence-based information about immunisation. We are trusted voices in our communities. When we speak confidently and clearly about the benefits of vaccination, people listen. This is a motion for public good. It is rooted in practicality, health equity and our shared responsibility to one another. To vaccinate is to protect not only ourselves but our neighbours, our children and the most vulnerable among us, and to reduce subsequent burden on NHS. I invite members to support this motion, not just because it is good policy, but because it is the right thing to do.
Thank you. And do we have someone to second that?
Yeah, I'd like to second that. I reserve my right to speak.
Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. I would first like to challenge the wording in this motion. The Council recognise that after clean water, the most effective health intervention is vaccination. I think that many members might concede that a varied diet of unprocessed foods, a warm, safe home, an active lifestyle and social interaction would come before a non-essential medical intervention, plus poverty being one of the most influential factors to poor health. We need to be careful to balance how we use our limited resources to make sure we are also addressing these factors that are essential to supporting a healthy population. I am pro-choice when it comes to medical interventions, and we must respect bodily autonomy. One of the biggest causes in distrust has come from the lack of fully informed consent. Indeed, when I was pregnant and I was asked to have the whooping cough vaccine, I asked if it was a standalone jab or if it was a combined injection. I was then told it was a 3-in-1. If I had not asked questions, I would have been given a vaccination without being fully informed. And this is where public trust breaks down. No medical intervention comes without a potential risk. Side effects can range from nothing at all, a day feeling unwell, an allergic reaction, a lifelong autoimmune response to ultimate loss of life. No matter how rare the possibility of an adverse event, it is important the public are aware of these. By not recognising when there has been an adverse event to vaccination and by not providing support for those affected, we compound this distrust. So, we should go ahead and promote the benefits of vaccination, but we must not fail to fully inform the public of the potential for things to go wrong, or should we shy away from helping those for whom it has gone wrong? And due to the way it's been worded, I will have to abstain from voting on this. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst I don't oppose this motion, I do consider that it lacks any real ambition by merely proposing, as it does, continuing the use of our estate premises for vaccination purposes. Our estate includes our public libraries, and those libraries have a significant, widely recognised obligation to support community health and well-being in their capacity as accessible, trusted community hubs. We should be extending libraries beyond just promotion of vaccinations to include as many other types of public health services as is feasible. In my NHS role, I use my established relationships with integrated care boards and regional digital transformation and health inequality leads to link up NHS organisations with local libraries across the whole country to help people who otherwise would be digitally excluded to use library computers to gain access to the NHS website, register for an NHS account and use the NHS app services, for example, to book a vaccination. So I speak to library leads all over the country and hear of the excellent work they're doing with hosting health-related activities, such as blood pressure monitoring, blood donation sessions, health screening checks. And they also host classes and programmes focused on healthy lifestyles, such as smoking cessation, nutrition, physical activities like yoga. Libraries are well placed to also support mental health initiatives with many programmes specifically designed to support individuals who have mental health issues or dementia, including reminiscence groups, shared reading experiences and autism-friendly adjustments to those library spaces. I became a dementia friend after attending one of these excellent sessions at Evesham Library a few years ago. There may be other suitable venues in our estate, such as leisure centres, that could also support these sorts of public health services, or simply signpost to our library service, but we should endeavour to help improve the health of all our residents beyond just a narrow focus on vaccinations.
Thank you. Councillor Price.
Chair, I want to begin by thanking the members who have brought this motion forward. The subject of vaccination is important to every resident of Worcestershire, and I think all members can agree that access to accurate information and trusted advice is vital. I also want to make it clear that this council must always act within the law under the Local Government Act 2000. The promotion and delivery of vaccination programmes are executive functions carried out by the Cabinet and the Director of Public Health, working with the NHS and the Department of Health and Social Care. Full council cannot make operational health policy, but what we can do is express collective support for the professional work already underway. This motion is drafted, doesn't seek to take over that executive role, it recognises it. It says that Worcestershire should continue to promote vaccination, support councillors to use their own communication channels responsibly, and continue to make council venues available where lawful and clinically appropriate. All of that sits comfortably within existing powers. Chair, vaccination remains one of the most successful public health interventions in history, but residents must always have informed choice and consent. Supporting this motion doesn't mean mandating anyone or politicising medicine. It means standing behind our Director of Public Health, the NHS, and the evidence that keeps communities safe. I believe this is balanced, lawful and responsible position. It upholds the statutory framework set by the Local Government Act 2000, respects the role of the executive and reinforces our shared duty of care to the people we serve. Chair, I will be voting in support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pingree.
Thank you, Chair. I would also like to express my support for this motion, and I do so because I am someone whose mother decided not to vaccinate me when I was a baby. And she did this because at the time there was lots and lots of rumours going around of if you vaccinate your child could get autism. And she believed that because people in her community told her that was the right thing. And I think it's really important that we are leaders in our community, that we're very clear and that we are telling people that vaccinations are safe and that encouraging them to get them. Because for me, it meant that in primary school, whenever I had a severe headache, they'd pull me out of the room and there'd be a nurse watching me constantly. And the nurse was watching me because they thought that I might have meningitis. And of course, meningitis, what you can have is you can get brain damage or you could die. And they really didn't want that for me. My mum didn't want that for me either, obviously. But she was going based on what people in her community said. So it's really important that we think about what we say. And I'm really glad that lots of people are saying today, this evening even, that we should be promoting vaccines and we should, making sure that we're keeping our children safe. We can see a drop in the rate of people taking vaccines. And in fact, I looked up today that the meningitis vaccine has dropped to only 91.4% of people deciding that their baby should have it. That's really worrying. That's almost 10% of our children that aren't going to have that vaccine. And it's really dangerous. But thank you, Chair. That's all.
Thank you. Adam Kent.
Thank you very much, Chair. When I saw this motion, I thought, I'm sure I brought something similar to Council a few years ago. So I've checked back, and it was actually 2019 when we had Kath Cobain as the health member. I think Councillor John Smith was the person responsible. And what we flagged at that particular point in time was what a great take-up we'd got, but also the dangers when the MMR vaccine, when the levels drop below a certain level, that then you can end up with an epidemic. And I think the concern for some areas is the scaremongering that we've heard from other councillors who've raised it, putting people off and not reaching that level that you actually need to achieve it. But there's other things really in terms of well-being and vaccinations. I've actually recently had my cat vaccinated, would you believe? It was vastly more expensive than having my own done, really, to be honest. I was quite surprised about the cost of the vet bill, but I would like to, concentrate on that and make it quite clear that following the post that Councillor Joe Monk's just put out about us not being an animal-friendly party because she's still stuck at full council with the Tories, or should we say the Rainbows, who want to stay at taxpayers' expenses discussing for no reason. I'm sure the motion that was previously heard about the veterans and this motion about the vaccine and the motions that they've coming up, I presume they're just going to withdraw them now, are they?
Thank you. Councillor Eacock.
Thank you, Chair. As CMR for Adult Social Care, I fully support the role of vaccinations in protecting the public, particularly amongst infants, children, older adults and the vulnerable in our society. Over the years, with the advance in modern medicine, combining scientific knowledge with cutting-edge technology, we have been able to improve health, patient care and diagnose diseases and develop treatments much earlier. We need to also make it easier for the elderly and vulnerable to be able to access these services too. The MMR and combined vaccines for children are safer and more effective, as well as minimising the number of injections and appointments required. The MMR vaccine is a choice in more than 100 countries worldwide and has been used here safely since the 1980s. Councils here in the UK and health professionals have a responsibility and duty to protect our children's health. Prevention is the key to protecting our elderly and vulnerable, especially during the cold winter weather and flu epidemics, and our healthcare providers continue to ensure that all vaccination programmes, particularly those targeting older adults and vulnerable groups, are delivered with clear and accessible information. We as councillors, when promoting vaccinations, should continue to use respectful dialogue between healthcare professionals and individuals, recognising that vaccination decisions should reflect personal health circumstances, individual beliefs and family experiences. I fully support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bastow.
Thank you. I support this motion because vaccination has been and continues to be one of the most powerful tools in protecting public health. History gives us the evidence. Smallpox was once a devastating killer, now eradicated. Polio paralysed children and stole lives. It's now reduced to a handful of cases worldwide. Diseases that were widespread, that once caused widespread suffering and loss are now rare in this country, all thanks to vaccination. So when we are talking about supporting immunisation programmes here in Worcestershire, we are not talking in theory, we're supporting proven intervention that saves millions of lives over decades and continues to protect our elderly, young, medically vulnerable and those whose immune systems rely on the rest of us doing our part. I fully agree that we should continue to promote vaccination, that councillors have a role to play in encouraging uptake, and that making our venues available to deliver health services is both sensible and community-minded. However, I also want to say something that I believe many residents feel, but sometimes struggle to voice in public debate. Encouraging vaccination is vital, but we must be careful not to drift into coercion or pressure. Many people felt that line was crossed during the COVID vaccination campaign. There were residents who felt pushed, judged or silenced for asking reasonable questions or wanting to make informed decisions for themselves or their families. Public confidence in vaccination is strongest when people feel respected, trusted and empowered with clear information. It weakens when they feel forced, dismissed or spoken down to. The best way to increase uptake is through open communication, transparency and reassurance. We have incredibly high vaccination rates in Worcestershire, and the fact we want them to go higher still shows our commitment to protecting public health. But the way we go about that matters. I say yes to promoting vaccination. It enables access and says yes to councillors playing a positive role in their communities. Wow.
Thank you.
That's it. Yeah, done.
Councillor Roger Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to support this motion. I believe vaccinations are extremely valuable to those people who wish to have them. As we all know, some people have become seriously ill by having been persuaded by the government, especially in respect of COVID. Whilst I feel it's beneficial to be vaccinated, I consider myself lucky in having had the flu injection for the last 5 years and all the COVID injections without any lasting side effects. There are others who have been extremely ill with lasting side effects. My own son, who was vaccinated against anthrax when he went to the Iraq war, has suffered from those consequences ever since. I think what we need to do is to endeavour to persuade people to be vaccinated, but we must remember it is freedom of choice.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
So
just to repeat the same comments to start with, the vaccination remains one of the most effective ways to prevent illness, protect public health, and strengthen communities. As a council, we are proud to lead locally. We are working with NHS, schools, community partners to make vaccine accessible, trusted, and equitable for all the residents. In our county, it's really easy to get vaccination. Our focus is on prevention and partnership by investing in outreach, supporting local clinics, engaging directly with communities. We are ensuring that protection reaches who need it the most. This is how we turn public health strategy into real outcomes for local people. Prevention reduces hospital admission. Winter is here. We are going to look at winter pressure, so vaccine does reduce, especially with the new strains coming in for flu. So it's really important. Mortality and burden of healthcare costs in the long term. Public health is funded a new project, which is outreach project for people who are at risk. They can't get an access to vaccinations due to mobility issues or accessible issues. They can't go out of the house. So we are giving them vaccinations at home, and there is high uptake on that. Having said that, Chair, initially I was struggling to understand the real objective of this motion in front of the full council today, but I can see now people feel really passionate about vaccination, and there are very different, all sorts of views here, which is good to see. But having said that, we in Worcestershire are performing well, and we are striving to be excellent. And from this motion, what I can get is the elected members are looking to be really proactive. So I think the role you can play is that when you go out in your communities, you can share the right information, counter misinformation, and signpost, for example, the vaccination, which is GP surgeries are delivering, pharmacies are delivering, and in the schools and maternity clinics are delivering as well. The other thing... Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Paul Bennett.
Vaccination is very important. My father did not have a COVID one because he believed the misinformation and it killed him. So, yeah, personal experience. Before that, even in the 1990s, if I hadn't knocked on a door, somebody would have died of meningitis who hadn't been properly vaccinated as well and exposed to it by going abroad. So, two personal examples of how important it is to make sure you really do take notice of what is said. And just final point, I just looked up, apparently life expectancy before vaccination was 40, so we'd all be dead.
Most of us will be dead. Most of us, yeah. Okay. Councillor Taylor, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. Very difficult to follow. I just want to make it clear I am not against vaccinations. However, it's a difficult motion for me to support primarily because it raises important questions about individual freedom of choice, not just from historic lessons learned from the COVID epidemic and the label to individuals that chose not to take it, but also another form of almost forced enrolment, which I will explain shortly. From what I understand, Worcestershire already boasts one of the highest vaccination uptake rates across the Midlands. That in itself is a commendable achievement and something we should be proud of. I fully support the Director of Public Health and the broader public health agenda. However, I remain unconvinced that using our own channels as councillors will significantly increase vaccine uptake. Whilst well-intentioned, I question the effectiveness of this approach. On a more personal note, I recently met with a constituent in Churchill, Redditch, a veteran who served 9 years and completed multiple tours in Afghanistan. He is a man of honour and integrity who risked his own safety for the freedoms we enjoy today. After leaving the armed forces 2.5 years ago, he transitioned into civilian life and took a role supporting an overseas military organisation but based in the UK. Although not directly enlisted, his duties occasionally brought him into contact with service personnel. His employer subsequently requested that he and his colleagues receive the influenza vaccine, a requirement that had not been previously discussed and was not part of their contractual obligations. This is not what he agreed to, and subsequently he he and others refused the vaccination. According to him, this led to an increasing pressure and a hostile working environment, ultimately forcing him to leave the role. He's now pursuing legal action. This case highlights the complexity of vaccine mandates and the unintended consequences they can have on individuals. Whilst I do believe vaccination play a vital role in public health and can be crucial in certain contexts, I am uncomfortable promoting them. I also have my reservations about the use of the county's estate for vaccine implementation. In my view, on that basis, I remain unconvinced that this motion is indeed a motion I can support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Upton.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm a little bit confused by the wording of this motion. We're talking of vaccination and we're talking of immunisation. Now, they are fairly similar things, but there is a difference, albeit small. A vaccination is the process of giving a vaccine to introduce a harmless form of part of a pathogen to the weakened virus into the body. It stimulates the immune system to recognise and respond to the germ in the future. Immunisation, the process by which you become protected against a disease. I have no problem with immunisation. I had immunisation as a child. I presume it was the correct thing. I do have problems with vaccines. As a 70-year-old, I do have my flu jab every year religiously, and I don't have a problem with that. I did have one COVID jab, and on the back of that, I've lost my sense of smell and taste now for over 18 months, and also I've suffered with sinus problems, which I've never suffered with before. So I have reservations about vaccinations. I don't have reservations about immunisations. I also think I'm not qualified to tell people to have or not to have these vaccines or immunisations. So to me, it's, as Councillor Shaw has said, the second most important thing to me is good health and good diet. I will be abstaining against this.
Thank you. Councillor Birch.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'd like to start by congratulating Councillor McSweeney, because he's done an incredible job of motivating the Reform Group. We've discussed some key issues today, including new secondary schools, including SEND funding, including the capital programme, and we've heard very little. In fact, I extend that congratulations to Councillor Allen, because we've a cabinet member who we've never heard from before has spoken on both motions. It's incredibly impressive, the fire that Councillor McSweeney has been able to stoke within the administration group. And we're fully aware of the reasons why, of course. We've got 90 minutes for motions, and there's a couple towards the end that perhaps the group wouldn't like to discuss. So, I would obviously be supporting the motion in front of us. I think Councillor McSweeney has obviously done his research and has brought it and has discussed it with his group, and I am more than happy, and I believe to join with the rest of my group in supporting this motion. But yeah, thank you very much for the interesting debate.
Thank you. Councillor Amar.
I thought you were before me.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No, it's all right.
I can give way.
No, it's all right. Go for it.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think we had the 4 words that I always like to hear from the Councillor Upton. I am not qualified. Every Tom, Dick and Harry now knows everything about vaccines, and they haven't gone to medical school. They post about it. They tell you that you should take it or you shouldn't. What we do know is vaccines do not automatically mitigate the disease. This is why we try to give it to as many people as possible for herd immunity. We know that. They've told us that multiple occasions during the COVID era. In London alone, smallpox used to killed 320,000 people between 1664 and 1930, 500 million globally. That's been eradicated due to advancement of healthcare that we have. So I would like to pay tribute to the people who spent hours and hours and hours studying and reading and getting qualified in medicine in order for us to live in a first world country where I don't have to worry about my children dying from these diseases. So thank you for bringing that motion. Of course, it's our motion. We have to support it. And I'd like to ask for a named vote, please.
We'll come back to that later. We're not doing that bit yet. We'll do that later. Okay. So, Councillor Josh Robinson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor McSweeney, for bringing this motion forward. I am in full support of this motion, unsurprisingly, as I am seconding it. I think it's what I hear really concerns me is the word "it's choice." Well, what that means is there's people out there who cannot get the vaccine, who will be at risk because other people don't take the vaccine. That's what that means. Those children out there, those adults out there who have no choice but they cannot take the vaccine will now be at risk because other people don't take it. That to me is selfish, and I think that people should be getting vaccinated if they can. The stats are clear. You take a vaccine, if we keep vaccination rates high, then the diseases will be close to eradication. It is so disappointing in 2025 that I have to look at BBC News, for example, and see outbreaks across the country very close to here. Maybe I shouldn't listen to BBC News, probably story on GB News as well about the same. But it is absolutely extremely disappointing that we're having to bring this motion forward, what I thought would get unanimous support, and it sounds like it hasn't.
Thank you. Councillor Boatwright Green.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I just want to check something because I spent a bit of time making sure that we got this right. Vaccination is the act of receiving a vaccine, while immunisation is the process of becoming immune to a disease as a result of being vaccinated. So I believe that the actual motion itself is correct. One of the reasons that I was keen to bring this to the council is I'm not a medical doctor. I have another doctorate. I know, it's interesting. It is in bodies, but separate relation to archaeology. Dead ones, yes, indeed. I knew full well I was going to get the trouble back there. But the word we used was promote, not mandate, promote. Because I'm not a medical doctor, and I am seeing more and more issues where people are telling me that they have seen something online or they're concerned about particular issues and they want more information. So I know that our public health team are amazing because I speak to them regularly, and I have to say they are absolutely courageous in what they do, and our NHS teams are absolutely brilliant. And we vaccinate as a community to keep us all safe. And we support those who cannot have the vaccinations for medical reasons, myself included. As a result of a medical condition, I couldn't have the whooping cough vaccine, so I'm kind of glad that one was mentioned earlier, which means that unfortunately I got whooping cough very young. It has done massive damage to my lungs, and while I have been able to still do a lot of exercise and a lot of sport and I have really enjoyed it, I always wonder what it would have been like if I hadn't have had whooping cough and not had that damage. I really hope I would have been an athlete, I'm not going to lie. But in the serious note, in return, I've done the same. Where I can be vaccinated, I've made sure I've always taken that vaccination. And I get massive side effects for some of them. I have a huge immunocompromised family, and I have huge side effects. And I'm actually in a medical journal as a result of one of the COVID vaccines, because one of those reactions I had meant that one of them was barred from being used for under 40s. Sorry, Paul, I would have been one of the others that would have still been here. But I would do it again, because the fact of the matter is it kept others safe and meant that others are with us today. I'm always a little bit confused when people start kind of ranking things, because actually that quote was taken from our own council, was the fact that after clean water, vaccination is the most important. And I'm never, ever going to dispute that healthy food is important, but also healthy food can kill. Celery, peanuts, etc. That doesn't detract from the benefits of celery, and I have to say I'm a massive fan. But I think this is one of those where I will say that we're talking about promotion and we're talking about working with our health team. And I have to say I'm really hopeful that we'll be able to do this, because I'm really keen to work with them to be able to promote the vaccinations that we have. And in terms of your dogs, my dogs are being let out by my neighbour. It's a sense of community and help. So if you are struggling next time around, I'll make sure I'll find you some, because I know a few people in Reddit should be able to help you with your dogs.
Thank you. Before we move on to the next person, I'm just going to say there's quite a lot of talking in the background, and it is disrespectful to the person who's actually talking. So if we could just be patient for a little bit longer. We haven't got that much longer to go, so just to respect other people when they're speaking. Councillor James.
Fab, thank you. And I'll start off by looking in front of me and realise a cabinet member has disappeared. If I knew filibustering would get rid of a cabinet member, I perhaps wouldn't have tabled a motion later on. I think it's really important that this debate has identified the flip-flopping of this administration. Last council, they didn't believe the scientific evidence of climate change because they said scientists didn't know what they're doing. Now they're depending on doctors and scientists knowing what they're talking about. Quite frankly, it is amazing that to delay this process, we are all just finding a voice about a topic that's really straightforward and simple. Vaccinations save lives. That is a fundamental understanding. It's our job to help promote well-being in our communities. It is not our medical role to do that, but it's for us to signpost in our community. So I really would encourage, let's just get on and vote, and let's stop playing petty games, as I know the leaders are so worried about taxpayer money tonight.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Creswell.
Thank you very much, Chair. Now, I haven't written anything down other than just a few notes here about this subject. I am no expert on vaccination, right? But what I did do as a child is I remember getting in a line and we all went down there and we was vaccinated. That's exactly what happened. The same happened when my children grew up. I agreed, that the best benefits were in vaccination. So where did it all go wrong? Somebody mentioned smallpox. Somebody mentioned COVID, right? Now, people saw a real danger there of smallpox and COVID. Now, it reminds me a little bit when I was in the Gulf War. I actually had anthrax and the Black Death, right? Now, if I said to you, would you like a vaccination right now for anthrax and the Black Death, you would instantly say, I don't think so, right? Because I saw a clear and present danger when I was there. And I truly do believe that people, because generally health has got better over the last 100 years, people don't see the danger so much. And somebody mentioned about social media. Now that can feed into it. And it's a bad place to be. So for me, because I am not an expert on this, right, I believe in informed choice for everybody. I shall probably abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Joe Monk.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank Councillor Sam McMahon as well for acknowledging our NHS medical professionals. And I think we're privileged to have Councillor Dr Satinder Bell that's already commented, and she is a medical doctor, not just one of these that's probably done their PhD, which a lot of us would have liked to have done, but we've done other things. So I value her views. So while I fully acknowledge the Council's commitment to public health and the important role of vaccination has played in disease prevention, I remain undecided on certain immunisations. My perspective is shaped by personal experiences, reactions to vaccines myself, as well as conversations with several medical practitioners who themselves hold a range of views on this topic. My GP and medical practice that I attend, I discussed this with yesterday. So I'm in favour of some of the older, well-established vaccines, but I believe that the decision around the newer or less familiar immunisations and vaccines is complex and should ultimately rest with the individuals in consultation with their healthcare providers and what's best for them. In my view, these are a matter best addressed by the NHS and through personal medical advice rather than being the subject of us, the Council, to debate. So I support the Council's efforts to promote public health, but I also believe it is important to respect individual choice and acknowledge the diversity of professional medical opinion on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hart.
Thank you very much indeed. Let me try and inject a little bit of realism into the debate, although Councillor Birch did inject some humour. I guess I feel compelled to put a caveat in. I'm not a clinical doctor or indeed have a PhD either. I'm just a lay person that happens to listen to a wide range of views, but also professional and expert advice. In fact, my son had his vaccinations only yesterday, but he has a spray up his nose because he's a kid. I don't think they quite have to line up like we did, Councillor Creswell, when we were at school. Now, you know, the difficulty is, and I will support this notice of motion, I have to say. I mean, I hear what Councillor Shaw made when she made the point about healthy diets and also exercise, and it would float my boat better if in the second line it read, the council recognises that after clean water, one of the most effective health interventions to prevent, but I'm not necessarily moving an amendment, but those who've moved and seconded it hopefully will be listening to what I say. It has to be right. When you look at, 50, 60, 70 years ago, the people that died of polio, TB, etc. And it's got to be a scandal, hasn't it, now that still children are being blinded or dying from measles because of a lack of an uptake in vaccination. COVID, whatever your views are on the side effects, and I respect those who, may have suffered side effects, it saved hundreds of thousands, if not millions of lives in this country. And therefore, I have no hesitation in supporting the notice of motion. I am slightly surprised by some of the comments coming from the leader and the administration because, it references the Director of Public Health in the notice of motion. It sounds like to me that the administration don't seem to have much view in their own public health policy and in their own Director of Public Health's position, whereas I happen to fully support the position of public health within this council.
Thank you. Councillor Udall.
Wow, thank you, Chair. I wish to make it abundantly clear I'm speaking for the entire Labour group on this motion. We are united in our position on this situation. I would also like to point out that I am not a doctor of any kind, but I did have a CSE Grade 2 in biology, if that helps. I wish to make sure it's known that the willingness of every member of this council to speak on this subject makes me feel that I have a fear of missing out. So I just wish to conclude by saying I fully support this motion and urge all members to do so. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. That is the end of people who would wish to make a contribution. I'm going to ask the proposers to sum up now.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I particularly wanted to thank Councillor Udall for making us all laugh at the end of that. Also wanted to thank Councillor Pingree and Councillor Bennett for contributing their situations, which makes us realise the sort of gravity of what we're talking about here. Some of the things I was going to come back with have been covered by my colleagues, but I wanted to come back again to the question about the wording of the item now. So this is lifted directly from the report to HOSC in July. Let me quote, vaccinations rank second only to clean water as the most effective public health intervention to prevent disease. This is the wording coming from our experts, so I think we should trust over anybody who is a doctor of something other than medicine in this chamber. I'm not a doctor of anything. No, I'm a degree trained engineer, and hence I'm used to taking the advice of experts rather than the advice I find on social media. So just to cover a little bit something here, it's been covered that immunisation is the effect of vaccination. Without vaccination, there is no immunisation. Just to go on to the sort of like the risks, and which was talked about a bit, that it is clear that there are some side effects. I mean, loss of taste is a very, very rare side effect of the COVID vaccine. It's a much, much more common effect of actually catching COVID. And this goes in terms of the whole risk for the COVID vaccine. Just to go into that, yes, it's a slightly different vaccine in that some diseases are vaccine preventable, whereas with COVID-19, it's vaccine modifiable. If you're vaccinated, you may still be infected, but much less likely to become seriously ill or die. So there's been misunderstanding over that. it is clear that whilst the COVID vaccine has some side effects, the vast benefit, it vastly outweighs those as a population thing. And let me just emphasise again the point that taking vaccines, it's not, whilst I don't want to, we're not suggesting coercion, we're suggesting giving good information to people so that they make good choices. But one of the good choices is that your choice to take a vaccine is not just about your health, it's about the health of other people who are vulnerable, who cannot take vaccines because of their health conditions. You're protecting them, and you're protecting the NHS, you're decreasing the burden on the NHS. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll now move to the vote. So, yeah, everyone name vote? Fine, okay.
Okay, here we go. Councillor Stephen.
4.
4. Councillor Alcott has left. Councillor Allen. 4. Councillor Amar. 4. 4. Councillor Amos has left. Councillor Aubrey. Gone. Councillor Bales. 4. Councillor Bastow. 4. Councillor Bell. 4. Councillor Paul Bennett.
4.
4. Councillor Roger Bennett. 4. Councillor Birch. 4. Councillor Boatwright Green.
4.
4. Councillor Bowen. 4. Councillor Cleary. Councillor Creswell. 4. Councillor Crosby. Councillor Cross.
4.
4. Councillor Dunkley. Councillor Eacock. 4. Councillor Edmonds. Councillor Evans.
4.
4. Councillor Fordington. 4. Councillor Foster. Abstain. Councillor Hardman. 4. Councillor Hart. 4. Councillor Hopkins. 4. Councillor Hume. Abstain. Councillor James. 4. Councillor Jenkins. 4. Councillor Jones. 4. Councillor Kearsey. 4. Councillor Kent. 4. Councillor May. 4. Councillor McSweeney. 4. Councillor McVeigh. 4. Councillor Miller. 4. Councillor Ashley Monk. Abstain. Councillor Joe Monk. 4. Councillor Moorhead. 4. Councillor Morris is not present. Councillor Perks. 4. Councillor Pingree. 4. Councillor Price.
4.
4. Councillor Riaz. Not present. Councillor Josh Robinson.
4.
4. Councillor Linda Robinson. 4. Councillor Robson. 4. Councillor Shaw. Abstain. Councillor Taylor. Abstain. Councillor Tudge. 4. Councillor Turner's not present. Councillor Udall. 4. Councillor Upton. Abstain. Councillor Victory. 4. Councillor Wells. 4. Councillor Wharton. Abstain. We'll do the maths and I'll wait for someone to correct me. Okay, so we've had 44, no one was against, and 9 abstentions. That motion is carried.
Thank you. So we're now at 1 minute 24. Sorry, 1 hour 24 minutes, sorry. It's getting very late, isn't it? There are 6 minutes left So I'm going to look at the proposals of the third motion. Would you like to start a debate on that and try and push it through? or
Chair,
would
I
you
formally withdrew the motion.
withdraw the motion?
And the monitoring officer has the information.
Fine. Okay.
Thank you.
Good. I think at that point, I think this is the end of the motion, time for motions. We are now going to have a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back to the question.
This is primarily to relieve the minute taker, so you've got to think that the minute taker has been scribing away. So can we just relieve and go a 10-minute break?
Recording? Yep. Okay, thank you everybody. If you could come back to your seats now, we're going to start. Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Wells, if you'd like to present your report. This is the overview and scrutiny work programme. This is pages 317 to 342. He will talk around the motion, around the recommendation and present the report. I believe it will also be seconded by Councillor Roger Bennett.
Chairman, thank you. It's a privilege to talk to full council at 5 to 6 this evening.
Well, it was full council.
I noticed one or two have probably gone to parish council meetings by now, or town council meetings. So I'll be very brief, Chairman. The recommendation is before you on page 317. The recommendation is to recommend that the scrutiny work programme be endorsed for the year 25-26. If you look at the appendices, you'll see lots and lots of wonderful topics that are deserving of scrutiny, effectively a long list. And from that, OSPB and its composite panels take time to think about the things that matter most and would make the greatest difference to people in Worcestershire. So happy to take any questions. This is a working document. New items will come into play. For instance, we've agreed, haven't we, today that there'll be a special meeting of OSPB on the 17th of this month to further consider local government review. And I hope by then we'll have all the documentation and all the papers that we need to do that job properly. So without further ado, Chairman, I so move.
Thank you. Would anyone like to ask a question of Councillor Wells? Councillor Kent?
What do you mean, oh? It could have gone on an awful lot longer, to be honest. It's the shortest thing I've heard Tom say. I just obviously we've made some changes in terms of with OSPB in terms of attendance and substitutions. I was just wanted to understand how that was going, what the attendance is looking at like across the panels, and how you feel that change has been taken and whether it needs to be tweaked or anything like that.
Chairman, happy to pick up that now if that helps. This is not a planted question, but it's actually helpful to have the opportunity to just express some concerns that I have about attendance at one or two of the panels. Now, I just say to everybody gently, our attendance record is in the public domain. And people out there will be looking to see what commitment we are providing, each and every one of us, to the function of this council. So I would encourage all members to make every effort to attend panel and OSPB meetings. I was worried, Chairman, that when OSPB went to 14, it might be rather too large. That hasn't been an issue.
Are there anyone else like to speak or ask a question before we move on? Okay. Okay, there is a thing on the agenda saying you will sum up, but I don't think we need to now, unless you'd like
Chairman,
to.
consider that done.
Fine, thank you.
We do need a seconder, though.
Seconder, of course you do, yes. Is it James? Yeah. Fine, thank you. Formally seconding. Okay, so I think we now need to vote for to approve this recommendation. All those in favour, please raise your hand.
Unanimous, Chair.
Unanimous, we'll move on. Thank you. Sorry, please turn to pages 343 to 346. There are 11 questions in all. The Constitution sets aside 30 minutes for formal question time. I will take one question from each member and return for any second question. I wish to stress that a supplementary question may only be asked with the Chair's consent and if it arises directly out of the original question and the response provided. Will members please bear in mind it is their opportunity to ask a question, not to make a speech. If the 30 minutes allocation for question time is insufficient, written answers will follow for the unasked questions. So the first question is by Councillor Matthew Jones.
Thank you, Chair. This is towards the Cabinet Member for Responsibility, Children and Families, Councillor Justin Bowen. The independent rape gang inquiry has named both Wyre Forest and Worcester among 85 areas across the UK where organised child sexual exploitation has taken place. It is utterly abhorrent that such crimes have touched our beautiful Shire of Worcestershire. Many residents feel badly let down by the failures of the previous administrations and agencies whose duty was to keep children safe. Can the Cabinet member set out what immediate steps have been taken or are being taken through Worcestershire Children's Services and our safeguarding partners to provide reassurance to the public, accountability for the past failings of the previous administration and practical support for survivors and their families in Worcestershire?
Thank you, Councillor. This is a subject I've had an interest in for a very long time. As far back as 2008, I was running a service for in a neighbouring local authority for vulnerable children and families, trying to keep them safe and protect them from harm. I would work very closely with local police in doing that. And I remember very clearly sitting in a room with a police officer at that time, and she gave me very clear, unequivocal intelligence that within that area there were vulnerable white girls and they were being targeted for sexual exploitation by gangs of predominantly Pakistani men. And I remember sitting in the room to this day. And the reason it stayed with me was because she asked me to do whatever I could to raise awareness of this with colleagues across the service, Children's Services, to make sure that we were doing everything we could to protect those girls. So I remember sending an email, actually, and out it went. And a short while later, I was called in and told I should not have sent the email in that way, because in that email I put the intelligence that I had been given, which was referring to the ethnicity of the alleged gang. And I was told that if I did that again, it would be considered racist and could be a disciplinary matter, and it was shut down. Those girls were targeted because they were vulnerable and because they were white. To this day, there is little doubt in my mind that girls were harmed because of the shutting down of that information. And I vowed back then that if ever I was in a position to do something about it, I would do. So back in June, I found myself in this position, and at the same time, one of the first things that came out was the brilliant, finally, comprehensive national audit by Baroness Casey, who I've got a hell of a lot of time for, group-based child sexual exploitation. She published that in June. And so one of the first things I did, actually, was take that report, meet with the Director of Children's Services and the Assistant Director for Children in Need to look at what we're doing in Worcestershire and look at where there were gaps, if there were gaps, any additional measures that would be needed to make sure the things that had gone on in the past never happened again. And I was particularly keen to ensure that in line with the case report, well, there were three key things for us. One, that we do not shy away from identifying and recording the ethnicity of perpetrators so that we can spot patterns of offending. Secondly, where we have that information, that we share it proactively with partners and use it to inform actions and to get things done. And thirdly, that we have a culture in this council and this county of putting the safety of children first above all else, including community sensitivities. Now, I was reassured actually in my meetings. We've got a brilliant team, a Get Safe team, and I gave credit earlier. That team was set up under the previous administration, and I've met that team, and they are fantastic. Because the thing that I was reassured by was that actually the culture now in this local authority, I think, is right. And I think it is based on putting the safety of children first. I don't think that they would shy away, or that they do shy away from recording ethnicity where we have that information, and that they would share that proactively with partner agencies. Now, so I was reassured by that, and I am reassured by that. Now, should the ongoing independent inquiry, which is the one you're referring to, which is the one set up by the MP, Rupert Lowe, if that tells us anything else, in addition to what we've learned from Baroness Case's audit, and there is learning from that, then we will absolutely act on it. But I can absolutely promise you that we will, in this county, as long as I'm sat here, always put the safety of children first. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a supplementary question?
Thank you, Councillor.
Nope. Okay, moving on to question number 2. This is from Councillor Martin Allen about the A38 at Kemsing.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Following the County Council's refusal to install a safe crossing point on the A38, where the one and only shop in Kemsey is located, will the Cabinet member with responsibility and senior highway officers agree to come and meet Kemsey Parish councillors at the next PACT meeting and give a briefing to the parish councillors and residents as to why the County Council will not install a safe crossing point and what the County Council intends to do to keep residents safe as they cross this road? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. I acknowledge the concerns raised by yourself and Kempsey Parish councillors, along with local residents, and appreciate the opportunity to clarify our position. I'm aware that several discussions, site visits and technical assessments have taken place with officers. Unfortunately, these concluded that a safe crossing cannot be provided at this location. The specific conditions of a road determine the appropriate type of crossing. In this case, both the existing built environment and supporting data strongly indicate that a signal controlled crossing such as a puffin, pelican or toucan is the most suitable option. However, the available space between the junction and the first residential vehicle access is 38 metres. According to guidance, a signalised crossing must be situated at least 20 metres from a junction, with an additional 31 metres required to accommodate the crossing layout. What isn't written here, but what has also been done as a thought exercise, is if we were able to approach said shop and utilise their parking directly adjacent to the road, could we find the space? And the answer, unfortunately, is still no. Given these constraints, it is not possible to install a compliant and safe crossing within the available space. However, I understand some alternative options have been discussed with you.
Okay, we have a supplementary, that's okay.
Thank you.
Well, that's very useful and helpful, thank you, Carl. But my main thrust of the question was, will you and officers actually come and explain this to the Parish Council and the residents of Kemsey, please?
I am happy to come and explain it. It won't change the facts, but I'm happy.
Thank you. Moving on to question number 3. This is from Councillor Deb James.
Yeah, as read.
Are we allowing as read, are we, at the moment? Yeah.
I'm happy to
Yeah,
read the
read it out,
sentence.
please. Yeah,
Oh,
so
yep, that's
everyone
fine.
online can hear it, thank you.
Oh, that's fine. Hello to the internet then. To ask the leader of the council what the cost to the taxpayer will be of the Bromsgrove South by-election.
Well, thank you, Councillor James. As someone experienced with elections, you'll know that by-elections are not uncommon, and I'm sure we might have some very soon again. For example, a recent by-election in Wychavon was triggered by the resignation of Conservative councillor Aaron Powell, resulting in a by-election funded by the taxpayers also. And in that instance, Reform candidate Matthew Winfield won the Bretfordton and Offenham seat with 43% of the votes. But unfortunately, situations like this do occur frequently.
Is there a supplementary?
Oh, of course, there's a supplementary, Chair. And I'll do a quick preface to say welcome to Councillor Amar. I think I'm the only one who hasn't welcomed you yet, so thank you. No doubt your handover was very lengthy from the previous person. I don't think that was a number, so I am just going to do my supplementary to say what was the cost.
Okay, seeing as it's only been a week or just less since the announcement of Sam winning, we can go on information from previous 3 by-elections that have taken place as follows. Malvern Chase in 2023, it was 11,107 and 4 pence. Warndon Parish 2023 was 15,045 pounds and 89 pence. Evesham North 2024 was 13,564 pounds and 40 pence. So the average cost based on these 3 elections is 39,717. The total, sorry, yeah. So is 33 pence. Yeah. Sorry, I'm reading what I've written down. So yeah, it's an average.
Great. Okay, moving on to question number 4. Councillor Dan Boatwright-Green.
I don't want to get told off, so I'll read it. Currently, how many young people, 16 to 25-year-olds, are using the on-demand bus services across the county to get to college and training?
Thank you, Councillor Boatwright-Green. Unfortunately, it's not currently possible to provide this information. We do not record the ages of users in their account information, nor do we capture the purpose of their journeys. Whilst we do analyse journey destinations, the system only identifies drop-off location, unless this is specifically clear, such a well-defined point of interest. It is difficult to confirm the exact final destination. We are, however, in the process of developing an optional survey that will be sent to users upon completion of a DRT journey, which will ask for additional details such as purpose and age group.
Thank you. Supplementary?
So the reason for asking this is at the moment we have a situation where young people are starting in Evesham College and getting bussed over to Pershore, but we've got a lot of them walking from places like Badsea and numerous other places. They don't seem to know the on-demand service exists. I can't prove right now they don't know it exists, but of course the reason I'm asking the question is because I'd like to know whether we can actually start to promote it to them. Are there ways we can actually start promoting it to young people? Because I don't really want young people from Eckington walking to Pershore without any pavements, and I don't want people walking from Badsea all the way to Evesham College.
That's a really good question and really valid point. So we are working on comms quite considerably at the moment with regards to the wider rollout across the county. I can't give you a specific answer right now, but I will come back to you in writing.
Thank you. Next question then is for Councillor Andrew Cross.
Thank you, Chair. A question for the Leader of the Council. What is the process whereby official permission is granted by Highways for attachment of items to street furniture? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cross. I haven't seen any benches with anything attached, have you? However, I have been asked to remove flags by very few members of the public who dislike them. Nevertheless, I refuse to climb a ladder as a councillor because it may breach the councillor code of conduct. If doing so whilst being photographed by a member of the public and subsequently not returning the property to the owner, as that could be seen as theft. I have been asked to remove the flags by very few members of the public. So I'm not returning, hang on, get to this. So all requests relating to street furniture owned by Worcestershire County Council are assessed on an individual and holistic basis. Each request is considered with regard to suitability, public safety and the protection of existing infrastructure. We adopt a balanced and proportionate approach, ensuring that decisions do not inadvertently increase the potential for unsafe behaviour or compromise the safety of the public or our assets.
Thank you. Is there a supplementary?
Thank you, Chair, if I may. So this process, is this conducted in writing, and has the same process been followed for the alleged consent of flags being hung from lampposts in the same way as for promotional material, signs, etc., for businesses or events? Thank you.
No.
Question 6, Jabba isn't here, so we're going to move on to question number 7, which is Councillor Sam Evans.
Thank you, yes, and good evening. I will read it out in full. I know the Bromsgrove Conservatives, given their social media posts from this morning, will love this one as well. On the 26th of May, Reform unveiled their promises on BREP, such as to, quote, pause and review all incomplete works, including Regent's Park Road, end quote. And, quote, cancel unnecessary schemes that add cost and disruption without clear benefit, end quote. Unfortunately, the administration continued full steam ahead with BREP, and started the Regent's Park Road works in July. These works have caused significant disruption to the residents of the Oakhalls, Parklands and Finstall for little, if any, benefit. To make matters worse, these works were not completed on time. On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being excellent and 1 being a waste of taxpayers' money, please can the Cabinet member rate the Regent's Park Road project? Thank you.
Thank you is not appropriate. Yes, with regards to the works on Regent Park Road, which form part of Scheme 6 within the Bromsgrove Route Enhancement Plan, or BREP, to give a score in such a fashion is open to such a vast amount of subjectivity that any score given would be meaningless. Either seen as laughably naive or objectively biased, depending on which side of the aisle we sit and where across this great county we all call home. While I and we understand the disruption and delays experienced by residents, these works should be seen in the context of the wider BREP improvement programme. Scheme 6 is a vital connector, linking several active travel routes and enabling safe, coherent and accessible movement across Bromsgrove. Without it, the benefits of other schemes would be significantly reduced. Comprehensive pedestrian and cycle surveys undertaken during the outline business case phase informed the Department for Transport's evaluation of the full package and active travel schemes, including Scheme 6. Although the scheme may appear to offer limited standalone benefits, it is essential to realise the full value and long-term objectives of BREP. To minimise disruption, the closure of Regent's Park Road was postponed from the 14th of July to the 21st, following the reopening of Stoke Road on the 18th of July to prevent overlapping works. In response to resident feedback, traffic management at Royal Worcester Crescent was also amended to maintain full access for most of the scheme, with only a brief 1-week restriction to left-in, left-out movements. Beyond its direct benefits, BREP has enabled wider community gains. We have coordinated with utility providers to deliver essential network improvements alongside BREP works, helping to future-proof local infrastructure. In November 24, we also accommodated Bromsgrove District Council's verge maintenance within existing traffic management arrangements, improving efficiency and minimising further disruption. Delivering the schemes concurrently, rather than sequentially, has significantly reduced the overall duration of disruption. If undertaken separately, the programme could have been extended, creating sporadic but prolonged inconvenience for residents. Despite temporary challenges, and bearing in mind the scheme is aligned with the current adopted local plan for Bromsgrove, the long-term benefits of Scheme 6 and BREP as a whole will deliver safer, more connected and more sustainable travel across Bromsgrove.
Thank you. And if I may, a follow-up question. Thank you. I'm grateful for the reply. I'm putting aside opinions on BREP, as I've made that quite well known. You've made your opinions known as well. Can you just give me a cast iron guarantee that you will do all you can to ensure that the project completes as soon as possible to avoid further disruption to residents? Because at the moment, the delay is till likely Christmas. So if you can just give me an assurance you can do all you can to try and speed things up, I'll be grateful. Thank you.
I will be careful with my wording and say that nobody wants further delays and everything is being done to minimise. Yeah.
Thank you. Question 8, it's not here. So we'll move on to question number 9, which is Councillor Matt Jenkins.
Thank you, Chair. And I read out my question. At the last full council meeting, the leader said that cabinet members would fill the vacancies on committees and panels. This was misleading, as our constitution states that cabinet members cannot be on scrutiny panels. As most of the vacancies are on scrutiny panels, this was not going to solve the problem. At the last count, there were 6 vacancies on scrutiny panels and 2 vacancies on committees. I must update that. Obviously, we've had a by-election. Thank you, Sam. You've kind of solving my problem for me, because you've taken up 2 of those vacancies, but I did check, and it seems to be there's still 5 vacancies on scrutiny panels. So, therefore, can I ask the leader that she fills these vacancies as soon as possible by providing the councillor's name and committee or panel that they will be on? Thank you.
That will be determined in due course. Thank you.
Thank you. My supplementary will be, how soon will that be? Because I don't want to come back in January and ask the same question again for the 3rd time. Thank you.
It will be because of the by-election. We haven't had time to sit down and determine that yet. But if you want to come back in January, I don't mind answering that question. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to question number 10. This is for Councillor Martin Allen, 7 Stoke Bund.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just check the Cabinet Member for Responsibility for Environment is here? Yes, you are. Okay, that's all right. I didn't want to ask a question and then be told you weren't here. Sorry. Following the Environment Agency's utter failure to find a contractor to carry out the much-needed work on the 7 Stoke Bund, it is my understanding that the County Council agreed to find a suitable contractor many months ago, prior to this election, to the last election. Can the Cabinet Member with responsibility give me an update today, please?
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Now, just for those people that are unfamiliar with this, the Environment Agency for 7 Stoke only allocated £342,000 for this, rather than the £2.5 million requested. Worcestershire County Council committed an extra £250,000, but with those combined totals, it falls way short of where it needs to be. So, Worcestershire County Council was working with the Environment Agency, with one of our contractors that we use, to see if we could secure a price for the work. My understanding is that quote is in, right? But I have not seen that quote. It's been quite recent. It has, and the second I see it, you'll see it.
And thank you, if I may. There we are. Yeah. Is there an airplane landing? I'll put my seatbelt on. Thank you very much for your answer. About this time last year, the then member for the environment agreed to come and talk to 7 Stoke Parish Council and members of the public there who are very, very concerned. And it was promised just after the election. Certain people thought they were going to win and could come back. I won't say unfortunately they haven't, but they haven't come back. But the people, the residents and the parish council, after years, are still left hanging without an answer. So I ask you, will you come before the end of March 2026, so it gives you lots of time to come and actually speak to the parish council and the residents so they can finally have a definitive answer and they're no longer left floundering this way and that way. I think it's time that somebody comes and actually says to them, this is where we are, and give them a timeline when they're definitely going to get an answer, because this has dragged on for years and years and years, and nobody's prepared to come and talk to them and give them a final answer, one way or the other. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, yeah, no worries on that. But I've already been to 7 Stoke. I've walked along where the proposed bund is going to be. I've spoken with local residents. I've also spoken to the chair of the Flood Action Group. I've been to the pub and spoken to the landlord. I am happy to come down and speak to parishioners, absolutely, but only when I've got some sort of update for them on that. Is that fair enough?
Thank you. So that is the end of question time. The 11th question, the speaker is not here. So we'll move on. Yeah, no cabinet member either. So we're going to move on then to agenda item 14.
It's not going to be Councillor Birch because Councillor Riaz has gone.
Yes. So, Councillor Javier isn't here. So, Councillor Birch, are you able to present this one for us?
Yeah. So I'll go through this point by point. No, don't worry. So just yeah.
So if you could just explain what you're talking about first. So, yeah, go on. Yeah.
So this is the summary of the decisions taken by the Audit and Governance Committee. As you can see, it is a lot. They're rather a lot of the generic sort of things the Audit and Governance Committee have to take a debate and discuss on a routinely basis, obviously looking at the Treasury Management Plan, income and debt management, things like that. The only item that stands out is, of course, the independent member appointment, which we've already voted on today. So, on that note, hopefully that'll be taken as read.
Microphone, fine. I'm going to invite, this is about reports of committees, Pensions Committee. I'm going to invite Councillor Adrian Hardman, Chair of Pensions Committee, to present the report.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. And I have to say, you don't need a microphone because you speak so clearly. Rather like I'm told I do, quite often don't need a microphone either. Yes, it gives me great pleasure to present the report of the Pensions Committee. As you will have gathered by my comments earlier, the fund is in reasonably good health. We are running a surplus, and we also have a revenue surplus, which is going to be very good news when the actuary makes his final report to us and to our partners. Always remember there are 67 other admitted bodies into the pension scheme, and it is an extremely complex organisation with £4.6 billion under management as I speak, although having looked at the Japanese market, I think it might have gone up a bit today. Willing to happily answer any questions, Chairman.
We're now on agenda item 14C, which is reports of committees, standards and ethics committee. Please turn to pages 357 to 358. Sam Evans.
Thank you. And yes, save the best till last, as they say, don't they? Happy to just keep it brief, but happy to take any questions. Just want to put on record my thanks to the officers and the members of the committee for the work that we've been doing so far. And I'd invite anybody that does take an interest in this, that wants to ask any questions, to come along to the meeting on the 15th of December as well. So, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this committee? No? Thank you very much for that report. Do we have to note this? Or report? Yeah. Just note it. We're happy to note it. Yeah. Just before we finish.
I would just like Council to say that could we put for the minutes just our thanks to Kate Griffiths and Sam Morris for the lengthy minutes. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So on that note, we'll call a close to the meeting.